Hello, welcome back to the Mr. Arsenal podcast. We're back for part 3, as you can see. I want to continue where we left off.
We're a man down. Where's Melvin?
I'm just waiting for him to click the what's name? Pop in, and once he hits backstage, I'll bring him back in. I'll just message him now. Make sure he's seen it. One sec. Click on the message. One sec. There we go. Dear.
So, Ryan, while you're doing that, can I jump in with a question for you guys?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
I want to take it back to we were talking about, who we'd replace Arteta with. It seems to me very much that it now looks like Josh Kroenke's taken over the running of the club. Do you think that will have an effect on future appointments? Is Josh Kroenke the sort of person? Do you think he's going to want to work with younger people? Is that why we're seeing the likes of Edu and Arteta, who are younger than maybe the likes of a Conte or someone like that? Do you think that Josh is going to want people around his sort of same age to work with, or do you think he's going to be happy working with, let's say, elder statesmen of the managerial merry-go-rounds?
It's easier for him to manage someone younger, isn't it? Because it's going to be less challenging.
If the board wake up tomorrow morning and they decide that the Kroenkes have breakfast, have tea and crumpets in the morning, and have a conversation, they decide that for whatever reason, Mikel's got to go, then if Mikel's going on his own, the Kroenkes are going to need somebody within Arsenal to make a recommendation to them and give them a short list of, this is who I think you should be approaching for the next manager. They're not going to come up with the list. Someone's got to make their recommendation. So if Mikel's going and it's just Mikel that needs to be replaced, then that will be Edu. That will be Edu. Edu will be the one that will come up with shortlists and sit down with the Kroenkes and say, this is who I think. So if you look at the stories that were going around, that I saw one story saying that it's a done deal with Conte. He's in the wings until October. Conte feels that October's a good time. That if Mikel can't get it right by then, he can still come in and do something. I scrolled up after reading that, and then the next one said, there is no way Conte is going to Arsenal. He's got no interest. So you take it how you want it. But if they decided tomorrow morning, right, we're getting rid of Mikel, and let's say they get rid of the pair of them, Edu's got to go as well. They're too close together. They've both got to go. Then who at the club is qualified to sit down with the Kroenkes, give them a list of recommendations, but then sit down with someone like Conte and sell a vision of football moving forward? Is that going to be Vinay? Is Vinay going to sit down with someone like Conte, with everything that Conte knows in mold football, and try to sell him a vision of the future? I don't see how that plays out.
Surely, Edu has to go before Arteta, if that's the case. Surely we have to lose out Edu. I say Edu. I don't know what I said Edu. Before we lose Arteta, if that's the case. If we're going to lose both,
the recommendations, because if the stories are true, right, that Arsenal's got a done deal with Conte and it's all it's all waiting in the wings until October. How does that work? I've got a feeling like last Tuesday, Edu was like, "All right, Mikel, I'm just going to pop out to lunch for an hour." Where are you going? Nowhere. A couple of hours later, he comes back after meeting with Conte, and Mikel's like, "Oh, where'd you go for lunch?" "Nowhere. I just walked around the shopping centre, bought a sandwich, a can of Fanta, read the paper." I don't, he's working with Arteta, but he's also talking to Conte and prospective managers. I don't see how that works. You know what I mean? I don't see how that would work.
Now, the other thing, if you're Conte, why would you agree to take? I'll possibly take the job in October if your current manager's not doing well enough. Surely, if he wants the job, he wants it now.
Well, what I read was what they were basically saying is that Conte was saying, well, December would be too late. So they're kind of saying, well, the time frame that they would, according to this particular story, was that October would be the right time. That would give enough time for them to look at what Mikel's doing after the transfer window. And Conte feels that if he came in October, he'd still have time to get some decent results, whereas in December it would be pushing it a bit, if the article is to be believed. But my main thing about the article is going back to my original point. If those two get removed, who at the club is making recommendations to the board and saying this is who we should be going after, and then who's sitting down with those people on the short list and selling a vision? Because I just don't see how Vinay is going to be able to do that. I don't see how a Dick Garlick does that. You know, he's a bean counter. He's an accountant sort of person. The other guy that we've got in there, what's his name? Something Law. I don't see how he does that. There's no one of a football mind in there who I see selling a vision to anyone.
Yeah, and that's why I think Edu has to go first, because surely someone has to come in, whether it's Overmars, whether it's someone else who needs to make that kind of decision. Because I'll be honest, I wouldn't trust Vinny or the Kronkers to make the right decision otherwise.
Who would recommend the new technical director or general manager, whatever it do? I'm getting at again.
Yeah, sure, that's got to be Vinny and Josh Cronker, though, isn't it?
The manager's going to, Mikel Arteta would make that recommendation. I mean, you know what I'm getting at? It seems to be a disconnect somewhere in that between the Cronkies and the manager. There seems to be a bit of a vacuum of.
I think it's everyone's inexperienced in their role, isn't they? Everyone's inexperienced learning on the role. Like, I'm a manager in my sector, and like, do you know what I mean? When I was younger, I'm learning on the role, and I'd make good decisions. I make awful decisions. Do you know what I mean? But we haven't got one person in their role who's we could say is fully experienced in their role. They're all learning on their role, which makes it even harder for each one of them, because who they go up to. Because like, obviously goes up to Edu goes up to the board, but they're all learning on the role. And there's no experience in there whatsoever, is there?
Yeah.
So it's like we need experience. We're a club. We're a massive club. Like I always say to people, like at the end of the day, where we're sitting at the table, we're a massive club. We're a massive brand. We're the Arsenal. Do you know what I mean? We should be able to attract higher caliber people. But at the moment, we're just so inexperienced in every sector. And you can tell that by the decision making, the performances on the pitch, and it's running from the ball downwards. So it's running from the top downwards. Right.
I just want to answer Mr. Bungle's question. He's asking me if I'm in the States. No, mate. I'm in Canada. I'm next door. I'm in Vancouver. There you go.
Do you not think that the way we're now structured with KSE and effectively Josh at the top, and then you have Vinay, Edu, and Arteta, we're almost backed into a corner that, as you rightly say, you know, if one goes, who draws up the shortlist to replace them? We're almost backed into a corner that we have to stick with them because there isn't really another option. We have to give them time to get the experience. And I'm not saying that that's what I want or that's what I think needs to happen. I mean, for me, Edu should have been gone on the 2nd of September. He didn't do his job. You know, he failed to get players out of the club that we needed to get out. He didn't bring in enough, but you know, I have no issue with any of the people he brought in. All good players, and I think they'll all add to the squad. But arguably, we only brought in 2, possibly 3 starters when we needed about 5. But we are backed into a corner that if one goes, who draws up the list to replace them? So I think that realistically, this is going to be the structure, and this is going to be it for the next 3-4 years, maybe.
Yeah.
Frightening.
Do you think that's with Arteta as well, Steve, or do you think that's totally different?
Yeah, I genuinely don't see Arteta going anywhere because I don't think Edu is experienced enough. I don't think Vinay is experienced enough, and you know, to draw up a short list. And I do think if Arteta goes, Edu has to go with him.
Yeah.
You know, they've worked. You know, they've been very public and said about, you know, how we've worked together to create this, you know, this process and this plan to take the club forward. And I said last night that I kind of got the feeling that, you know, it would be the first one to run to the Cronkies and say, oh no, it's the other one's fault, would get to keep their job. But realistically, they've been so public in their admiration for each other and how they work so well together that if one goes, the other has to go. Because you can't say, well, it's Arteta's fault, he has to go. Well, no, because Edu sat and apparently came up with this plan and develop the strategy of how it was all going to work and putting it all into place. So Edu has to go. And if Edu goes, realistically, Arteta has to go, because he was the exact same. You know, they sat together and created this plan and this structure for how the club was going to move forward and be successful. And if you're not prepared to give one of them time to do it, why would you be prepared to give the other one? Then you're left with the process, as you just said. Vinay is left to be the person to drop a shortlist for a new director of football and the new manager. He's not capable of doing that. You know, he's not a football manager. He doesn't know the ins and outs of football well enough.
He said that himself. I remember one of his early interviews when he got appointed in his role, him saying that, you know, the football side of things, that he leaves to Edu and Mikel, and he does, you know, the admin part. So he's telling us right there and then that if that remit fell into his lap, he'd be fucked.
Yeah. And then you've got, you know, your other board members. You've got Tim Lewis, who essentially is just the Kroenkes' lawyer. Yes, he's an Arsenal fan, and he's probably, if anything, he probably has more clued into football than Vinay. But would you want Tim Lewis to be drawing up the shortlist for manager?
No.
You know? Would you want Josh Kroenke to be drawing up the shortlist for manager?
Well, he's going to need advice, right? He ain't going to know. I mean, and if you look at Vinay's supposed to be our equal to, say, Daniel Levy. You know what I mean? That's what he's supposed to be, right? If he was playing a video game and you could choose one of them to be your active player, you're choosing Levy every time. You know what I'm getting at? If Vinay doesn't look like he could... You see the way Daniel Levy is when he does deals, and he can be hard-nosed, and the way that he runs his club. Vinay's in the shade of that kind of action, that kind of aura, that kind of presence, that kind of will. You know what I mean? It just doesn't stack up for me.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with them lot down the road now that they have a director of football, because obviously, you know, Daniel Levy was the one that was always negotiating their deals, and, you know, notoriously a hard person to deal with. Is that going to change, you know? And
have they brought another person in then, have they?
Yeah, they now have a director of football. I can't remember who it is. He came over from Italy, I think it was.
What's Levi's actual role at Tottenham? What is he, the general manager? What is his role? I
think he's the chairman.
Chairman, okay.
You know, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with them, you know, in terms of how their director of football works then. You know, because that is something that you know, Daniel Levy was very, very much involved with, and everybody knew that. So is their new director of football going to be the one in charge of doing their transfers? You know, and as you know, the other problem from us, again, Richard Garlick doesn't, you know, yes, he knows people in football, but does he know enough about management side and coaching side?
Yeah, I don't know anything about this Dick or Richard Garlick guy at all, to be honest.
Yeah.
I know nothing about him. Never really looked him up or anything.
Do you think it was a mistake making Arteta manager instead of just being coach?
Yeah.
Do you think he got too much responsibility?
Yeah, they moved too quickly on that one. It was a little bit like when Newcastle gave Alan Pardew like a 9-year contract. You know, it was one of them ones. They just moved too quickly on it. I don't understand why they had to jump the sharks so much on that. Let him still settle in. I mean, at the end of the day, and I don't say this unkindly, he is a novice. You know, he is a novice. And for me, when Mikel Arteta got appointed, I was like 50-50 on it. He wasn't my top pick to replace Emery. And when his name was mentioned, I was like, okay, I didn't see that coming. But, you know, I'm not vehemently against it. Let's see how this pans out. But I was always of the feeling that it's a big gamble to install a football manager into a club like Arsenal that's never done a job before. And I actually felt at the time that it's a gamble where maybe too much is at stake if it backfires. And I honestly believe that when the Kroenkes sat down and they were drawing up their shortlist of managers and they had their piece of paper with pros and cons on each side, and when it got to Mikel Arteta, the first thing that was written down is, okay, what's the first thing on the pro column? He's cheap. He's not going to cost us a lot. And for me, I think that was the overriding factor. Because what was he on? 5 million when he got appointed? Took a bit of a discount with the COVID thing. And then if you look towards somebody like a Brendan Rodgers, and Brendan Rodgers, when we were looking to replace Emery, I was actually like, I wouldn't mind a little bit of Brendan Rodgers. He's got a bit of a David Brent personality about him, but he knows the Football League. He does play some nice football. He's got some experience, but he's on about 12 million. It's a big jump, you know, in what what Mikel Arteta earns to say of Brendan Rodgers. And if you want to go to a Conte, add another couple of million onto that. So I always felt that the main draw to Mikel Arteta for me, it was the budget that he fit into. And for them to pull the trigger on him after spending so much money backing him, I mean, since he's been in, it's been over £200 million now that he's been backed with. It would look really bad on those people that made the decision to put him in the first place. So they're hoping to God and they're praying to God that this pans out, because if they have to pull the trigger, whether it's after the Norwich game, after the North London derby, or at Christmas, if and when they have to do that, it's a gamble that backfired and they have to own up to that.
Yeah, but surely they're going to have to own up to it, aren't they? Like, if we lose to Norwich and don't get a result against Burnley, for me, at that point, it's like, there is no coming back from it, is there, really? Like, we'd have basically not got points out of Norwich, Burnley, or Brentford. Now, like, I'm hoping that it'd be the other way around, and then we get a win against Norwich and Burnley. But if we don't get it, they've got to stand up and own up to that decision and just put their hands up and say, look, we got it wrong. Look, we need to make that change now. I mean, it's about manning up, innit, at the end of the day. We're in a league, we're in a Premier League of like the best league in the world, and like if performances don't pick up, they just got to own up to it, and say we made the wrong decision. Surely,
I've marked on my calendar, even though I think that the job is too big for Mikel Arteta, I want to make sure that when I finally say, and I come out and say I don't think he's the man for the job, I want to make sure that I've crossed off every single box. He's had 3 seasons now. He's had a few windows now. And I looked at the calendar and I said to the lads earlier, come the 2nd of November when we play Watford and we have that next international break between the games that we start from Norwich till then, those games that we've got in there, there's winnable games in there. And if I don't see what I believe by then is an identity of this team and something that I can hold on to, and let's forget, this isn't his first season. He's almost 2 years in the job. 20 months, right? Only a few more months, it'd be 2 years. If by that 2nd of November, when we stop for that next international break, that's when I will wholeheartedly say, I want change, please. But I want to make sure, like Adu said, right? You know, let's all these players play together. All right, well, show me then. Play together. But I need to see something. Do I believe that we'll get to that date and I will see something? Not on what I've seen.
Oh, I've got to go. Bye.
Welcome back, Mel. Because I'm of the belief that it isn't down to who we're putting out anymore. I actually believe it's the way that the manager is training them, micromanaging them for 90 minutes in the technical area, constantly barking at them, inhibiting the players, and he's over fucking training them. He's overcomplicating things. And I can imagine it. A prime example was the semi-final last year, and also when we played City last year. He played these false nine midfielders, just come up from the academy, and he's playing in the false nine in the semi-finals, and we're looking at the bench, and we've got Lacazette sat on the bench, and we've got Aubameyang sat on the bench. That, for me, is too cool for school. There was no need for that. There's no need for doing shit like that. And I don't know whether that's the Pep factor on him, that he can't get past the game with Pep Guardiola without doing something that he thinks is out of the box. But those kind of moves, that's the moves of a real novice. And I'm just praying that, I really hope that he's looked back at last season and taken note of things of like that and is willing to change and not being stubborn git and thinks he knows best. Because those moves were bad. Some of the moves he's done are just terrible.
What about the other week? I can't remember what game it was, because I lose memory when it's such bad games. When he had, I think, 3 right backs on the bench, and he picked the left back to play right, come on at right back.
Chelsea, Brentford, sorry, match day 1.
I mean, what was all that about? That was like, what? Are you sure about that? And however bad Mari was playing, and let's face it, he's had a stinker so far, the first 2 games that he played. You play a guy who's not even a good left back as centre half. A guy
that you don't want in your squad so much so that you gave him away the previous season on loan. You gave him away for free. So much so that when we needed a backup left back, you put Xhaka in there.
Yes,
yeah. And in the man that you do buy, you would say that Pablo Mari is an Arteta guy. He bought him, right?
Yeah.
He sits him out. And the guy, if I was Mari sitting on the bench watching Kolasinac play in my position, I'd be real pissed off. I'd be thinking to myself, is that how bad I am?
Yeah, really? Of course. Like the right back should be thinking. Also, you mentioned something about Arteta being cheap, right? And you said about who would take his place to pick the next manager. They're not football people. Because if you were running that club, all of you, I believe, if you were running that club, you'd say to yourself, I can get a manager for 5 million a week, which could for a year, which would take us okay. But if I spend an extra 3-4 million a year on a manager, he could really make the difference. It's got to be worth it to spend the extra money because a manager is so important to the side. It's not like you're buying a right back. Should we give him another 50 grand a week? A manager is integral to the success of a club. So why does football teams have this mental, some of them do, and we obviously do, have this mental blockage? We can't spend another 3 million a year on a manager, but we can spend 20 million on a forward or someone what we don't need. I just don't get it. And that's because they're not football people.
Mm.
Mm.
So I'm going to be a bit controversial and throw this out here. And I've said this before. I actually think Arteta is a good manager or a good coach, shall we say. I think tactically he's very aware. I think I understand what he's trying to do. I think he has 2 major problems. One, he's too stubborn to change what he wants to do to suit the players we have. And 2, he stands on the touchlines and he shouts every kick of the ball. He tells the players what pass to play. And the players are now got to the stage, or not now, but for a while now, have been at the stage where they're afraid to think for themselves. They're not playing their own game. They're basically standing there listening to where they're supposed to kick the ball. And it's not natural. If he did his work on the training pitch and sat down and shut up I'm not saying he has to, not during the game get up and shout some instructions, but not every single kick. Just sit down, shut up, let the players get on with it, let them play. That's what we're paying them the money for.
Mm.
If he's micromanaging like on the pitch, number one, they can't listen and do things at the same time and make up their own mind. It should happen naturally for footballer. That's why you're there. If he hasn't got the confidence in them or showing that he hasn't got the confidence in them, how can they have confidence in themselves? It really is a downer on the players.
I mean, if football was that simple that you could shout the instructions from the sideline to players, you could stick any 11 players out there. It wouldn't matter who they are.
Yeah.
The fact is that we're paying professional footballers. They should be allowed to get on with the game and play the way they want to play, and the way their natural instincts would play. So that's kind of my thought on it. That he's too prescriptive in what he's saying. He needs to let them have a bit more freedom.
Well, let's find out. We've got the perfect person that can answer this question. Someone I've never met before. Welcome, Kevin. Hello, mate.
Hi. How are you guys? Hi, everyone.
Hi.
All good.
You might be able to answer this question, Kevin, because we were just talking about Mikel Arteta's penchant for standing in this technical area for what seems like 90 minutes, constantly directing the team, barking orders. And I just wondered, when you were a player, did you ever find yourself in a situation where maybe in your younger days when you were coming through, that a manager would constantly be on you during the game? Is this a natural thing? And if so, is it part of the game, or did it inhibit you a little bit? Is this a normal thing?
No, this is normal. This is normal. That's what managers do. This is what managers do. But half the time you don't hear them. And if let's put it this way, if the players were doing the right things, he wouldn't have to do that. That's the issue. If you're winning football matches and you're doing what the manager wants, then you tend to find that the manager can be a little bit more calm. But our issue has been for a number of seasons, even before Mikel Arteta came to the club, is consistency. We're just not a consistent team. We're not a consistent football club anymore. So maybe it's out of frustration. I think a lot of it is down to the manager has to do that for himself. That's what I think, because I get this all the time. People tell me he's micromanaging. I don't know how he could micromanage somebody on the other side of the pitch. It's impossible, especially with a crowd there. You can't. The key to it is professional footballers, regardless of what the manager says, you have to do what you think is right because you're out there doing it. But we don't seem to be able to do the basics right. And if you can't do the basics right in football, you're struggling. And that's what we are. We're struggling.
Are we not consistent though, Kevin? Because the manager keeps moving the defence and the midfield and the forwards around. Surely that is one of the reasons that we are inconsistent. Not the only reason, but one of the main reasons.
Well, Melvin, look, it doesn't matter what he does. Let's be honest. Whether he plays a 4 at the back, a 3 at the back, it makes no difference. The key is players need to perform consistently, and we haven't had that. We can do it in the cups. We can do it in the cups because it's one-off games. But the consistent level that is needed, that we are used to, we've all seen it. We all know what it feels like. We all know what it looks like. And nobody on there can tell me this Arsenal team is as consistent as some of the teams we have seen over the years at Arsenal Football Club. We are not the same club, and they are not the same players. The same players that were failing 5 years ago are still failing. So how do we expect more out of them? It's crazy.
Kevin, can I ask, we were talking about it earlier on, and we were saying, is it a mentality thing of the players? Is it, we talked about, Xhaka coming out and saying about them being scared after the Watford game, at halftime, they were 2-0 up and they're scared. So is it mentality of the players? Are the players not mentally strong enough? Is Arteta not giving them the confidence to be mentally strong enough? Or are they just not good enough players?
Well, you think about it, Stephen. If you're 2-0 up and you're scared, you shouldn't be playing football. You shouldn't be, definitely not for the Arsenal. How are you supposed to be scared when you're 2-0 up? So again, this is, to me, it's about attitude. Football, for me, you can paint the picture as much as you like regarding Arteta does this or he doesn't do that, etc. So whether Arteta is there or not shouldn't matter. The key is the players that cross the white line. The attitude is not right, as far as I'm concerned. Because if you're a defender, you should know how to defend. It doesn't need the manager to tell you how to defend. You should be able to defend. Manchester City for instance, done nothing fancy. They put balls into our box and we just couldn't defend it. So that has got nothing to do with micromanaging. That's down to the players. Yeah, the manager carries the can at the end of the day. And if he's going to get the sack, then he's going to get the sack. But still, the players are out there performing. They're the ones who have to do the business. And unfortunately, they haven't been able to do it.
Kevin, can I just ask? Obviously, being a striker yourself, we obviously had a debate around Aubameyang, whether he should be playing like centrally. What's your kind of thoughts around him, like last season into this season in terms of form? But also, is it because we're not creating, or is it a more deeper issue with Aubameyang? Do you think?
I think it's a bit of both, to be honest, Liam. I think there were times last season where Aubameyang looked a bit disinterested, if I'm honest with you. And, there was a bit of flack flying around last season, etc., because the half of the season was atrocious, wasn't it? We were terrible for half the season. Second half of the season, we kind of stepped it up a bit. And as we started to play better, you started to see maybe a bit more of Aubameyang. especially against the likes of Leeds, where he got a hat trick, etc. And you think Aubameyang's back, and then he kind of regresses. So there was a lot going on last season. But I expect our best finisher, I expect us to be able to create more opportunities for him. That's the key to any goal scorer. If you're going to create opportunities for the goal scorer and the goal scorer doesn't take them, then you look at the goal scorer. But we haven't really been creating anything, if we're honest. And when we do create, which obviously was against a very weak West Bromwich Albion, he steps up to the party and scores 3 goals. So the instinct is there. We know he can finish. Our problem is putting it all together in the Premier League, and that's what we have to do. There's winnable games coming up at the weekend and beyond. So we've got to get Aubameyang flying. I think we're better with Lacazette starting as a number 9 and Aubameyang on the left, if I'm honest with you. Because when Lacazette's not there, we really struggle to hold the ball at the top end of the pitch. I find it coming back too quick. And if we don't get hold of it at the top end of the pitch, we're not good enough to just keep the ball away from teams through the midfield. So, yeah,
what was the big difference in that performance with West Bromwich Albion? I know that they were playing a younger side, but compared to the way that I've seen us play in the 3 league games, they looked like there was something going on. The players looked like they knew what they were doing. You spoke about doing the basics. They looked like they had that under control. So what happened there? Why were they able to flick it on and then it flicked off again? Is it because everybody's been saying, oh, we don't going to get no points against Chelsea, we won't get no points against City, and the players have believed it? What's happened there?
No, it's the opposition. You're playing against better opposition. You start against Brentford. Sorry?
I was just saying it's really that simple to say that, because they looked more organised. You know what I'm saying? They looked more...
but look who you're playing against. Look who you're playing against. For instance, there were times against Brentford where we looked okay. But the top end of the pitch, we were atrocious. We could have still been playing till now. We wouldn't have scored against Brentford. The one thing you know before you even kick a ball for that first game of the season is you're going to have to match them physically. And we could not match them physically. We had many people have called for Martinelli to be in the side. Martinelli is not ready. He's a talented player. He's a good player. He is not ready. People have asked for Balogun. Balogun's wonderfully talented. He is not ready for first team football. And we've got to understand, when you lose Aubameyang and Lacazette, and yeah, they haven't been ripping trees up. I get that. But they're experienced. It will make Brentford defense think twice, and they have to account for them. But do you reckon when Brentford saw Arsenal's team sheet and you got the most experienced striker or forward on the pitch is Pepe, you reckon they don't rub their hands together? They're going to get right stuck into Arsenal when they did, and we couldn't match them. You know, we couldn't match them. Then you go against a really strong Chelsea side, and then you go against the league champions. So you go against the European champions and you go against the league champions who know what they're doing. They've got the strongest squads, etc. It's always going to be tough. It was always, them 2 games were always going to be tough. The disappointing one for me was obviously the Brentford game, because I expected Arsenal to really turn up, but we didn't. So here we are, no points, no goals, and we're going into, after the international break in a must-win game against Norwich. And what do you reckon Norwich is going to do? Norwich is going to make it physical. So if we don't match them, this is how teams don't fear Arsenal anymore. Teams used to fear Arsenal. Teams don't fear Arsenal anymore, which is difficult for us to take as fans. But you kind of were a goal up when you were playing against opposition who scared of you. Now, they're coming for our neck. So we got to be strong.
We've changed a bit, Kevin, over the years, because I think the last couple of years we must be the easiest team to defend against. It's so slow. You know what they're going to do. There's no surprises. They could just sit back the centre halves and have a cigarette, really. There's no one running past. If Lacazette is holding the ball up, No one runs past him. You know,
Very
it's
true.
it's so slow.
Rigid.
You sit there.
Rigid.
Yeah. very much so.
Melvin, that is a great point. It is too slow. It is too ponderous. The thing against West Bromwich Albion, what you saw, we played to hunt space. We played direct. We played through them, and we played quicker. Why did we play quicker? Because the opposition weren't as good. Because don't forget, you are playing against opposition in the Premier League who are top class. I'm not saying Brentford's top class, but the first game of the season, you have any lesser team, you have to match them physically. That's for sure. And then your quality should come out on top.
Yeah.
Our problem is we can't match them physically all over the pitch.
Yeah.
And that's the difficult part. Against a West Brom, we can because we're better players. And you could see we're looking to release Aubameyang. We're looking to release Pepe. It's easy to release them. But we play a lot slower against better opposition for some reason. I'm looking forward to seeing Partey and Lokonga in midfield because me personally, I think Granit Xhaka slows us down.
Correct.
Me personally.
Yeah.
But obviously it's going to be there. It's there to be seen. Obviously this weekend, hopefully, Partey will be fit and him and Lokonga can get a grip of that midfield because we haven't had a grip of the midfield properly for a long time.
Kevin as well. Oh, sorry, Steve, you go first. Go on.
I was going to say, Ken, you mentioned there obviously about Lokonga and the transfer window closed last week. What did you make of Arsenal's summer business in terms of both incomings and outgoings?
Didn't do enough, obviously, but I know sometimes what you want and what you get is two different things. We spent the most money, and it seems as though we still have holes in our squad, and our squad still isn't strong enough. We still don't have an alternative at the top end of the pitch, where we get Kieran Tierney down the line and put crosses in, Saka or Pepe putting crosses in. We've got nobody to head the ball. We need an alternative at times, and but we don't get that. Sometimes I was talking about the Suma from last season. A combative, all-action midfielder who can slot beside Thomas Partey, maybe get Lokonga, give Lokonga minutes where you can. That would have really improved us, but we ended up, obviously, we couldn't attract anybody for whatever reason, and we end up signing Granit Xhaka, and Granit Xhaka reverts the type against Manchester City. It's terrible. Tomiyasu, I like the signing of Tomiyasu. He can defend, and he takes pride in defending. Haven't seen enough of Ben White. Obviously, he only played one game, and then he got COVID. So it's a bit muddled at the moment of what's gone on. I still think there was some good signings who got brought in, and but obviously not enough what was done to really push us on. So we're gonna have to see how we get on when everybody's fit. That's all we can do now.
Aside from Basuma, then can you give us a couple of names of players you think we maybe should have moved for that you're maybe disappointed we didn't go for?
Well, I would have liked Tammy Abraham, to be honest with you. I know a lot of people are against that, but I don't know if anybody's ever seen him playing at Roma. He's an absolute handful. Now, for me, if Lacazette only got a year left, we should have got somebody in. One who's big and who could cause a problem against the opposition centre halves. But secondly, somebody who's younger, somebody who can be in and around it for a number of seasons. Eddie Nketiah's small. He's going to be gone. Balogun's not the biggest. Lacazette's small. So what do we do? So again, we're not going to challenge any team aerially. So what does that do for the defenders? They know all we need to do is bank up because they're not going to play the ball high and beat us. So you're playing into the opposition's hands.
Definitely.
Kev, just the other thing as well, like with the new signing of Tomiyasu, do you think like potentially we could go three at the back moving forward? Because like he could go like potentially a right centre back, and I guess the other question I'd like to ask you is around Maitland-Niles as well. What was your thoughts around that in terms of the whole situation? Because that just came out of the blue, and obviously it weren't really nice to see, like someone who's kind of grown up through Howe End go into that kind of result to kind of get a move as such, or just cry out for first team football.
Well, let me deal with Tomiyasu first. I think because of his versatility as well, I think if Arsenal wanted to play 4 at the back or 3 at the back, I think that could be done no problem. And when you look at the 3 who would be the centre halves, kind of would be Tomiyasu, White, and Gabriel.
Yeah.
Now we're talking. Obviously, Kieran Tierney will be on the left, and it might probably be Ainsley Maitland-Niles on the right. So it will lead into that one. Or Tomiyasu as a right back, obviously Kieran Tierney left, Ben White and Gabriel at centre halves. The thing is that the issue I have with what Ainsley Maitland-Niles, the situation is this. Ainsley Maitland-Niles weren't playing last season. He went on loan, finished his loan at West Bromwich Albion, came back. Now, if ever there's a player who wants to cry out for game time, you got all of pre-season to do that. For me, the key to this was to try and get Arsenal to buckle so he can go to Everton. Now, how many times have we seen Arsenal do the wrong things in the transfer market and get players gone that it affects us? Because whether he's playing or not, Ainsley Maitland-Niles is an Arsenal player, is a versatile player who can slot in the numerous positions in our team. I know he's not a starter, but he still can do that job, as opposed to giving him to Everton so Everton could have a look at him and then see what they're doing. So I think the club were right to turn around and say, no, you're not going anywhere. I understand he's a Highland boy. I understand he's homegrown. But I think Ainsley Maitland-Niles got bad advice to go out on social media and put that out. Because if you go into the club and you sit down with the people and say, look, this ain't working out for me, I need to get out, blah, 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 then you can thrash out what you can thrash out behind closed doors. But the moment you go out into the public, all of a sudden, it leaves the club in a very difficult situation. And of course, I'm a player, he's a player. I want what's right for the player too. But there's ways and means how to do it. And I think the fact of the matter is when they actually sat down and spoke about it, apparently now he's going to get a chance. So, this is what happens when you talk. But I just think the whole situation was kind of manufactured to get Maitland-Niles what he wanted, as opposed to, I want to play football the day before the transfer window closes. How about 2 weeks before, 3 weeks before? I want to play football. So for me, I thought he got bad advice. But the situation's okay now, which is good.
What's your thoughts on the Joe Willock sale? A good bit of business, or did you think that was someone that we should have maybe kept around?
I think it's the only business we could have do. When you think about it, we're talking about Arsenal Football Club here, guys, having no assets we can sell bar a Highland boy. That's how far we've fallen. Do you know what I mean? That's how far we've fallen. We couldn't even get 17 million off Roma for Xhaka. They wanted a discount. It's crazy. We're in a bad place, guys, and a lot of people don't like it, but we are in a bad place. I tell you.
So where does it stem from?
Well, it's legacy, isn't it? It is legacy, and if you look at what we have spent in the transfer window, everyone tells me that, we haven't spent a lot of money. We have spent a lot of money, but it's what we've spent the money on. We haven't spent the money on assets that really improve us. We've got dead assets at the club now. Assets that teams don't want. So there has to be a whole new way of doing things. And like I say, I don't think the transfer window has been as bad as some people think, although a lot of the players are young and they're going to have to grow into the football club. But that's where, unfortunately, that is where we're at, because buying the names hasn't worked over the years because we've got close, but we haven't got where we needed to be. And now those players are older. So it's a tough one, guys. It really is. And it split the fan base down. It split the fan base, not only down the middle, it split them in quarters. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
It's all right having the youngsters come in, Kevin. I think we have got a few youngsters who've got a lot of potential. Ones that we've got and ones that we've brought in. The problem I see is that the experienced ones, will they be able to help the youngsters along the way? Because I don't think some of the experienced ones are good enough anyway themselves.
Melvin, that's a great point. And I said it all last season when we're relying on two 20-year-olds, which was not, Saka was obviously 20 yesterday, but when we're relying on a 19-year-old and a 20-year-old and at times Martinelli to come and help this team, that is wrong on every level. No big team relies on 19, 20-year-olds to carry them over the line. None of the big teams. We need our experienced players to step up, but they haven't been stepping up. That is our problem, Melvin. You're right. But how else do you get by that? Only way you get by that is if they don't step up now, they never will. So we're going to find out from the Norwich game whether they step up. The likes of Xhaka, he's proved his worth. He is an expensive liability, guys. That's what Xhaka is. A very expensive liability who, as far as I'm concerned, he's the only holding midfield player we had on the pitch. He gets sent off, so he bailed as far as I'm concerned. He bailed on the team. So I just hope Partey and Nakonga can get a grip of that midfield, and maybe it might be the end of Xhaka.
Yeah, you think the fact that he's not able to play is probably a blessing in disguise?
Yeah, it might be. It might be. Stephen, that's what I really hope, because I know Xhaka can play against the lesser teams, but we want players who can play against all the teams. You know, not just against a Burnley or a Norwich. We want lads who can play and play well against Liverpool, Chelsea, Man City, and the lesser teams who are going to turn up all the time and not bail out.
Kevin, sorry, I was just going to ask, how did it go down in the dressing room when, in a situation like you touched on Xhaka with the red card, and you say that he bailed on the team? How does it go down in the dressing room after that? Do they know, you know, is it you put your arm around them and give them a bit of support, or do you make them know, listen, you can't do stuff like that? Or does it depend on a track record? How is that sort of stuff handled within the...
Stan, everything you've just mentioned is against Xhaka, because his track record for red cards is atrocious. Getting sent off in key moments for doing stupid stuff is there. And in the dressing room, I mean, you're getting sent off against Manchester City. It's hard enough with 11. Yeah. Let alone getting sent off. You're the only holding midfield player on the pitch, and you're one of the most experienced, and you're the captain of Switzerland. Who should have the responsibility? It should be Xhaka. Has one of the main bits of responsibility in the team to stay on that pitch and no matter what, control and repel their attacks. But mentally, again, the attitude is wrong. The mentality is wrong. So I don't know what happens in this day and age, but I know there'd be war in the dressing room. No, seriously, there would be war in the dressing room, because it's hard enough playing these teams with 11, let alone having a man sent off at 2-0 down. No.
What's your feelings when you see him get the captain's armband?
But I'll be honest with you. My feelings for Xhaka when he threw the shirt and the captain's armband down was he should never play for the club again. And I stick by that. Yeah. You know, I do. I stick by that. I'm an Arsenal man through and through. Before I played for the club, I supported the club. And as far as I'm concerned, nobody disrespects the club like that. I don't care what's gone on social media. You never do that to the club, to your employer, to the Arsenal, as far as I'm concerned. But yet, he done it. So anything after that, is irrelevant to me. Granit Xhaka, as far as I'm concerned, shouldn't be at Arsenal Football Club.
Echoes everything I've always said about him.
So it's and for me, it's a tough one to take when there's better players out there that we should be getting who are affordable.
Having said that, Kevin, the Arsenal captain's armband has been diluted the last 3 seasons anyway. I mean, how far away would he have been in the teams that you've played in, and after that, getting the armband nowhere near?
Well, he wouldn't.
10th player, wouldn't he?
Melvin, he wouldn't be in the team.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true.
He'd be a squad player
at best. Yeah,
at best. Let's and some of those he wouldn't. Look, let's not even talk the history, because look at the midfielders that were around. He wouldn't get anywhere near the team.
Yeah.
But yet, this is one of the guys who are leading us out.
Not for me.
No. And again, this is how far we've fallen.
Nick described Xhaka recently as the epitome of Arsenal, which I found quite worrying.
Hey, if he's the epitome of Arsenal, then again, that's how far we've fallen. Maybe it was a snapshot of how Arsenal are behind the scenes. You never know. This is the epitome, because he's captain. Look what he does. Your captain shouldn't be doing stupid stuff and getting sent off like he did at Manchester City. Your captain should never throw the shirt down and throw the armband down. And I get it. He's getting stick from fans in the stadium, etc. But so what? He's not the first, and he won't be the last.
Was you that game, Kevin? Were you there?
I was there. Melvin.
Because he was coming off, Kevin. He got the stick. How slowly he was coming off. It didn't get the stick straight away.
No, Melvin. He took his time coming off. So whether it was for coming off or whether it was for the pace in which he came off, he still got stick. Now, my point of view is this. You play for the Arsenal, you're well paid. That is why you're well paid. You're well paid to get the adulation, but you're also well paid to get the pelters.
Yeah, of course. I'm not defending him. I'm doing the opposite.
No, I know, but I'm saying that's why you're so well paid. You're well paid to take everything on the chin. That's why you need that thick skin. And he's not got the thick skin.
So, Kevin, I've one last question I want to ask you, and it's the big one. Is Arteta the man to lead this club forward? Listen,
here's one thing I will say, Stephen. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again to you and everyone. Mikel Arteta is handpicked by the hierarchy, by the owners. They bypassed going for an Allegri or whoever, experienced manager, when Arsene Wenger left. They bypassed going for an experienced manager when they sacked Unai Emery. And they handpicked Mikel Arteta. Mikel Arteta, I believe, if the team perform like they do now, they're going to get him the sack. 100%. But I think the owners are going to stick with it. I honestly do.
It's Kevin,
can I ask a question? Just on totally off subject a little bit more of a positive note. Saka, obviously, I went and watched the away game at West Brom, and I know it's only West Brom and Andorra, but both games he's absolutely stood out to me. Where do you think this kick can go? And do you worry about overturning him like at Arsenal at the moment? Do you think we need to kind of look after him, because obviously there's so much self-reliant on him now, but he keeps coming out and performing the way he does, like especially in games like that. Do you think like he can handle it?
Oh, he can handle it, definitely. I mean, a big test for Saka was the summer, and obviously what went on in the Euros, missing the penalty, and all the hullabaloo that went about it, the negativity. But he's an Arsenal boy. You could see he's a proper Arsenal boy. He takes everything in his stride, and he's got a thick skin to it, and he lets his football do the talking. Liam, I think that's really important. You let your football do the talking. You keep that shut. and you get the job done on the pitch. What I see a lot of the time, people do a lot of that, but are not doing the business on the pitch. So I think Saka is a great young player. He's got the world at his feet. The big worry, Liam and everybody, is can we get ourselves moving in the right direction to make sure he stays? Because if we don't progress and we're still bumbling around, he's rubbing shoulders with people at England who have won Champions League and won league titles, and he's there messing around bottom of the table, or sitting around 10th and 8th and all that kind of thing. What do you reckon is going to go into his mind? The Arsenal project's all right, but look, I want to go and win things. That's the key. Winning cures everything, guys, doesn't it? Winning. If you're winning, it cures everything.
I think he's a wonderful player, honestly. I just think he's just going strength to strength. And I know it's something I see after the game last night when I was singing happy birthday to him. And it was just the way he was so humble about it, just the way he reacted to it. I've got a total man love for the guy, and I just think that's my only problem is, what if Man City come in for him? Do you know what I mean? Like they've done with Raheem Sterling with Liverpool. Like, it's a decision, isn't it? Like, do you want to stay at Arsenal?
Well, here's the thing, Liam. Here's the thing. With a Bukayo Saka, you have to build him, Smith Rowe. I think Smith Rowe's going to be up there as well. But I think Saka's a bit ahead of Smith Rowe at the moment, solely because he's had more football. He's had more first-team football. I think Smith Rowe will definitely grow to be a real top player for Arsenal. But here's the key. You've got to put the pieces around these guys. You've got to put the pieces around these guys. Lacazette's got a year. Aubameyang, what has he got? 2-3 years left?
2 years, I think. I think he's got
2 years left. So really, we should have been bringing in a striker. Do you know what I mean? Who they can get to know. We know Martinelli's going to be there. We know Balogun still has to learn his trade. But we need to get these guys functioning as a team and as a unit with players, so the future's bright as well. We need it now, but we also need it in the future. So, again, we've spent a lot of money, and there's still holes in our squad, which is pretty disappointing. On
the subject of Saka, what worries me is I don't think the Arsenal players, definitely not the referees, give me enough protection. I think there should be someone on that pitch, more than one player, to let the other team know that they're going to protect him, because he gets kicked all over the place, never complains, and I don't like that. I hate it.
Melvin, you have taken the thought right out of my head and spoken it. Arsenal are a soft touch.
Yeah.
Whether we like it or not, we are a soft touch. All the times where I think the last time I saw some fight from an Arsenal side was under Unai Emery, where against Spurs at the Emirates, where it was kicking off on the touchline, and we showed a lot of spirit in the second half and came back and ended up winning the game 4-2. I think that got the crowd involved. The crowd felt like they had that connection to the team. I think that was the last moment where that connection was there. Since then, we've had good games, we've had bad games, we've had terrible games. We can't trust this team, and we need to be able to trust them. But we're a soft touch. You got nobody who's gonna, somebody kicks Saka or Smith Rowe, there's gonna be no retribution. And I'm not saying they've got to go and do people, but these young boys need to be protected. But they're carrying us, Melvin. You know what I mean? It's
exactly.
Crazy.
That's the problem.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Kevin, can I do something a wee bit different? Because it's great hearing all your opinions on Arsenal and now. And it's great getting to talk to you. This is the first time I ever spoke to you, and it's brilliant. I'm a wee bit starstruck, because big fan when I was younger.
Don't be, Stephen. Trust me, don't be.
And listen, I'd love to get you on our channel sometime and chat with you more. But can you tell us, I want to talk a wee bit about you, okay? What was your favourite moment, your one outstanding memory of playing in an Arsenal shirt?
One outstanding moment.
Well, give us a couple. I don't mind. Tell us a few.
Well, the whole Arsenal career. Well, you got to remember, I grew up, I couldn't even afford to get in the ground, but I used to go to the ground whenever I could. My first game was 1977. Snuck into the North Bank when they opened the gate and saw Arsenal draw 1-1 with Middlesbrough. And that day, I think Spurs got relegated. So that was my first time at Highbury, and standing at the top of the North Bank and witnessing the green bays, like a snooker table, the green bays, that was, I was starstruck. That was it. So to be able to get to the club and be scouted by the club, to play for the club, scoring my first Arsenal first team goal was in front of the North Bank at the North Bank end. What and win trophies with what more could any young man wish for who's an Arsenal guy? It's you've heard the same before, but I'm sure you hear it many more times. It's the things dreams are made of, Stephen. Dreams are made of stuff like that, and I've lived that dream. Yeah. Fortunate enough to live that dream. So again, I never take my Arsenal career for granted. I never take the Arsenal for granted, because Arsenal is, for me, is still the club. But obviously, what we look at now, we are not where we're supposed to be, are we? We know where we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be up there challenging year on year. And I know it's cycles, but we have bought terribly in the past, guys. We have spent money. We've been so flagrant with money that now it needs addressing, and it's a difficult one to take.
Who's your favourite strike partner? Like, who did you play out with that you say that was probably the best partnership I had?
I wouldn't say best, because when I got in with Alan Smith, that partnership was fantastic. We went on to win the league title, and it was more a team then. Then when Wrighty came, his personality was such a big personality. We kind of changed our style a bit to fit Wrighty in. Well, I found myself out the team, and Alan Smith played with Wrighty, and Alan Smith's goals diminished, and Wrighty's goals obviously kept going, and we kind of became a cup team, and we had maybe different objectives at times, where George Graham wanted to win in Europe. We wanted to win in the cups as well. And our consistency weren't there because we weren't sharing the goals out enough. So, it was one of them things. But playing with Wrighty was always fun. Playing with Alan Smith was always brilliant. So, they're excellent times.
Was there ever, when you had your time at Arsenal, was there ever a player, maybe someone who was coming through, who was a little bit younger than you, that you looked at and you thought to yourself, yeah, this kid, wow, this kid, you're watching this kid in training every day and you're thinking he's got it all in front of him, and then for whatever reason, it didn't quite happen for them?
Yeah, all of them. Arsenal have got loads of talent coming through the club, always have and always will. But in order to make it, it's not just about talent. You need the right attitude. You need a break here and there. You need to be determined. You need to be tough mentally and physically. And most importantly, you've got to know what it means to play for the Arsenal. Because training is one thing. I've seen players who you look at in training, you think they're not much good, and then a Saturday comes and they're outstanding. So, training is okay just to hone your craft. The key is on a Saturday or on a match day, when you cross that white line, that's where people know your name from doing the business on a match day.
Obviously working on Tony Adams as captain, and which we know now is obviously a massive issue at the club. Was that a massive decisive factor within that successful era, having Adams obviously as skipper?
Well, not only Tony, but you look around the team. David O'Leary was very instrumental as well, having the old head. He's come through the ranks, and he was like the father figure. at the club, like kind of behind Tony. You had Dave Rocastle, you had Paul Davis, Michael Thomas, Lee Dixon, Steve Bold, Nigel Winterburn. So having that solidity at the back, John Lukic at time, and then Dave Seaman coming in, you got that rock behind you. Everything is built on a solid foundation. Any proper building is built on a strong foundation. And once you have that strong foundation, you can go through. Kevin Richardson, another player who didn't get the credit he deserves at Arsenal. Absolute dynamo in that midfield. Tough. Moaned about everything that happened on a football pitch. Why? Because he's the engine room. That's what you have to do in the engine room. The engine room, you've got to protect your back four, you've got to create, you've got to stop your position, you've got to tackle, you've got to fight, you've got to be nasty. He was all of those things. Never got the recognition. But the Arsenal fans loved him because they knew what he stood for. Many other fans probably wouldn't. Kevin Richardson, who's he? But we knew. We knew what it took. And, the whole squad as a whole, look at the amount of players who came through that squad who went on to have great careers as well. That's important because that's attitude. Your attitude has to be right and you have to have it in you. Do we see it in a lot of these players now? I question a lot of the players' attitude right now. Guys, listen, I'm going to have to keep it short because I'm already over time. Sorry. But I answered as many as I could.
Pleasure.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you
Lovely,
for coming
guys.
on.
Look, Liam, Stephen, Melvin, Stan, Ryan, look after yourselves.
Cheers, Kev.
And all the best. Take care, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers,
See ya.
Kevin.
Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
All the best. Keep well.
That was a pleasant surprise.
That was amazing. He always is amazing, though, isn't he? He always is.
That's great. I was closer to him.
Mm.
Oh no, he's top quality.
Yeah, I said it too. I feel a wee bit starstruck. It's the first time I've ever spoke to him or been on a podcast or anything with him. So that was a really nice treat.
Yeah, lovely.
He's very open and honest.
Well.
He's not backward in what he's saying. He's.
No.
I was trying to press a little with him, but he's not afraid to say it how it is. And I think that sometimes you see some of these ex-players and they're being interviewed, and you can tell very much that they're scared to say how they really feel.
Yeah.
Mm.
So it was really nice, really refreshing to actually hear him talk the way he was talking.
No, he's just top quality, absolutely top quality. And though he played for other clubs, wherever he went, the supporters loved him. You know that. Everton, he was a big fan's favourite. Nottingham Forest, he was a fan's favourite there because he just gave 100%. He was very good at what he did, and he gave it all. And he was. It's great that we saw him. I mean, I did anyway. I saw him play. I remember him coming through the ranks. Heard about him, because we didn't have the internet then. And heard about this kid Kevin Campbell coming through, scoring goals for fun. And you think to yourself, yeah, but is he that good? And then all of a sudden he got in the team, and that was it. You saw how good he really was. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. As well.
It just so happened that obviously him coming through, Smith and Wrighty, them as a threesome, using the words lightly there, sort of blocked Andy Cole's development at Arsenal, and obviously he went on to have a sort of a promising career at Man United.
That's right. Andy Cole was kind of coming through around about the same time as Kevin, I think, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't Andy Cole go to? He went to Bristol, right?
Bristol City. Yeah.
Bristol, yeah.
Didn't he come on against Tottenham in Charity Shield?
That's right. Yeah. No, he didn't get a chance really, but then again, how difficult was it? I mean, years ago, you didn't get 25-man squads and changing it every week. You got your normal 11 and might make one or two changes for the next game, unless something drastic happened. So to have three central forwards, and you're the fourth, you're not going to get a lot of time, are you? Especially with the quality of the three we had.
Yeah.
Thing is, when you had Wrighty coming in as well at that point, he was nowhere near that level at that point, was he? Right.
No.
Wrighty's history says it all.
I know we talk about Wrighty, but even so, I look at the games, go back and look at some games, think, how good was he? He did carry the team at times. you don't realise. I mean, I realised at the time, but I didn't realise as much. And when I look back, I'm thinking, yes, he was that good. He carried us. I've seen games. We were absolutely dogged. Crap. We were shocking. All of a sudden, it'd pop up and the whole place would lift. And a lot of it was why it was 1-0 to the Arsenal. Yeah. Because of him. He was so...
I'll see that chip the other day again against Leeds, where Lukic just looked over.
Oh my God, that was a 3-0, wasn't it?
Oh mate, honestly, that's up. Well, it's obviously one of the top 3 goals of him, but it's just the way Lukic just looks just like there's nothing I can do.
Yeah. Leeds were a good team then, you know. We had bad record at Leeds then at Ellen Road. I mean, I think we were 3-0. Bergkamp got 1 or 2, didn't he? Bergkamp.
Yeah.
That was fantastic, unbelievable. Fantastic.
Do you remember like the 3 legs in the old FA Cup against them, or 3 or 4 legs, weren't it? Replays. And I think we done him in extra time at Ellen Road at the end, didn't we?
He scored the winner, didn't he?
Yeah, I think and I'm sure that's one of the games where we was well under it as well.
Oh yeah, I haven't got it here. I've got the photograph for that when he celebrating at the crowd when he gets the goal. I can't bloody find it in the garage somewhere because we were moving. It's not moving at the moment. Anyway, I'll try and look for that again. Fantastic photo. I think we were in that funny kit, the yellow and blue with a patterned thing. I think it was, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Though they were in white Leeds, we played in the playing bit. I tell you what, Kevin, I used to go up to Leeds a lot to watch because I've got some friends that are good
Mark Viduka.
Mark Viduka, he was a good player, wasn't he? Strong, wasn't he?
He used to get goals against us as well, didn't he?
Oh, Highbury scored a couple. We were going to win the league that year, wouldn't we? Or looked like it.
Yeah, 3 seasons.
And then was it Kuehl as well scored streamer?
Yeah,
Harry Kuehl.
Harry Kuehl.
And the player that I used to like that played for Leeds because I used to love his goals, Tony Yeboah.
God, he could hit a ball, couldn't he?
Yeah.
God, dear.
Fantastic goals.
I went up to Leeds first. I just go up a lot because my friends. And first game of the season, I think it might have been. Was it George Graham's first game of the season? That was our first game of the season. But they just bought the geezer Hasselbank, I think, played for Leeds first game. He scored against us. Ian Wright got the first one to put us ahead. Typical righty goal, and then Hasselbank equalised. I mean, have you ever been at Leeds, Ellen Road?
No, I've not.
No.
Very intimidating, the crowd. They are really, really on here. I mean, I think it's 42,000. It did hold when I went, probably still does. They really get behind the team. You know, it's frightening.
Do you remember when they went to that stage where they ploughed a load of money in? I think, do you remember they spent like 70 odd million on Rio Ferdinand?
No, they sold him but buy him for a lot. They bought him from West End, didn't they? They paid money, good money for him, Stan. You're right.
They got a load of money in, didn't they? They splashed it on a load of players. I thought that they paid some money for Rio Ferdinand.
No, they made money on Rio. But what they did, there was a player, I can't remember his name, Ryan probably remember. He went with his agent to Leeds, and he was on, say, 10,000 a year. I think he came from Derby, midfielder. Went in there, and they wanted to go up to 20. So the agent went in. He says, I couldn't get you 20. He says, why not? He says, because the chairman straight away offered me 30 a week. And his name begins with an S. He never made it at Leeds. They went bust, didn't they, Leeds? How many times they go bust? They overspent. That was right. Giving it away like monopoly money.
That's why they had to sell Rio Ferdinand. That's right, to bring the money back. Yeah.
Well, and they gave Kuehl was a very good player, right? I think they gave him away for 2 or 3 million at the finish to Liverpool.
Yeah.
They got raped
Liverpool at the time.
Leeds. As you say, they had to sell players, and they got raped because of it.
They signed Ferdinand for 23.5 million.
Did they?
They sold him or signed him.
30.
They signed him for 23.5.
Yeah, didn't sell exactly, not a lot then.
41.5.
The signing was big money at the time, wasn't it?
It was actually, but they made good money on it.
Because that was 2001. 2001 season.
You think they had him and Woodgate as centre backs?
Yeah.
Woodgate as well. Yeah, they sent him as well, didn't they?
Yeah, Jonathan Woodgate was good centre. He was well good centre back, wasn't he, Jonathan Woodgate?
Yes, strong, very strong, and he could play a bit as well. He was a very good player.
Did he score and score an own goal on his debut?
That's right, something like that. Yeah. And I think he got injured as well. I think he had the treble up.
and got red carded.
Yeah, he was a
Listen,
great
guys, I'm
centre
going to
back.
have to jump in. I've just noticed the time. Stan, Melvin, lovely to meet you guys. First time I've ever chatted to you before.
Yeah.
Liam, I'll talk to you again soon. And Ryan,
Cheers,
you're
mate.
doing a fantastic job. Well done. And you've only a few more hours to go. I hope you can keep your eyes open. But it's been for a great cause, so well done, mate. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, you'll just come back. You'll come back and watch the stream later, and you'll just see my head on the fucking desk.
Hopefully not. Hopefully you can manage to get right through to 7. But you know what? Fantastic job. Well done. And I've really enjoyed being a part of it. So thank you for having me on. And I'll catch up with you all again soon.
Yeah,
Take care.
no problem.
Nice to meet
Cheers,
you.
mate.
Bye, mate.
Yeah, and on that note, I'm also going to slip out. It's just creeping up to 4:30 in the morning here.
Oh
In,
my God.
and my missus just gave me the hint by slamming the bedroom door, so I'm obviously talking
No.
too loud.
Get your
So
Is
I'm
that a
gonna
good or a bad thing, Stan?
Say again.
Is that a good or a bad thing? Slamming the
I didn't
bedroom
hear.
door.
Yeah. So I'm gonna slip off now. So thanks for having me on. Nice to have met you, Liam, and
Thank you, mate.
again, thanks for doing this, Ryan. And I look, you're looking tired, mate. So there's only a few more hours to go, but well done. Well done.
Thanks for reminding
See
me.
you later, lads.
See you later, mate.
Cheers, Stan. Nice to
See you
meet you
later.
again. See you soon.
Oh dear. Look at now. Yeah, I've got,
I've got
Alex
about
in the
one
chat
inch
as
got
well.
south another half hour.
Yeah, that's right. No worries. Oh, I mean,
Have you been drinking anything, Ryan? Have you been drinking coffees and stuff or whatever?
I've had 3 coffees. If I have any more, I'm gonna have a problem. So he's saying I'm now drinking tea.
We've still got caffeine in it, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah.
What about Red Bull?
No, I've had none of that so far. I've literally just been
No.
hot. Was it last night? Was a couple of a coffee first, then a couple of hot chocolates, then a coffee, then we had literally a 2-hour power nap. Came back up around. I've had 3 cups of coffee since. So any more, as I said, no go. So I'm now drinking tea.
I mean, he's. I mean, just going back to Kevin Campbell. He's a brilliant guest, isn't he? Absolutely.
Oh, that blue as well. Literally,
He comes on some. He's a giver, isn't he? He just loves. He's brilliant.
we did it as I
I
said.
went
Is
to hear him
that
talk. Oh,
yeah, as I say, is that the blue? Because we were literally in the back end of the second part of this on the other stream, and I got a message coming through my phone. I was like, okay, but yeah, he offered to come on, but he could lend us half an hour, or he went a bit over the time, but still appreciate it. Anyway, obviously, as you said, good calls as well, and we have been stuck though for the last 8.5 hours, nearly 9 hours on 2K. So can we, obviously, as I said, do spread the word, share the stream around on all your social media platforms, WhatsApp, you name it, and let's try and hit at least 3K before we end. At least 3K before we end tonight.
yeah.
Oh dear. Obviously, Rich has set up his. I don't know how he's done it, by the way. He's obviously asked to log in and all that. I don't know why he didn't come into it, come backstage and set it up here, because I've now got the stuff he wanted to put in. I've now got, and obviously he could just log in as a host and take over, but he's set up another stream. So literally, you're going to have me live whilst he's live on the
No, it
same
won't be at the
channel.
same time, will it? He's coming on at 5, isn't he?
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm meant to be doing the whole until 7, ain't I? So I can't literally disappear and come back for like 2 hours.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But and because of what obviously he's done, while Kevin was chatting, I was in the brand section, and all his banners, all stuff he usually has. It's all. I've got it all here. So all he has to do, he's got the login details. As long as he hasn't logged out, he could have just jumped on as a host on this stream and used them. But yeah, it is what it is.
I've got 4 o'clock. I'm with you at 4 o'clock, aren't I?
Yeah, and Jerome, yeah.
Jerome coming on at 4.
And Andrew says, messaged me as well, messaged there, and he messaged us in the group chat as well, saying he's going to be able to make the 1 o'clock quiz as well, if you're still around for that.
I've got Sonny coming on at 4.
Sonny's coming on, cool, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still okay for the Andrew's quiz, the quizzical Arsenal quiz, whatever it's called?
What time's that on, Ken? Should be looking at my spreadsheet, shouldn't I?
Apparently, yeah. He said he can do it from 1 or he's just asking who's ready and available to do the quiz.
Yeah,
So
if you need it, 1 o'clock, yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine, 1
Oh,
o'clock.
dear.
As Michael Jackson used to say, I'll be there. Yeah. That'd be good.
That's not the same manner, hopefully. Anyway.
Right.
Yeah, and also anyone in the chat that wants to pop on for that as well, let us know and we'll sort you out. And obviously, yeah. Amanda's coming back on around 5:30 as well.
Oh, is she good?
Yeah.
Oh, she'll be on Richard's show then, will she?
More likely, I'll sort it out. I need to
You should two talk together, you two. Sort it.
I've messaged him.
No good spreading it, is it?
Oh no, this is what I'm saying. He asked my login details. I assumed to come in this backstage of this. Yeah, I assumed that was the case. He's gonna set up another stream, so it's literally gonna be 2 streams at the same time.
Well, can't you phone him and say, look, isn't it better we do it? This is the idea.
I've just messaged him because I've literally checked as well, just to make sure. I've messaged him, so see if he gets back to me. Because all his stuff is there for him to, so he can access it. As long as he logs in, pretending to be me, you can log in and he can still be the host to access all his stuff.
Yeah.
Oh dear, apart from that, bloody hell. Otherwise, that's going to be an interesting one.
I'm going to go and get myself a quick bit of lunch, and then I'll be back at 1 for Andrew's quiz. He better make me win, Andrew. I'll be upset with you.
Yeah, give me all the
after my
answers.
performance last night.
It's going to send you all the answers now.
Yeah, after my performance last night. Liam, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, mate. Speak
See you
soon.
in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely, mate.
Thank you. And thanks, Ryan. I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, no worries.
All the best.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you in a bit. Oh, dear. Oh, why did I do this?
Mate, hardcore. Loads of respect for it, mate. I tell you, I don't know how you're doing it.
I don't know. I'm running on fumes. I don't know how I'm doing this. It doesn't help. As you know, it's mucky as hell as well today.
What gap period you got this afternoon then? Have you got any
What's
gaps? Have you got any gaps this
I've got
afternoon?
loads of gaps. After the quiz, after the quiz is done with Andrew, it's completely open book until 4 o'clock when Melvin comes back for his bit, which is like what if, basically, sort of thing. What if, for example, what if Wenger didn't come and this, that, and all that malarkey? Or what if Anelka stayed or not on me? You know. So yeah,
Have you been doing bits like where you be sitting on your own then? That's like
not yet. I will not yet, but I probably will be at one point because don't bother me, but yeah.
Let me know when, and if I can jump back on. I've got shopping and all that for that.
Yeah, no, let me have a look one sec.
To be honest, I've got a show tonight, but it's prepared because there's no football, so it's just literally talking about the transfer window. So maybe you got prepped. I think.
Talking about a quizmaster. Here's today's quizmaster. While I'm looking for the actual.
Good afternoon, mate.
List.
All right, Liam, how you doing?
I'm not bad, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad at all, thank you. Not too bad at all. We had a bit of a stressful night and stressful morning, but I won't go into all that family stuff. But I'm back now, thank God. I can concentrate on having a bit of fun. So, what are we standing on regarding fundraisings? Anyone know the latest update?
I'll have a look. Last time I checked it about an hour ago, it was at 2. When I checked an hour ago, it was stuck at 2K. It was still at 2K, which we've reached.
That one set was
4. No, I think now. About 4:30 this morning, we hit 2K. We've stuck at that since.
Right. Okay, we've got to keep pushing that, haven't we?
Yeah. I'll double check that in a sec. But yeah, when Ian comes back, I'll double check that 1 second.
How are you? Are you bearing up?
As I was saying, I don't know how I'm doing this. I'm running on fumes now.
Well, I'm pretty much available now the rest of the day, so I can try and keep you going as best I can.
Yeah, I also said, Amanda's coming back at around 5:30 as well, which as you just seen, we had Kev on as well. He messaged me out the blue saying he's got a bit of time if I need someone to come on, and I'll send him a link. And
yeah, that's fantastic. Great. I didn't. I'll have to watch it back later. I was travelling back. For whilst he was on, I popped on there quickly and saw that he was on there. So that's great to have him on board. Always good value, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. And as he saw as well, he was more than happy to answer some of the questions from Liam and all that.
Oh,
I'll let you answer that. So
yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, no worries. It's fine. No worries. Yeah, still at 2K.
Yeah, I've got to go to the Fets at R3, so I just forgot.
Yeah. All right. One sec. I was on it. So yeah, after Andrew's quiz, Andrew said he'll stay on for as long as he can as well. He ain't got that to do. But after his quiz, we've literally got 3 spaces all the way till 4 o'clock. And obviously, if you want us to come on for Melvin's bit as well at 4, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, but if I reckon I'll probably get back about 4:15, so I can jump on.
Yeah.
But I'll let you know when I'm back.
And then the last hour, so we've got the last hour basically to.
What's your last hour?
6 till 7.
I might see if I can still get people on. Because I was struggling because obviously everyone's working, but I'll see if I can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As I was saying to the guys, literally the first part, as in last night, and obviously the early hours this morning, wasn't a problem because obviously knowing who we know, literally the American side, they could sort of cover from a certain point, and I could go off for a bit and come back. But obviously being a Monday, because it's not this time, because it's not like this time last year when I was in a bloody. We're still coming out of it, not fully out of it. Everyone's now gone, obviously, either back to work or working from home still. So, obviously, as you're seeing, Melvin and Sam are popping on every now and then. And
yeah, no, I'll definitely jump back on.
Are you?
6 o'clock.
Have you? How long have you got now, Liam?
I've only got till 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay, that's no problem at all.
Yeah, then what I said is once I get back, I can jump back on.
Yeah, sound. We just need someone else. We need to keep going on at the chat. Anyone else that's listening, need someone else to jump on, do the quiz with us shortly as well.
If Alex is still cannon fodder, Alex, if you're still in the chat, if you want to come on, let me know. DM me quickly for the quiz and all that, and then if you explain what the quiz is, so they know what they're getting themselves into.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's how much you know about ex-Arsenal players. Some older ones, some newer ones. But they've all got a history as well. Apart from playing for Arsenal, they've all played for other clubs. Well, most of them have, of course. You had to get the odd one team man. But the whole idea of the quiz is if I give you the name of an ex-Arsenal player and the amount, and I'll tell you how many clubs they've played for in their career. You then have to bid against each other as to how many of those clubs that you can name, and it's always really good. It's also interesting as well to find out sometimes about what happened to some of the players once they left Arsenal. So it's a bit of a history lesson at the same time as a really good quiz. So basically, you have to say, for example, the players played for 8 different clubs in their history, and it's you two against each other. One of you will say, for example, you start off the bidding, say I'll name 4. The other one's got the opportunity of either making that person name those 4 if he doesn't think he can beat it, or you can say, right, I'll up that to 5 and bid off against each other in order to win the points. So it's a good one. So that's what we'll be playing, and we need some more people on board if anyone's interested to do it.
Yeah, I've also put the message in the group chat as well. Liam's messaging, so I see what Liam's got to say. Can't do anything till 3, so Liam can't can't come on till 3, so he'll pop on around then. That's my message.
Like Doctor Who baddie there, Liam. Mr. Bond, I've been expecting you.
He was trying to jump on when Kevin was on.
Yeah,
she was starstruck. There you go. So what are we thinking about Saturday then? I think we'll win comfortably Saturday, if I'm being totally honest.
We have to.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, surely we can't mess that one up.
No, surely not.
We should have a full bill of health as well for the match, shouldn't we? As regards to
it's a big game changer, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely as well.
It's going to be nice seeing Partey, over the next few weeks if he can stay fit. Touch wood, linking up with Ødegaard as well in front of him.
Yeah, I was about to say, literally, you'd be our luck. We've got the exciting now for the next few days of Partey being back on match day itself. Partey is out because of COVID.
Yeah,
Fuck this, I'll be out. I'll be like, well, I'm not doing it. I'm out today.
That's the problem why you can't get excited for games, isn't it? You can't get excited for games as you used to. You don't know who's going to be fit for till the day.
You can't get excited for the games because you don't know who's going to be fit because of COVID, and you can't get too excited after a goal's been scored because of VAR. So, I mean, what can you get excited about? You know,
dreadful, isn't it? It's dreadful.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
I know. But I'll tell you what, anyone that hasn't watched the Arsenal ladies, I really enjoyed that game yesterday. Worthwhile having them as your second team now from this season onwards. It's looking more and more exciting, especially with Tobin Heath coming and joining and one of the best players in the world. It was a really exciting game yesterday. And you just got to take it for what it is, and don't compare it to anything else. Just take it on its own value and just enjoy it. I really going to try and do that a lot more this season.
How much was the ticket?
Oh, what's that actually?
How much was the ticket?
Yeah, because
it was £12 for adults, £6 for kids at the weekend, but that's only because it was at the Emirates. Normally, I don't know what the prices are going to be.
I think it'd be like 5 or something, maybe even less than that. Probably.
Yeah, but even so, try and get them on the telly if you can't go in person. It was really enjoyable.
I should have gone yesterday, really, because I went to Wembley, and I know one of the girls who was on there on my Twitter. She had gone from the game to Wembley, so I should have done it, really.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's always. I mean, I saw them a couple of years ago. Was it the Emirates Cup? They played. I think it was against Bayern Munich. Yeah, that was good as well, and I enjoyed that. And must go and see them more often.
Yeah, so it's good they got that. It seems like they make more the bigger signings than we do as a men's team, don't they?
Well, they play really good football as well.
Yeah,
really, really good football.
I was going to say as well. Look, if you look at the model of what everything's meant to be. All systems are all meant to be linked as one, as Val used to said in that interview infamously. But you wouldn't think it because, as you said, the men's recruitment is like young, youthful prospects, basically. Bargains, basically, if you can find them. Whereas I know the women's portion will be different. It depends on men, but we're world class. We're getting lots of Nikita Paris, Heath, the one from Aston Villa we reported from last season as well. I can't remember her name now. Japanese girl. We're buying actual proven already ready-made players to the women's to improve us, and we've kept Vivian. We lost Danielle van der Donk, but we've kept Vivian van der Meade. And the majority of us have all signed new contracts as well at the women's game.
You're very, very tired. I'll let you off that mispronunciation, but it's Vivian Miedemar, Ryan, so I'll let you off that.
Yes, well, I've been awake since God knows how long.
I know.
I'm glad you attempted it, mate. I'm glad you attempted it.
Yeah, good effort. Vivian van der Meade.
She's a great player, isn't she? Jesus.
Yeah. She's
next goal yesterday. What a goal that was yesterday from her.
Yeah, I know. It was brilliant. Beth Mead, really good player as well.
Yeah, she's really good.
I mean, that was a great little finish. She was offside, that third goal we scored, but who cares?
I don't care. What made it even better was what's her name? Emma Hayes, former Gooner herself, that sort of doesn't want to acknowledge that for some reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Wasn't exactly happy, so to say. Because our new guy went over to obviously do the fist bump bollocks, and she basically blanked him.
I know.
Just because he celebrated.
Jonathan Pearce on comms as well, doing my absolute nutting. The whole game, it was like, oh, this is really unexpected. Chelsea never lose a match, and no praise for Arsenal. It was just like how surprised he was that Chelsea weren't winning all the way through it. Doing my head in.
At least the pundit, the Sky itself, the host and all that, it actually gave Arsenal and the manager all that the credit they deserved.
Yeah,
but the only one that refused to was Sue Smith. She was constantly looking for negatives on how we were playing. I'm like, well, hang on. We're in a situation where we've literally gone 3-1. We've got paid back to 3-2. We don't want to commit too much and get pegged back to 3-all. We're doing the sensible thing. We're protecting what we've got and trying to do the counter stuff.
I know.
What?
Really irritating. Even, it's not just the men that are hard done by in the press. It's the whole club.
Was it Casey? Yeah, obviously Casey Stoney. What's her name? I can't remember the name now. Karen, was it Karen Carney?
Yeah.
Singing her completely singing the praises. Whoever the host was, I can't remember the name now. She was singing the praises of the club and basically saying how it was that Chelsea just wasn't good enough in the day. And again, another thing, that was the first time yesterday they could see the 3 goals in a game since February 2020, like last year, basically, 2020. And that's before obviously the pandemic and all that.
Well, they can't. They didn't. I'm sure they said they hadn't lost in the league since 20.
Opening game of the season, yeah.
20. I can't remember. Yeah, I thought it was further ago than last year.
No, they hadn't lost the opening game of the season since the launch of the WSL as it's branded now. Since 2011, the year we won the 11-12 season. And it was against us, by the way.
Yeah. Anyway, Russ, going back to the men, and talking about Norwich, I couldn't be more. It's just so hard to say the words that come out your mouth, but I couldn't be more confident, really, that we're going to actually win this game because we've had 2 weeks. There's literally no excuse. We've got all the players. Most of our players don't go off on international duty anymore, sadly. Anyway, and I'm confident of at least a 3-0 victory. But obviously, like Russ said, if we lose, he has to go. Then anyone in their right mind will say, yes, he's going to have to go. But we all know in our right minds that he won't if we lose that match. Because he's still got then Burnley afterwards, followed by the North London derby. If he doesn't do anything in these next 3 games, then we'll have to be marching on the Emirates with lit torches to get something done. Because unless we lose 2, 3, 4 games on the trot, I can't see anything happening until the October break at the earliest.
Yeah, I was going to say, also what's going to be interesting on Saturday is the attendance. What we see, because obviously, as we saw it in Wenger's time and obviously Unai the last couple of games, people just didn't bother going.
Yeah, I know.
No, people dropped out, didn't they? Because I go every week, but as I always say, once that stadium turns, it turns, and I think if we lose to Norwich, like the boos are quite loud against Chelsea. I think no one really discussed that. Like, I had a full-time whistle. There was a lot of boos. There was a lot of boos in the stadium, and if we don't get even a win against Norwich, then you can imagine. It will remind me a bit. I'll tell you what it reminded me of a little bit. I always remember when we played Southampton, and they battered us off the pitch, right? And Lacazette scored a 97-minute equaliser, and he didn't even celebrate. Like, no one celebrated in the stadium, and it would get to that point, I think. And I don't think that with this time there'll be time. Like, it grew with Emre, where I think it will just be, if we don't beat Norwich, it'll be just there like that. And I think they're going to have to make a decision if we don't kind of win that game. I think we'll win that game comfortably, personally.
We should do,
yeah, we should do. And we should beat Burnley, really, but you know what it's like up Burnley. I know we got screwed over there last year, VAR, and the ref, which was absolutely ridiculous. But you don't beat Burnley, and then the pressure's on the Tottenham, innit? And then if we lose to Tottenham at home, I think for me that could be the point.
Excuse me one moment,
because I think that Tottenham game could be massive, mate. But it could be one of them games that either makes Arteta's career at Arsenal or kind of kills it.
Well, especially if you think in two games after that, it's Patrick Vieira coming back.
Yeah, exactly.
You can imagine that if by some miracle, as you just said, the worst case happens, obviously you lose Saturday, lose the following week, and lose the North London derby, and then grab a point against Brighton, for example. We're going to that Palace game 1 point out of, I think now, out of 7 or 8 games, whatever, and we lose that one, and he's still not. It'll be fucking a blood. It'll be a bloodbath beforehand. It'll be absolute carnage.
We got to remember we haven't beat Palace at home since the 4-0 when we went 4-1 when we went 4-0 up in the first 25 minutes. That was a lot, and that was Wenger, wasn't it? Like, we haven't beaten Palace at home since that. Like, they've beaten us once and drew against us twice. Then, like, they've become a bit of a bogey team. Like, I know we got a last-minute winner against them at Selhurst, but they've become a bit of a bogey team for us. Brighton, we finally got over that hoodoo last year. because they were kind of getting some results against us. And you look at Leicester, that's another bogey team, isn't it? I know we beat them get there last year, but they beat us, and they seem to obviously they're a better team than us at the moment. And you look at them fixtures and you think they've all Achilles heels games in October. Aston Villa, like when was the last time we beat them in the league? I think it was at 3-2 when Aubameyang scored, but we haven't beaten them since. We haven't beaten for 3 games.
No,
and you think,
because we lost 1-0 to Villa in the penultimate game of the return of the Premier League bullshit.
Yeah,
and then we lost both times last season at home. We got battered at home, absolutely
smashed
torn
up
to
at home.
pieces.
You look at it and you think, I'll take like, okay, we got rid of the Chelsea and Man Cities, but this is where now we need to win all them games. Like this is what's going to get us into the top 5 or top 6 at least. If we can win these games, that's what we can do it. But also, if we can't win these games, then you're thinking like last year we actually got 6 points against Chelsea. Where likely this year we're not going to get 6 points. We're not going to get 6 points against Chelsea, but we'd be lucky to get 1 point against Chelsea, which would be a miracle at the moment. And then you look at that and you think maybe it could be 10th or 11th. But it's massive, isn't it? The next 2 months is massive.
Yeah. Surely they've got to learn from them. They have to have learned from their mistake with Emi, and in the sense of holding out too long. Because realistically, he should have gone after Leicester, the Leicester 2-0 defeat. He should have gone then.
Yeah.
But they held out a bit longer than they should have done, and we put us in number, basically.
I think it's a bit of a blessing that Xhaka may have got sent off, because we may go. It's interesting whether he'll go Odegaard as the number 8 again, or whether he'll put Sambi in there. It's just interesting that he played that formation against Man City. Is that how he wants to go moving forward? Just having Partey being the kind of defensive midfielder. I think I'd prefer to have both Partey and Sambi in personally, but I have to see it first. Like if Odegaard does play there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Like to be fair, against Norwich, we should be able to play no Odegaard in the number 8 role.
Oh, easily, yeah. Should be an operative word, but this is Arteta.
Obviously, that's where he wants to go. I think that's what he wants to do. Forward is put him into the midfield role. I'm all for it, but you need to win games.
Yeah, as we always said, it is a results business. It always has been, even more so nowadays. Of all the money from you got obviously Man City and Chelsea and doing what they do, it is what it is now. You don't get chance. You don't get time. Like was it just Jeff Shreves said to Edu, you don't get time in football.
No,
so
that's a problem.
That's another thing I don't get with Edu. He wants time, but he knows, even admitted, I know we don't get time. Well, you can't ask for it if you know you're not going to get it. No. You're not getting the results that you need basically.
We can't afford it, mate. Like we're not in Europe this year. We don't get into Europe next year. That's 2 years without Europe. And we was moaning about being out of the Champions League, getting into Europa. But if you're not even in the Europa Cup, like you can't keep, surely you can't keep spending the money. Like you have this to not get into Europe. They have to get into Europe somehow this year. Let's be honest. Best case is going to be Europa Cup again, isn't it?
Yeah, as it stands, that's the best case scenario for us. Absolute best case because of the way we've started, and that's down to the club, and obviously Edu. Part of his role is making the big decisions at the key time, and not doing what we've seen to happen, hesitating and holding on in the hope that it changes. And there's another thing that's always been, it keeps getting brought up is, in the meantime, is Edu going to be, in the sense of if they are looking at, and we're not sure about Arteta at the moment, is Edu big enough and got the balls to actually interview other managers in the meantime? So we're not doing what we did last time, sack the manager and basically wait a month and a half for someone else to come in. And in the meantime, Mertesacker is there as an interim with no coaching staff.
Yeah, you can't, like you said, we can't afford to wait and have a Lundberg situation again. Like Chelsea sat Lampard to Shell as their manager within days. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know Chelsea's model is different to our model. But that's what we need to be doing if we do lose Arteta. It's like Arteta goes and whoever the manager is comes in. Obviously, my ideal situation would be Conte because obviously he's world class, and I think we should have gone for him before because I'm sure he was available before. But for me, he might be looking at Ole Gunnar Solskjaer and thinking, well, if he don't win any more games, he's going to be even more under pressure. And surely that job's so much more appealing. Where Man United,
Yeah,
it just seems Solskjaer always does enough, don't he? Because that's my only concern with Conte, that he might be looking at that job, thinking, oh, I could potentially get that job if I just wait patiently.
But it says that every time you say that, every time we think Solskjaer's up for the chopper, he's took it too no further.
Mate,
he pulls something out of the bag.
Yeah, it's always it's Man City or something like that, and he'll pull a big result out of the bag, and he just does enough.
Yeah, and it turns their season and they finish up finishing second.
But it's like Tuchel, isn't it? Like we could have gone for him, but we don't make that. We're not strong enough to make that kind of strong decision, and that's the difference. That's the difference between, well, there's obviously a massive difference between us and Chelsea because obviously our owner, but we just don't make the decision quick enough or at all, really. Like the only time we've done it is against Unai Emery, and even that I thought he had to give him a bit of a chance, I guess, but they hanged on for a few months, didn't they?
Yeah,
like it's like the Arteta moment now. You kind of know it's going to happen, but you're just waiting for it to kind of happen. I agree with Russ though. Klopp, like back in 2014, we should have made the strong decision with Wenger. I totally agree with that.
Well, that's the thing. I think Wenger actually confirmed that literally verbally everything had been agreed that he was going to step down and Klopp was going to be the successor. That verbally things had been put in place for that, and Klopp had the verbal agreement as well. But because of a certain fan channel, and obviously he won't like he got wind of what they're saying, and he wanted to prove a point to particular parts of the fan base. His stubbornness got in the way. He backtracked at the last minute. He wanted to prove a point he could still win the league. Because, for fuck's sake, seriously.
Could you imagine Klopp under players like Chamberlain? Well, he's obviously got Chamberlain now, hasn't he? But Sanchez, like he would have got so much access, hasn't he?
Sanchez, Ozil at the time. Even Welbeck, he would have got a tune out of.
Yeah, he'd have got a tune out of Welbeck. Don't know how long it's taken, but he'd have got a tune.
Theo was around as well at that time.
Yeah, it was good. Santi Cazorla, like for me, one of the best players in the Emirates era. Incredible player. Like he would have got something out of him. I think he was unbelievable, mate. Like when I look at players like him and Rosicky was unbelievable as well. But easy injuries cost him, didn't they? Yeah, it's like he would have been world class for me, mate, if he didn't get that injury when he come to us. But we had all the players, but we never done this. Like we never filled that spine, did we? There was always a centre back and a goalkeeper short, always in that era.
Yep. I never got under Wenger's in the early years of the Emirates why he was, after obviously Lehman left and all that, why again stubbornness got in the way of his way of thinking, and he continued to stick with Almunia.
Yeah.
So because numerous times watching back DVD reviews and all that, it's Almunia that's goalkeeping at the end of the season. It cost us the title and things like that.
Mark Schwarzer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If you'd got someone like Mark Schwarzer at the time and Brett Hangeland, like in their time, it would have been a totally different team. Like I never really understood Mark. I remember that Schwarzer when it didn't happen. I was fuming because it was so obvious that the goalkeeper was a massive issue, and that would get wasn't that over $1 million or something? Something just ridiculous.
Yeah, something so minuscule like that. It was literally. But out of the one signing that summer, we were constantly any day now it's going to be announced. I mean, yeah. And it's just like because of that, you've got another season of Almunia, and at the time Fabianski, where he was obviously himself injury prone. But when he did play, he was still making mistakes. He said like we had two goalkeepers that weren't good enough for us and weren't reliable. And then, I mean, after one season, sort of as a number one, they sort of seen Almunia wasn't good enough, and no matter what, has gone out their way and spent the money on Schwarzer or anyone because. Anything would have been a vast improvement. We would have won. I guarantee we would have won. But Schwarzer, if it had been Schwarzer, he would have been our own version of Van der Sar. That final piece in the jigsaw at the time.
Absolutely. He would have been at the time because he was a good goalkeeper, and that's what we just needed at that time as a goalkeeper. I know the centre back was an issue as well. Like Jesus, well, William Gallas at the back, who was just a liability, weren't he? Absolute liability was for us, really.
Yeah, Gallas, Senderos.
Worst deal ever, I think, Gallas. But yeah, we never got a centre back. And Hangeland again, he looks like if you got them two Fulham players at the time. Like he wouldn't have cost the earth though, would he? Do you know what I mean? They
No,
just like
No, it'd been cheap as chips, but at that time it'd been cheap as chips.
Gary Cahill.
Now. Gary Cahill, 2 winners and a shot. Again, we're heavily linked with him. I think he ended up going to, what was it? I'm trying to think. He stayed at Bolton for one of them windows. He stayed a bit for another season, and then the season and a half later, he ends up at Chelsea in the January window. And I'm like,
yeah. And it weren't even big money, was it? It weren't even big money. It was ridiculous money. You were sitting there scratching your head thinking, this guy would have been a rock for us. And he would have been a rock for us.
Yeah. He would have made the difference.
He'd have made a fantastic difference.
Was it 6 months? He won a Champions League title.
Yeah.
Something like that.
He was a great signing for Chelsea, and he wasn't even that much, was he? He really wasn't that much at the end of the day. And you just look, you sit there and you think that was another kind of person who was always linked, that never come. You just think, like, in 2008 we come close, didn't we? Until Eduardo got injured, and then obviously Gallas had that meltdown.
Yeah.
And in 2011 we got close again, didn't we? And you just think in them 2 seasons, if we'd have had a centre back and a goalkeeper, we'd have at least got to the final few games, competing with obviously the Man Uniteds and Chelsea's as well. We just petted away, and it was. And then we just lost players for it, didn't we? We lost Van Persie, we lose Fabregas, Nasri.
Because they were enough, yeah.
And what I think of Nasri and that, and even Adebayor, I hate him, but they were fantastic players for us.
Yeah.
They were absolutely fantastic players for us when you look at it, but they just had no protection at the back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that 2011 season in particular, I was watching the DVD the other day on it, and I'm looking at it. I mean, we beat all the pretty much majority of the season. We beat all the teams we should have beaten. The only ones we really dropped points was Chelsea United home and away, 6 points out of 6. We lost both all 12 points there, and then literally out of nowhere we lose to Wigan near the end of the season, 3-2. We were 2-0 up as well. We lost 3-2. I was like, what the? I remember watching it home, like, what the fuck's happening here? We were 2-0 up at half time, and we ended up losing 3-2. Then we go to Blackburn and draw 1-1. And I think Bolton beat us 2-1 and things like it was. Little results out of nowhere. Teams that we were beating earlier in the season comfortably. Suddenly, at the end, we just gave up and just was like, okay, there you go, have the points.
I think the Birmingham Cup final kind of isolates that issue, don't it?
Oh, don't even get me started on that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to shoot, mate. See what I can do about it later. Try and jump back on. I'll give you a message.
Cheers.
Cheers, Ryan. See you soon. See you later, Melvin.
See you, mate. See you later.
All right. Yeah, we're just waiting. Andrew's gone off for a bit, so we'll wait for him to pop back.
Right.
He's gone. But yeah. Oh dear. How much longer? 6 more hours, but I think is it 6 more hours, give or take? 2 hours gone nearly. Yeah. Trying to think now.
Finishes at 8 or 7. Finishes at 7, does it?
Finishes at 7, yeah.
6 more hours then.
Oh dear, I'm trying to think. Richard reached out to me. Basically, for some reason he wouldn't let him in, so he set up another stream to do the setup. Wait till they come in here for when he actually does his things. So there's not 2 different things at the same time.
So we're going to do one, yeah?
Yeah, it's going to be on this stream, but he's actually set up on another thing.
Good.
But yeah, I'll sort that later.
Good, excellent.
Oh dear.
I'll send the links out to the 2 guys coming on.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, Sonny and John. Yeah. Arsenal can't get contact. We could if you had decent owners and the decent board. Basically, they gave us shit and knew what they're doing. But yeah.
Russ said we should have got Klopp when he was available, but we weren't available. But we had Wenger then. Wenger wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, Wenger weren't going anywhere after fucking the emergence of that season of a certain fan channel, and he didn't like. He wanted to prove a point to them and certain parts of the fan base that didn't believe him anymore.
Wenger was never going to retire, was he, or resign?
Even though the FA Cup final win itself after the 9 years, it was the perfect time to go out and sort of bow out and say, okay, next person come in and change the guard there on a bit of a high, but nope. And then here we are. That's the only reason why we're in this. That's the main reason why we're in this, because he held on to Wenger too long. They
Yeah.
allowed him to dictate when he wanted to go and all that.
That was the problem. Yeah.
I don't know. Look, he had a lot of credit in the bank because of what he'd achieved at the start of his time at Arsenal and all that. And that's fair enough.
Oh,
Don't get me
fabulous.
wrong, it's
Yeah.
fantastic and all that. But it comes to a point where you've got to say, you've got to put it as a businessman or as a person in general, thinking this ain't good for business. He ain't getting the result. This is the results. He's not getting the results. We're now falling out of the Champions League. Can we really risk doing it again and then do, because they held on an extra season with that side of things as well. It's been a snowball effect.
You would never swap Wenger for any other manager for what he brought.
No.
I know we had bad times the last 5 or 6 years, but it's bad.
Sorry about that, guys.
I am
Just had a phone call just to deal with. Yeah, you're all right.
Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah.
Excellent.
So what's this about the cricket? It's all quiz about the cricket, is it?
Yeah, all about West Indian cricket, mate. That's what it's all about.
I'll be good at that. I'm very good at that. I'll get the
Oh dear. I don't know. It's not going to be fair if it's you, Melvin, versus Ryan. Ryan with no sleep for about God knows how long.
Listen, after my performance last night, I think Ryan's still favourite.
Oh dear.
Shall we hang on to see if we can get someone else to come and do
on,
it?
Gentlemen, come on. Roll up. Come on, you know it makes sense.
Come and take part. Come and take part in the Bunko booth. That's a blast from the past.
Oh, can I just take this call before you do that?
Yeah. What have you been chatting about?
Just Arsenal bits and the years we sort of won a title in the Emirates era, like the 07-08 and the 2011 season. What the stumbling point was, obviously the goalkeeper, we should have gone all out for Schwarzer. What was it? Schwarzer was only like $3 million worth. We went to pay $2 million, something like that.
Yeah.
And I was saying at the time, I think if you look back really, and you think of that time frame, obviously Van der Sar came in from Fulham, and he was that because they had an issue themselves back then. And he came in, and that was like the final piece of the puzzle for them to push them to get them over the line.
Yeah.
Schwarzer, you could argue at the time of Schwarzer, the way he was going, that point, that sort of peak of his career, because of the way goalkeepers are.
Yeah.
That could have been our sort of Van der Sar moment, and obviously get him in and boom with that experienced goalkeeper, and obviously was it Hangeland that did the centre back for them as well.
Yeah.
Gary Cahill, we let it go to Chelsea like.
I know, we could have got him. I think we were after him for about £8 million at the time, weren't we? At Gary Cahill, and he was umming and ahhing about the price. I know there's so many what ifs moments, isn't there? So many sliding door moments we can go back on throughout the years. You can drive yourself mad about it overall.
I sent Richard a message, see if he's interested.
Would you bear that and we'll speak later in the week? You're all right. Speak to you soon. Cheers. Right, we're back. I'm back. I'm on the right track.
What's your prediction, Melvin, for Norwich? We were talking about that before I jumped off to take my phone call.
Right. It's a bit of a brain and heart and memory thing here. I think we're going to win 2-0. I just think we're going to do it. I think it could be 2 or 3-0.
Yeah, my shout's 3-0. I think we'll do it as well, and it'll keep the Wolves from the door for a little while. But yeah, I mean, it's all hypothetical stuff. And if we don't win this, don't win that, and then don't win the North London derby and all this, but I just can't see us. Despite the results we've had this year, this season so far, despite everything all the negativity surrounding the club at the moment, despite all the doubts about Arteta, despite the doubts about all the young players that we've got in the team and lack of experience, and I just cannot see us not winning against Norwich. I can't see us not winning against Burnley either.
We couldn't beat Burnley last season, could we?
Yeah, we're better away from home against Burnley than we are at home over the last few years.
If
Decent
we can
record up there.
predict the team, if we can predict the team, which I think I'd like to see, I think we'll win easy. I really do. But you never know with Arteta what team is. You think you know what the back four is going to be, or five, whatever. You know what the midfield could be in your heart, what you really want, and the forwards. But you know that when you see the team sheet an hour before kickoff, you'll go, what? And suddenly a little bit of doubt will go in your mind. Let's hope he picks the correct team, he gets it right, and we start off going straight away in first gear. Just go for it. Because they shouldn't be able to live with us. If we play that right, left, back, sideways, and all that business, then we'll make it easy for them.
We tend to start games really, really well lately. Even against Man City, we started the first 5-6 minutes really, really well. If we can get a goal early doors against Norwich, it was going to settle a hell of a lot of nerves, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah.
2 seconds. My dog, I think, is ripping something up in the other room. 2 seconds.
Right.
Oh, my dog's a little bastard, honestly.
What you got?
They think he's a cross between a Staffy and a Sharpei. I mean, it's lovely. It's just bloody naughty. And then he puts his head on my knee, like now, trying to look all cute. He's just eating one of my little one's soft toys. He's going to be upset. It's going to cost me more money. But yeah, I think we tending to think. I know we've had the odd dodgy one, but I tend to think over the years we've not had a bad record away to Burnley. Obviously, the key one is the North London derby, and what's more important than ever is just keeping a stable team together now, a fit and healthy team. And before you jumped on, when Liam was still on just a short while ago, the trouble is in this day and age now, you never know until the actual day, despite how well people are training and how fit they are. We've got the COVID situation to deal with, and they could be ruled out from a COVID test right at the last minute and throw everything into doubt. I know every team's got that to deal with.
Yeah.
But that's the main thing nowadays, isn't it, really? It's just how the hell you can keep a settled team in this day and age at the moment.
No, it's a new world we're in now.
Yeah, certainly is.
I'm quite excited with if we've got them all the players fit. I'm seriously quite excited about what the team could do.
Yeah. I'm not one of these people that are really, really negative about the transfer window at all. I like everything that we've done and we've brought in, and we know that we still need a couple more at least. Another strong midfielder, another strong attacking player, striker. But apart from that, and I have actually now listened to the Edu interviews. I forced myself, and a lot of what he said is obvious. It's just obvious. Makes sense. He's not going to say anything else, and he's left a lot of details out that we would have loved to have heard from him. But the overall plan of action to make the team stronger over the next 2, 3, 4 years is a good one. No one can go against that, and the jury's out on a lot of the players that we've brought in. Lokonga looks like a real player in the making. Nuno Tavares.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
No, definitely not. But we need to get a better view of him as a fan base over the next few months. But I like the look of Tavares as well. I know a lot of people are unsure about him. I like the look of him a lot.
Andrew Tavares, because I think we bought him predominantly as a left back cover for Tierney.
Yeah.
He's not a finished article.
No, of course he ain't. But who's gonna come in as the finished article?
No. But
you know.
what my point is that I think going forward he looks terrific, even though he's not the finished article. He looks terrific. I just think his defending sometimes to be a fullback is a bit left to be desired. But he might get that. He might.
Exactly. Yeah, he's 21 years old. He should be. As I said this on a previous stream, I think you were on it, wasn't it? That he should be a coach's dream to work with someone like him.
That. I remember that.
It really should, though. And someone like him with a load of talent, he's got the physicality, he's got the pace, he's not going to get bullied.
To go forward.
Yeah, he's not going to get bullied by many players.
Which we don't see that in our team a lot, do we?
No. He's got the recovery pace. He's not going to get bullied by many players out there because of the size of him. Like you said, confidence, technical ability. So he should be ideal to mould into the right player that you want. And time will tell on him.
I think he could be 2-footed, isn't he? He's not right foot, is he?
He is. Yeah. Remember when we signed him, he said, "I love to cut in and score with my right as well as my left." He's a left footer.
He did in the game. Was it Glasgow Rangers or something? One other game.
First game he played, Glasgow Rangers. Yeah. So. He did what he said, so he's definitely 2-footed. So he should be able to be taught the what he needs to do defensively. And let's face it, Benfica are a decent team to actually do a lot of your education. They produce a lot of good players. So
time will very good players.
Time will tell. Like I said, time will tell on him. The jury's still out on him. But I like the look of him so far. But yeah, very, very raw.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be one of these guys that pretends to know anything at all about Tomiyasu. I like what I've heard from him, from people that do know what they know. I've listened to a lot of podcasts.
Did you listen to
done it?
What's his name from the Arsenal Vision?
Yeah.
He spoke very highly of him, and he knows what he's talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. I like a lot of what I've heard about him. You're on about Clive?
Clive, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Clive's I absolutely love Clive. He's brilliant, isn't he?
Oh, like listening to Honey, isn't it?
It is. Screw Morgan Freeman. He should get all the voiceover work.
Yes. But not only that, he took so much sense as well.
Yeah.
I know
absolutely.
that it's. I mean, if to qualify to be manager of Arsenal, you had a competition. You weren't, and you didn't have to do all that. You just had a competition out there. It's run over 7 weeks on a stage in London.
Yeah.
You had to go. He, in my opinion, would win it to be the Arsenal manager.
Yeah, and I vote for him and all.
I would vote for him because he's just got it. He's got what it takes.
Every day of the week, and I tried my best to get the job as his assistant, but
I mean.
He's a legend.
He talks about the game is on a different level.
I love the way that he puts in the real good humour into it as well. That you have to, and he's things like I can't think of one on the top of my head, but he goes, they all want to be part of the party, but they ain't standing in the kitchen where the party's at, or some things like that. Little ways of phrasing things. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, he has phrases with the they talk about the different parts of the pitch I've never heard before.
Zone 14. Yeah.
That's it. And rolling inside. I remember when Ainsley Maitland-Niles was playing left back, but also coming inside and covering the midfield. Well, I think Man City it was. I think it might have been Chelsea as well. And he explained what he was doing. I think, God, that is fantastic. That is exactly what he was doing. He just absolutely hit it the nail on the head. No, I mean, they're all very good in it. I like them all.
They are brilliant. It's a really good, really good show. And I love it when he loses it a little bit. He sometimes gets a bit carried away and sort of loses it a bit, which is really unlike him. And I love it when that happens because he says, things like he was talking about the physicality and the pace and the speed that you need nowadays in the Premier League. And if you can have all the technical players you like, but if you haven't got that physicality at the back end of the pitch, you've got no chance. And he just everything he says makes so much sense, and it's a brilliant analogy what you just said about if you could choose, if you could have an Arsenal manager idol instead,
competition,
exactly, like an X Factor thing. That's brilliant, because that he would have a brilliant chance, and I would love to just get some kind of information one day that Arsenal themselves, even right down to Mikel Arteta, actually listen to some of our podcasts, the Arsenal fan base podcasts from time to time. I would love to know if any of them ever bothered to listen, just to see what the fans were thinking every now and then. And if you manage to get some kind of snippet that they actually heard Clive, if Arteta was like in his car one day doing in a long drive, and he just happened to put the Arsenal Vision podcast on and listen to Clive, and Arteta think, actually, yeah, that makes really good sense. I'd love to know that his information in his guidance will get down to the team sometimes, because he speaks brilliantly.
Yeah, it's great. He's great. I mean, it would be, he's got a lot of people behind him, Arteta. When he gets up at the end of the game, they've got a coach full, haven't they, of people behind him, assistant to the assistant, teammaker and all that.
I think Elliot was saying that, wasn't he, the other day? I think he counted something like 11 or 12 people that came down.
The team up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Surely I would back. I know some of them are just physical. They're just trainers and coaches. I appreciate that. But on tactics, there must be a couple there that can tactics. I mean, come on. On tactics, I would back him against a lot of those guys, whoever they are.
100%. Yeah, get them organised in no time. I mean, obviously, as you know, he's mentioned several times, he's a coach himself in non-league, isn't he? He's wasted down there. I mean, with all due respect to that team, who are incredibly lucky to have him, he's wasted down there. He should be working at a much higher level, without any question. But I don't know what his coaching badges or situations like. I'm sure he has to have like a C or a B license to do it at the level he's doing. But
badges don't win your matches.
No, of course they don't. But you need them nowadays, unfortunately, don't you?
Really a dumb thing, but
yeah, they don't mean anything. Of course not. You're qualified by your experience, and I think it's very underrated that people say a lot of the time about people like us who podcast and thinking who do they think they are, blah 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 blah. But between me and you, we've probably got, I don't know, close on 100 years of experience of watching football week in, week out, and I think we'd like to think we know a thing or two over caught up with a bit of information over those years.
Yeah, I think yeah.
So we're not complete novices, and I think a lot of the time, and I used to do recruitment, and I used to recruit for accountants for quite a while. And there's you've got different bandings of candidates that you're dealing with for these jobs, from your fully qualified ACAs, who are the top level, got all their qualifications through like the big four accountancy firms, down to your ACCAs, etc., and CIMAs, and then you've got your qualified by experience candidates who actually haven't got any paper qualifications, but when you actually meet these people face to face, they're far more impressive than a lot of the people that have been qualified at the top level and got the letters after their names. And I think the same goes for all walks of life in lots of cases. So yeah, totally agree. And I think Clive, top man, absolutely top man. I'd absolutely love to have him on my show at some point.
That would be so good. I mean, I would just sit there and wouldn't say a word. I wouldn't be able to. Just I want to hear talk, keep talking. Don't anyone interrupt him. Just let him talk.
Yeah, exactly. Even and I say even, which is, don't be sound disrespectful, but Elliot, I really like the way Elliot sort of.
Elliot's fantastic.
He knows a hell of a lot as well.
Yeah, the way he runs it as well. Very clever the way he runs it.
Very, very clever, and he's got some really good points. And I think that this isn't we're not getting paid to promote this podcast, by the way, here at Arsenal Vision. But all of them together,
they're so big and so good, they don't need to.
All of them together, like Tim as well, and Paul for Paul's humour. Paul's got better as well, and
they all know their
really
stuff.
But they're all
what they like, and they know what they don't like.
Yeah, they interact really. They all sort of cover each other
They
really,
don't
really
always
well. I
agree with
think.
each other, but it's all constructive.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
Tim, he must have been covering the Arsenal women game. He's in the Arsenal women's game, wasn't he? He's into that, isn't
Yeah,
he?
yeah.
I mean, he must have been happy yesterday seeing that result and performance.
Definitely. Did you watch the match?
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah,
A really good game, wasn't it?
very good. And I like. I said to Richard, I said, "Isn't it nice to watch a game of football, competitive football, with both teams of quality and going at each other? Nobody was rolling on the floor and all that business."
No VAR, which went in our favour yesterday. The fact that there wasn't any VAR because our third goal was offside. But
I was offside. I didn't notice.
yeah, but it just showed you how lovely the game was before VAR. How it flowed so much better. I mean, obviously Chelsea are moaning about it because, but apparently, I think it was Reading versus Man United as well, which I didn't see, but earlier on in the weekend,
Man United scored a goal offside.
They had an offside goal and a penalty, and Reading should have had a penalty.
Correct, but the difference is with VAR in that game, nothing would have changed because it was Man United.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
It would still be
And it was-
given if it was a mile offside.
And it was really unusual that
Nothing
Arsenal
to see here,
benefited.
gentlemen.
Arsenal benefited from a bad decision, which is a madness. What is this?
They would have, VAR would have changed it.
I know, but anyway, anyone still watching, anyone wants to throw their hat in the ring to come on and play my quiz, it would be fantastic, and you'll be doing your bit to help raise some money for Tony. And we got to remember why we're all here and doing all this madness, and that's for Tony to raise money for his leg. So please jump on to www.get. Oh no, what was it called? What was it? Tony's New Leg. That's it. Tony'sNewLeg.com. Mike from the Gooners podcast set up that address yesterday to make it a lot easier for you to go and donate. If you follow that link, it takes you straight to Tony's GoFundMe page. Last time I heard from Ryan, about half an hour ago, I think we were still from last night, around sort of midnight last night, we were hovering around the 2K mark that we've raised. It's good, it's fantastic, but it ain't good enough. We still need to keep going and raising more money. So last time Ryan mentioned it about half an hour ago, we hadn't moved on much from last night. So please go there and donate, and please help spread the word out about this 24-hour madness that we're doing, because as much as we love doing it, we ain't doing it out of the kindness of our own hearts. We're doing it to make sure that we can get Tony the prosthetic leg that he needs. So please go to Tony'sNewLeg.com and it will take you to his Just Giving page. But also, like I said, we need another contestant for my quiz. So please, someone put your hands in the air or text some of your mates, see if they want to come on. It'll only be up to an hour, and it will be a bit of good fun at the same time. So yeah, get helping us out, guys and girls watching. So I'm going to change the subject a little bit now. Obviously still Arsenal related though. But one thing I'm trying to rack my brains, Melvin. I don't think we've ever done this before. I don't think we've ever done our all-time 1 to 11 Arsenal players between the two of us.
Right, but are you talking about what we've seen or what we've heard about?
What we have... Any. I think the ones that you rate the highest in your head for that each position, shall we say?
Right. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's do it one at a time. So we'll go goalkeepers and we'll both give our goalkeeping choices and then we'll move on, right?
Right, this is a difficult one for me because there was one goalkeeper that was world class. I mean, Seaman was near world class in my opinion, but I'm talking about somebody that played for the Arsenal who did very well for us, but at his previous club he was world class.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, Pat Jennings.
For me, he was unbelievable. When I
Yeah.
watched him play the Spurs, even though it was Spurs, blah blah blah, you couldn't but just be in awe of him. He could
Yeah.
stop with his feet, his knee. He used to catch it one-handed. You know, it's
I know.
unbelievable. And he did very well for us. Tottenham let him go because they thought he was over the hill. He wasn't. He still had a lot of good years left in him, and we benefited. But I went to his first game away at Ipswich. No, he was that to me was Jennings, great goalkeeper.
Yeah, we've had a few. You've got to give an honourable mention to Bob Wilson, obviously.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course.
What great guy.
Oh,
I mean,
fantastic.
unbelievable. Probably the best ambassador for Arsenal Football Club there's ever been, and ever will be, as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah,
absolute gentleman.
Quality man, absolute quality.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I saw him lose
yeah.
10 for that on the pitch against, I think it was Aston Villa in the FA Cup. The centre forward gave him a couple of barges. He lost it, which is unusual for Bob Wilson. He absolutely lost it.
Absolutely, yeah.
But what a goal! As you say, as a human being, goes up there right on top of the charts.
I can't speak highly enough of him. I've got to go with David Seaman. I love Pat Jennings as well. He was right when I was a kid. Pat Jennings was in goal for Arsenal, and I remember him making some unreal saves, and he had the biggest hands I think I've ever seen.
Exactly, one hand catch the ball.
Oh yeah, I remember a photo of him like holding a ball with one hand, and his hand virtually covered the football. You know, it was massive. And yeah, I totally get everything you're saying, but I mean, for me though, personally, it's got to be David Seaman, and he's made some of the best saves I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah.
I love the way he interacted with the fans. You could always get him to, whenever we was singing his name behind it, he would always turn around, give us a cheeky grin, and put his fingers up and take the picture. I remember him putting his fingers up, give the score in a North London derby when we were winning, and he always loved a bit of interaction. But I mean, for that save alone against Sheffield United in the FA Cup, I mean, that's the best save I've ever seen in my entire life, and it has been made a lot of, quite rightly. But for me, I mean, that's far outweighs that Gordon Banks goal against Pele for him. I love that save. It's an unreal save. But that even tops that for me. Do you know what one I'm on about? With Paul
headed it down.
Yeah, and he sort of scooped it. I mean, that save was just out of this world.
They were both fantastic saves.
Best save I've ever seen.
Feel with me, I watched both games live. For me, the Brazil save at Banks, to me, is closer to my... Though I support Arsenal, and always will, my country. That to me was a special World Cup. I love that World Cup.
Yeah.
I saw some of the greatest players at the top of their profession doing great things. That Brazilian team was off the radar. Yeah. And the greatest footballer at the time in the world headed a ball a couple of yards out and got the power behind it. Because it was only a looping cross.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
On Banks to get down and get the strength to get it up. I mean, both saves were great, but to me, if I had to choose between the two, it'd be the Banks save.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. And I can't argue because they're both unreal.
I wasn't that old at the time. It was like, for me, it was like, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go to left back. What's your left back?
One of the best. Well, we've had so many good left backs over the years. I think the best one as a left back, it's got to be Ashley Cole. Got to be. But there's so many other great ones. I was brought up on the likes of Bob McNabb, Sammy Nelson, Billy McCulloch. You know, they're all real good left backs, really good left backs, and Kenny Sampson, quality left back. I don't think he fouled a person, Kenny Sampson. He used to just nick it off people's feet. He was really too. He was not too good. Overqualified to be a left back. If that's not rude to left backs. No. He had the sort of. He had the sort of build and balance of like not like a Messi. Like, body wise. He reminded me of a scrum half body.
Yeah, he did. He was.
But what a player!
Oh, brilliant player. So who are you going to go for?
I'm going for Ashley Cole.
Yeah, I can't. I have to. I'm going to say the same. From when we had him, he was one of the. He was probably the best left back in the world whilst we had him.
Yeah.
And there's not many players that we've had unbelievable players down the years. And there's not many that, when you go throughout history, you can say you genuinely had the best in the world in that position at that point. And he was. And incredible how he ended up leaving the club, and it sullied a lot of people's thoughts about him. But what you've got to say is, while we had him, he was the best I've seen.
Fantastic. And he left. We don't know the real reason. We were told about a £5,000 difference in wages. Whatever director made that decision, if that was the case, should have been voted off the board.
Yep.
Basically, we gave him away, didn't we?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. One of the most criminal things that's ever happened, unfortunately. And he was Arsenal. He was Arsenal through and through. Let's not face facts. To come through our academy and be the best player in the world in your position, and we didn't do enough to keep him. That must have sent Arsene Wenger absolutely doolally. Can you imagine making that phone call to Arsene Wenger on that day when that happened?
Yeah. I could have given him £5,000, but we didn't, and he's gone to Chelsea. Thank you. Next.
Can you imagine how Arsene Wenger would have reacted to that? I mean, unbelievable. So, yeah, we agree on that one. Right back.
Right back. Again, we've been blessed with so many good right backs over the years. I mean, you're looking for not on a football. I mean, he was a good footballer, but if you cut him in half, he'd have Arsenal written across him. Would be Pat Rice.
Yeah,
he was amazing. The longevity of his service to the Arsenal. Also, Ralph Laurent.
Yeah,
he was a little bit special, wasn't he? He again was more than just a right back, wasn't he? He could do everything. Cut inside. He was aggressive. He could get up and down. He could finish. He could cross the ball. I think probably my heart says one thing, my brain says another. I'm going for Laurent.
Yeah, I agree again. I'm surprised about that, mate. I really am.
Why?
Because I would have thought you would have gone for someone like a Pat Rice, who, an unbelievable servant to the club, brilliant player.
Pat Rice, big respect.
And I'm not. I'll go for Lauren over someone like him and Dixon. Even a special mention to Viv Anderson.
What a great player he was. Bloody hell.
Viv Anderson as well. I loved Viv Anderson. He
wasn't with us that long. And I think that Viv Anderson, we're not talking about players leaving, but he had a short term with us. He did very well for us. But he left us for United, didn't he?
I know. That's that again. Like Ashley Cole sullied a lot of people's memories of him.
True. That's true. Very good footballer.
Yeah.
Again,
he was a great...
Really, his overlapping was superb. Those long legs.
I think he's... Yeah, I think he's one of the fittest players I've ever seen as well.
Up and down, yeah.
Honestly, he never stopped running all day, and he didn't have the build for a right back, did he?
No,
he was more like a centre back, but he.
He had a Patrick Vieira like.
Yeah, he could do everything. With Anderson, cross, he could score goals, he could defend brilliantly, and then you got Lee Dixon, unbelievable player. But I'm going to go for Lauren as well, and for all the reasons you said, but also his aggression that he channeled brilliantly. He would never let anything happen to any of his teammates without going to square up with the person that was kicking. If he had whoever was in front of him as a left winger, he would have their back, and no one would touch that left winger because they knew Lauren would be after him.
Exactly. No, that's what we're missing now, isn't it?
And that's the reason I'd go for him.
Has someone come on and gone off? Did I miss that?
Yeah. I don't know what happened.
I literally was here for a second. He popped up. I put him in the stream. He disappeared. I've come back.
Yeah.
We're
doing our 1 to 11 while we're cracking on because we can be a bit.
To be continued, Andrew.
Well, we can carry on with it. We've got no one else yet for the quiz, have we?
All right, let's carry on then.
Okay. Ryan, do you want to catch up quickly? We've done the goalkeeper, we've done the left back, we've done the right back. Just give us your ones quick on them, and then you can catch up.
Goalkeeper David Seaman, because that's my first goalkeeper. Obviously, most of his career is my growing up life. So yeah, David Seaman. Left back, again lifetime wise. Actually, you have to say Ashley Cole, academy player, and taking the side of what happened at the end, just what he did on the pitch. One of the best, obviously, Kenny Sampson, honourable mention as well, because obviously, again, another consultant of the club. Right back, Lee Dixon.
Melv, just turn your volume down just a tad. You've got a bit of feedback on that.
Is that better?
Not yet.
That better or not? Still something.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's not too bad.
No, I was saying there, Lee Dixon for the honourable mention again of Lauren as well, because obviously he came in to replace Dixon and did arguably a fantastic job. And yeah, who else?
So which one are you going for on the right back?
Lee Dixon, sorry.
Okay, cool. Right, Melvin, what's your first centre back?
Centre back. Oh, just for football. No. Again, got a good choice here. I suppose I've got to go for Tony Adams.
Yeah.
I don't think you missed him, could you really?
No, not a lot to have to be say really about Tony Adams. I totally agree. Totally in my team, 100% as well. Ryan, will you agree in that?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
There's a few choices though for his partner, Melvin. Who's going to be the partner?
It's a toss-up between obviously Campbell and Frank McClintock.
Yeah, same for me.
I'm going to go for Frank McClintock.
Yeah, it's the same for me.
He just gave everything for this club. He gave everything on the pitch. He was a leader, like Tony Adams. As a leader, he was. He held. He changed. He was one of the players. I mean, they're all very good players, but he had a lot of youngsters in the team on the double, and he put them under his wing. He was a mouthpiece for the manager, and he got them to get together, and they fought not only for Arsenal, not only for the manager, but for Frank. They really. They all had respect for him. He was a great player.
Yeah. I think if I was just going purely on, cut them open and they bleed Arsenal type basis and the leadership qualities, etc., I would probably go down the same route as you, Melvin, because I don't think you could. There's not a bad word you can say about him in any form, basically. If it's purely based on the best football team, I would go for Sol Campbell only because of the pace that he provided and power to cover for Tony Adams' lack of pace. You with me?
Yeah.
If I'm putting together the best team, I'd put Tony Adams and Sol Campbell because they complement each other really well.
And they would scare a lot of footballers, wouldn't they? A lot of forwards.
Exactly, yeah. And you've already got the leader and the shouter in Tony anyway. Where it's with Frank McClintock, he's the same, isn't he? He's like the same type of player as Tony Adams, and I think it would just be it's a toss-up, totally toss-up. But I think purely for the pace, power, and recovery speed, I would put in Sol Campbell. What about you, Ryan?
I mean, there's a few for me. Obviously, you've got, as you met, Frank McClintock, David O'Leary, Sol Campbell, Keogh. We've got so many fantastic centre backs we've had over the years.
Yeah, can't pick them all, can we?
No, sadly not.
You've got to have he never gets a mention. You've got to have an honourable mention for David O'Leary as well. Yeah. I mean, appearances and the longevity of that guy and the love of the club and unbelievable. 600 and
fantastic ball playing centre half.
Yeah, he was totally underrated, and he always goes under the radar. Totally. So yeah, which one are you going to go for, and Ryan? I think, I don't know. I think I'll go for Sol Campbell. I think Sol Campbell, Keogh.
Keogh. Yeah, I'm going to go for David O'Leary, just be a bit different from you guys.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're not
Why
saying the
not?
same thing as well.
Fair enough.
As you said, the most appearance making player, full stop, not just defender, full stop for Arsenal. And the guy bleeds the cup, and even now, literally, everything that went off with Raul was quite. It could have been quite easy for him just when they came back running with a tail between their legs. It would have been quite easy for him to tell him where to stick it. But clearly, he's obviously the love of the club powers over that, because for anyone that doesn't know, obviously he was at the game talking to Josh in the director's box the other week in match day 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, he's a legend, absolute legend, and it. What more can you say about the guy? About most amount of appearances ever for Arsenal.
One of the things I liked, obviously, the '89 film we all seen and watched and all that, even the neutrals. When it comes to that, obviously the first goal being an out and all that, you hear him speak back, like talk, we reminisce it back, and he's saying like all these different ball players going over, and then literally he got basically told like, go on, David, you deal with it. Even Adam was like, because Lee was like a different animal compared to anyone else, and he was like, if you don't get bullied by this lot, it's a fucking good goal. No messing about now.
Yeah,
he had that about him. He had that little seriousness, as in something different in the sense of how he went about things compared to what Tony Adams would.
Yeah.
Tony Adams, we all know Tony Adams would, but I believe he had another level to it. So just because of his experience, basically.
Totally agree. Can't argue with that at all, can we? I mean, none of us. What system should we play? 4-3-3, just to be easier.
Yeah.
I think with regards to the midfield, it's up to you whether you actually want to have a right-sided midfielder, left-sided midfielder, do it all properly, or whether you just want 3 midfielders to make it a bit easier to choose. Honestly, totally up to you. So, what's your first midfielder, Melvin?
First midfielder's got to be Vieira, whatever system you play.
Yeah.
Got to be Vieira. Absolutely. People use the term world class because they got an international cap. That guy was world class.
Again, he is one of the few that we can truly say was the best in the world in his position. I think we had him as well.
Yeah.
Same as Ashley Cole. We had the most amount of truly world-class players in the team at that one time. We were so blessed that when we look back now, we were so spoiled, and we long for those years back where we were always challenging for the league. But how realistic is it to be always challenging for the league and have a player in each position on the pitch that are at the top of their game and can truly be said that they are world class and one of, if not the best player in their position in the world? We had so many of them at that point, and that's just a rarity that we should have just cherished more than we actually did even more so than we did at the time. When you look back on it, I mean, obviously, I could never leave him out of my side either, so that's an easy one. And but you, Ryan, same?
Yeah, I've got to agree. Literally, the man of the mountain and what he is, and when you consider when he arrived, no one knew who the hell he was and what he's capable of.
I know.
He took the Premier League up to water just like that.
Unbelievable. At such a young age.
Yeah, and some of the goals he scored as well. That one against United when at Highbury against with Schmeichel in goal. Yeah. And
the one against Newcastle as well. Just absolute rocket. Like, he could do everything.
There's a couple against Newcastle over his time at Arsenal.
At
Highbury and St James's Park and all. Yeah.
But I mean, he's one of these players that people. It goes around on Twitter occasionally. If you could only have one player and have 11 of them, who would be the best team? Like one player that could actually cover all areas of the pitch. He's one of them, isn't he? He could play anywhere, and you could rely on him to do anything, even in goal, I reckon. Who's your second midfielder then, Melvin?
Right, it's got to be, again, when you look at the best Arsenal team, I don't think you could really leave him out. It's in a bit more my time than your time, Ryan. Liam Brady.
Oh yeah, I can't argue with that. Yeah, from what I've not from what somebody said, but yeah,
different class.
Yeah, I'm going to.
He's a magician with the left foot, mate. Unbelievable. He just goes past players, hit a long, short ball. He's a little bit aggressive. He had it all. He had it all. And it was so bad when we had to lose it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was a bit before my time. I started supporting in 1980, which is one real shame that I really regret. I mean, there's a lot of things you wish you could have seen as an Arsenal fan. Obviously, when the year I started supporting Arsenal, it was the season he left. And that's a massive regret for me. There's a few things I wish I could have seen. The Fairs Cup win in 70. It's people have gone on and on about how great that was.
It was unbelievable.
The semi-final, was it semi-final second leg at Highbury against was it Anderlecht? Am I right?
Anderlecht was in the final. Ajax we played in the semi-final.
That's right, of course, yeah. All those games, I've heard so much about them and wish I could have been there. And the other thing is, I wish I could have seen the double team, of course, and I wish I could have seen Liam Brady live in his pomp play for Arsenal. My second midfielder has got to be David Rocastle, my favourite player of all time, and he's. And I'll never. I mean, I've said how many times am I going to talk about David Rocastle? I mean, but the crying shame is that we never saw the best of David Rocastle. Even though how great he was, he never hit his prime. He never got the opportunity to hit his prime with the club or anywhere for that matter, because he was 24 when he got injured, and he had so much more to give, and he was never the same after that. And it weren't soon after that he left Arsenal. And can you imagine if I've got no doubt in my mind he could have been a one club man if things had gone better for him injury wise, and he could have been on literally another level if he could have stayed injury free. But on the right hand side, similar to players that we've already mentioned, he had it all. He had everything, didn't he? He had the power, the pace, the technical quality of a Brazilian player that we've always heard. He tracked back. He worked as hardest as anyone on the pitch as well. He scored brilliant goals.
He was fearless as well.
He was fearless, yeah. He was aggressive. He would another one of these players, like I mentioned about Lauren, who would have their teammates back, and he would do anything for the club. And I just absolutely loved watching him play football. I cannot leave him out my team under any circumstances. And imagine the right hand side would have had with him and Lauren on the right. Christ Almighty. Christ Almighty. Oh, they would be unbeaten on the right hand side by anyone. So who's your second midfielder, Ryan?
I'm trying to think now. I'll go for Mark Overmars. He's a good shit. I mean,
we're bringing these players up I've forgotten about how great they were.
I know.
Why didn't I think of that? How good was he? Yeah.
Oh, he was amazing. Especially again, like he came in, he was known, but he wasn't like expected to hit the ground running the way he did so quickly. And at 97-98 season, especially the back end of it, he was massively key, not just the league itself, but the cup, FA Cup, as we know. But every time he got that ball, he just run with it. And he knew 9 times out of 10, he's put that ball in the eating pass, he's just running and scoring. And defences are just split like the part of the sea. And then he literally acres of space and literally give him all the time in the world. Just go, there you go. Okay, cool.
If you had a player that could just put it into a certain position on the pitch, you didn't have to be all that skillful or anything. Just miss the opposition players and put it into a certain area of the pitch. You knew that you were going to score a goal because he was just like, no one was catching him and he was through. He was through on goal.
He was away, that was it. Good night, nurse.
Yeah. He was like different gravy, wasn't he, when we signed him? And if you remember, imagine Twitter at the time, signing him, who'd had 2 cruciate ligament injuries.
That's it. Yeah.
And it would have had a meltdown, wouldn't it? What are we buying him for? God, he's has been. He's like, buying all these shit players who the careers are ended and all this and stuff. And then, my God, what a player! It was so exciting, so exciting. It's like I mean, my God, you just like you said, you just knew that if when a pass was made, you could just tell before Overmars had got there whether that was going to be a goal or not at one point because he was that good, wasn't he?
I mean, what was it? That goal against Man United in the 97-98, that sort of key moment for us in the title race was getting us back into it fully. And he does all the hard work, puts it in the net as we know, and does the Cantona basically. Just does what the infamous goals like what
Turns around, does a look,
looks around, unreal. And then we had Anelka who did the same thing from the centre of the park.
Yeah, it was just next. It was just something. And I do think it's criminal that when they did that memorial they've done outside the Emirates, as in the stuff like the art stuff on the stadium itself, like the legends of the past and all that. How he's not on there?
I think it's purely down to the fact that he left. I think he only had 2 full seasons with us, didn't he? And that's. I'm not saying that that's it's a reason not to have him on there, but that's the only reason I can think of really that he didn't have long enough career with Arsenal.
Yeah.
But I think the same about Alexis Sanchez. I loved him as well, and I think he's the best player we've had since the Emirates move. But he wasn't with us for an extended period of time to be called like any kind of Arsenal legend or anything. But he carried the club on his back for 2-3 years.
Yeah.
And I think the similar sort of situation with Overmars, that although he didn't carry the club on his back because we had a lot of good players around him as well, but he was sensational for that period of time, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was just no one came near him. Literally, defenders couldn't cope with him, and attacking wise, as I said, no one ever could come near him in his pomp.
He's the best player in the league at that point, without question. But can I just say as well, how nice is this, having a really lovely chat about Arsenal, feeling really happy for a little while? Just changing this.
It only took us 20 hours to get there.
I know. So is this the third midfielder then, Melvin?
Now this one, you've spoken about Rocastle, can't really disagree. Also, I had another one in the mix, like someone like Pires, who for me, just unbelievable. But I'm going a little bit off piste here. I'm not going for the best 11 now. I'm going for a midfield that would work, because either of those play, we haven't got much defensive cover.
Yeah.
I'm going for someone that neither of you've probably seen play. I saw him play. He was unbelievable. We could do with him now in our midfield just to stop the other team from playing. That was Peter Story.
Yeah.
For me, he was unbelievable. He was a fullback to start with. They converted him to a midfielder, and he was so good. He was not underrated. The Arsenal supporters knew how good he was. It wasn't spoken about in the same way as the Charlie Georges of this world and Frank McClintocks, blah blah, and Geordie Armstrong. Players like that. But he was the fulcrum of the team. That's where everything stops. It got down to the middle. Right, start again. Another attack. All the time. He was hard as nails. In those days, you can get away with a bit, and he knew how to get away with it. And for me, he was terrific. Absolutely.
He was our hard man, really, at the time as well, wasn't he? He wasn't going to be pushed around by anyone.
Everything had one. And he was ours. He came through the academy as well. He was absolutely, I just think he epitomised. Me looking back now, I can see him in an Arsenal shirt. He epitomised what Arsenal was all about then. He was the man. Great memories with him. No,
great choice. Great choice. And I'm actually winging it now because there's so many options that I'm going to give a few honourable mentions, and I still haven't decided even right this moment. I think I have, but who I'm going to choose? Perez was definitely going to be one of them. Ljungberg is another one who I absolutely adored. Bloody hell. I mean, I've got, obviously, this goes without saying, Liam Brady. I'm going against what I did earlier with my defence, and I chose Sol Campbell because it will be a perfect team. I'm actually going to go with someone that gave me a certain feeling as an Arsenal fan at the time, similar to Rocastle, although I think Rocastle deserves his place anyway. But for a player that I absolutely adored a certain period in my life. I'm going to go for Anders Limpar. And
Oh yeah.
I remember seeing his debut at the Makita International Tournament. And
Scored.
yeah, it's what a guy! Literally, so exciting when he scored because he was such a different.
Aston Villa, was it?
Yes, it was, and it was the same game where David Seaman made his debut. I think I'm right in saying, as well.
Do you know who the third Arsenal player was we bought that pre-season? We might have bought more, but I know that someone else played their debut. I don't know if he played that game, but we just signed him. I might be wrong. Been known.
I do, and I just.
I'll tell you what it is. Andy Linnigan.
Yes, of course. It was. No, you're right. It was. And I did know that, but it went completely out of my head. But when he made that debut, I thought, well, it was so different from any other player that we had at the time. And it was quite unusual, especially for George Graham, to go out and buy someone who was Swedish. It was like a real sort of, oh, bloody hell, we've got this foreign player coming in. It was like we'd had so little and so few foreign players play for Arsenal, especially in my lifetime, that it was really exciting, thinking, oh, what's this? What we got here? And when he came in and his goal, I remember it so vividly because I could see it from behind the way he was running towards the goal. It was quite an acute angle coming in at the angle of the 18-yard box. And he lashed it with his left foot like an arrow. It didn't curl or anything from my memory. This just went arrowed straight into the far right-hand corner as if he'd like got a protractor out and drawn a perfect line into the postage stamp. And I thought, oh my God, I just erupted. And I just got so excited. And I just loved him, the way he was a player. I just loved the way he ran. I loved the way he took players on. I loved his positivity. I loved the fact that he never stopped running throughout the game. He was full of energy. And he was so creative, and he offered that something different to the team. And yeah, I just found him such an exciting player. And when he left, I found out that he'd left by walking past the newsagents and saw it on the back page of a newspaper. Said he'd gone to Everton. It's obviously before the internet, before Twitter and all this. I heard nothing about him leaving at all, and I was devastated. I was absolutely devastated.
What Neil says, I was going to say anyway, but Neil's correct. It wasn't a George Graham type player.
No, it wasn't. That's what I said.
He liked hard workers. He liked people not to give the ball away, not to try things as much as perhaps some others would. And it wasn't, but he was a great success. Great sign for George Graham.
He really was. And I thought I said totally unlike a George Graham signing. That's why it was so exciting, because it was like unlike any other signing we'd made at that point, and unlike any other player we'd had. And now I want to say, I'm only putting him in the team really. He wasn't the best player that we've had in that position. It was just about the way he made me feel at that point in my life. And I know that Perez undoubtedly, and I noticed, who was it in the, I think it was the Arsenal Misfit, Steve, said that, you can't leave someone out like Perez or whatever. I know you can't, and he deserves a place in the team. And if I was choosing it with my head rather than my heart, it would be Perez. It would be Perez every day of the week. But I've gone a bit sentimental on that choice. But anyway, what's your third choice on the midfield, Ryan?
I was touching on Perez. I mean, we all talk about Perez, and he was a fantastic player, and the goals he scored. But Lundberg, the partnership him and Lundberg they'd formed.
Unbelievable. I mean, we took that for granted, didn't we? I mean, they were getting 20 goals each a season from the wings. No, I mean, that's 40 goals between the two of them. How could we do with that now? I mean, what other midfielders? I mean, apart from maybe if you think of Sane and Salah, Mane and Salah, sorry, not Sane. If you class them in a similar sort of position, maybe them. But I mean, we had goals from everywhere, didn't we? It's unbelievable when you look back on it. It really is.
But yeah, I'm going to a bit left field here as well. I'm going to go for Ray Parder.
Well, missing in there. Yeah.
Brilliant player. So underrated.
I'm like, we're being positive. It makes us very depressed being positive.
No, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I'm actually got my hair stand up on my arm sometimes, thinking about all the memories.
But yeah, Ray. I mean, he could play anywhere across the midfield, and he put a shift in. He'd always give 100% and leave it all on the pitch.
Yeah.
Even when he was hungover. If
Yeah.
you know, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't know, literally, there's obviously in his autobiography. He spoke about it before as well, openly on Soccer AM and all that. But basically, after the FA Cup final, he on the way back from Cardiff, he wanted to have a few beverages with his brothers and all that and to play home. Wenger said, "No, big game Wednesday, Old Trafford. Need you fresh and ready for the game."
Yeah, no, brilliant.
He's like, whatever, cool, okay. Got back to Romford, and no matter what, win, lose or draw, or basically win or lose, no matter what, I was going out with my family, other half at the time, having everyone out and all that, no matter what. Obviously, being the year, he's obviously from Romford and all that. In that particular restaurant, where the fucking Sambucas and everything on the after, he's there giving it.
They're all backed in to score, didn't they? To the final.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
their money they won.
So yeah, literally, he's falling out. What was it? That night, he was falling out the restaurant over the table, this, that, and the other. And then the next goes into the aftermath, the morning after, to do like a cool warm down training. And he's feeling. He's like, I can't. What I'm doing. Wenger's obviously doing whatever he's doing, getting ready for the midweek game. And obviously got out, done what he had to do. No, didn't get in trouble. Got back into his hometown. And as you said, walks into the local not gentlemen's club. What's the word? Social club. That's the word.
Working
men's club. That's the one. Working men's club. And literally, as you said, and again, everyone in there, 25 to 1. Everyone's put a score or whatever on him. So it's one of them. They're literally drinks on the house there. So he's literally again champagne, you name it, that Sambucas, fucking everything you could possibly think of again. So come Wednesday night, he's still feeling the after effects 3 days later, and he's like, and literally, he got man of the match. He actually got man of the match, being hungover.
I know, it's amazing. The best.
You forgot the best fit, Ryan. What Wenger said to him.
Yeah.
See, I told you don't drink, you'll play well.
Yeah.
The best that you can't say about the Ray Parlour though without the best story, and that's the one where it's the Martin Keown one, where he wound up Martin Keown in the last game of the last game of the Invincible season when he had to get on to get his medal.
Keown needed one just to get on so he could get his medal. And it was his last game, no matter what. It was his last game.
The last minute, and he goes, "Aren't you going to ask the boss? Aren't you going to get on the build up to it?" In the last minute, he got stripped off and started pretending to go on the pitch.
You know what?
That's absolutely legendary.
We would give anything to play for the Arsenal, wouldn't we have done? Right? We'd give anything. But to play for the Arsenal and have the banter in the dressing room would have been something that, well, you just cannot imagine. Imagine having that banter. What a life. What a fabulous life. You're doing
can you imagine the player?
People that you like, and you're all bantering each other. How good is that? The stories. Amazing.
And there was no sort of bitterness either. Even when they found out it was a bit of a joke and all, there's nothing like, it was all a bit of a laugh, and they got on with it. And
but he was a survivor. I mean, he survived that from the George Graham to the Arsene Wenger era, and he adapted. And you can't give him enough credit for that. To actually stay in touch with all these new foreign players we're buying, like the Vieira and Bergkamp and Henry and all that, he actually had to up his game so much.
Yes.
To stay fit enough, let alone good enough to stay in that team.
I've only spoken to him once. I was, Jerome, I was playing a charity match for the firm he's working for. And what it was, the winner, it was a five-a-side, the winner would play all the ex-pros. And Ray Parlour was one of the ex-pros. And me and Jerome, my other son, Craig, walking around one of the pitches, one of the games was going on. Jerome wasn't playing in that one. And he was walking the other way. And I was actually on crutches, had my hip done. And he just stopped and he chatted to me like he knew me. He was unbelievable. Amazing. What a friendly bloke. He's going to me and Jerome, feel me knee, he goes, feel that hole? I've got a hole in it. He was like, what? What a lovely bloke. I'm like, I've met a few old Arsenal players, ex-Arsenal, not old ex-Arsenal players, and they're brilliant, right? and he's up there with them. You know what I mean? Because as time goes, nowadays you'd never get. Probably we've got a line now where you'd never speak to these players like that anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
They wouldn't be interested. But he was unbelievable. He was so friendly. He was all in that mood. You know the mood he's in. He's always like he was in a happy mood. You know.
Yeah.
He was talking about. I think he was really. Where did he finish his career? We're talking about his last. I can't remember now. We were talking about his last.
Hull City.
Yeah, talking about the last club he was with, and when he was in Middlesbrough, and he was. I think we spent about 10-15 minutes just chatting football, and it was like, this is one of the Invincibles, boys.
I know.
He's just chatting to us.
This is what I mean. That's why he doesn't get enough respect. The way that he must have adapted to this new regime and the way of playing and the new lifestyle and upping his game just to be able to stay in the team or just to stay in and around the team, to the same skill levels and the professionalism of all these new players coming in under Arsene Wenger. It doesn't get enough credit really for that, does he?
No.
And he was never, I'm sure he'd be the first one to admit, like, he's never born the most technically gifted and brilliant player there was. He had to work hard to become the way he was. And he got there. Exactly.
He's a bit like Pat Rice in that respect.
Yeah.
Pat Rice, I think, once said that he wasn't the most technically gifted footballer. He had to work at it.
Yeah.
And he did work at it and he got there. So you've got big respect for that as well.
And same goes for David Beckham. He's openly said that he was never the best player. Even right throughout his school teams, he said he wasn't the best player, but he worked hard at it over and over and over again, whipping that ball in 100 times after training and everything every day, and he became a brilliant player. And that's the same with Ray Parlour. And so much respect to the guy.
Yeah.
So good choice, Ryan. So what's your first striker or forward player then, Melvin?
Not difficult, is it? Henry.
Yeah.
So I mean, you think of him up there, and then you click on something on Twitter or something, it shows you a 5-minute skit of him. You're thinking, no, not there. He's up there. You just forget how really, really good he was.
Yeah.
And he was strange, really, because he could make his own goals, if you like.
Yeah. He didn't need anyone assisting him, did he?
He had some great service from Pires, don't get me wrong. Pires and Burkhead giving him the balls. I mean, what more do you want, gentlemen? But even if he didn't get the balls from them, he made something happen out of nothing. He had the strength, the speed, and the brain, and everything, and the skill set to go past players, cut inside, make runs. And he was the perfect footballer. Perfect forward. He had everything. Absolutely everything. You can't leave him out. He's got to be there.
No, but remember that goal when I think it was his last season before he left to Barcelona in the FA Cup third round, I think it was, against Liverpool. And it was like 2-1, and literally he just got the ball. He just literally toe poked it, 10-15 yards ahead of him, and he just ran and then he.
Was he on the touchline then?
Yeah, took on the touchline, then boom, took on.
That's it.
Shot Koga to the floor pretty much, and then went past Dudek.
Yeah.
And he had that
Unreal.
and what was it? The actual Invincible season itself, when we were struggling against Liverpool initially, 2-1 down.
He made Carragher put Carragher on his backside, didn't he?
Carragher, Haman, you name it. He's just got the ball. He got the ball just outside the centre circle and just run with it. Jinx inside past Haman, jinx inside of Carragher, put Carragher on his arse, and just passed it into the corner. And after all that, just kept on running and running around the fucking stadium, basically celebrating.
What about the Leeds game, Ryan? When he's got a hat trick, Leeds at the Highbury.
Yeah, well, that was literally. And that was
madness. That was madness.
That was a funny week. And he was
I think Kelly tried to upend him, and he just brushed him aside, just flicked it in as he was kicking him.
Yeah.
I mean, he had that run. He had that run, that 50-yard run with the ball, and just flicked it past the keeper, like you're playing a five-a-side match.
Yeah, like it was like not it basically go to FIFA where he just on easy mode, like boom, okay, that's running the ball basically. And he just did what he did. I mean, obviously his favourite goal, obviously the most memorable one I ever asked if anyone will remember, is the goal in the 02-03 season where he gets the ball deep inside our defensive arc and just runs and runs and then cuts inside briefly.
What, Spurs?
Against Spurs and then goes and then literally pushes past Casey Keller and then literally for all that after the long bursting run he just made, turns around and then runs up the other end in front of the
And,
It's unbelievable.
and we have, gentlemen, the statue. That's where the statue was.
Knowing that photo, they're the steward in that photo. That's like that, looking around, see what's going on, why the Tottenham fans are going off on one. I was literally like the Europa League the game before Emery got sacked. I was sitting next to him. And he told me about that. And he's like, I had no idea what was going on. I was just turning around and see Henry there. I was like, oh, okay. But you think, well, thanks a lot, because obviously they're all trying to fucking come over and lynch him. Unless you see the photo. Yeah, you got literally like 12, 13-year-old Tottenham fans giving Henry the old V sign, so the peace sign, but the other way around.
And I saw his first goal at Southampton. I went to Southampton. I was there that day. And that was a beautiful goal. Curled it.
Long time coming, wasn't it? Imagine Twitter in those days as well. He would have been out of the team, wouldn't he? All the abuse he would have been getting.
Yeah.
Because he went to quite a few games without being able to hit a barred door for Arsenal. Lashing him over the bar. And we thought, oh, God, But then...
I'm sure if you look back, Andrew, there will be some cuttings you could probably find saying, who is this Henry? Why
exactly. Same for Bergkamp and all.
Yeah,
same for Bergkamp.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously he's in the team. I can presume you're going to be saying the same, Ryan. As one of your three.
Of one of my three, yeah. Obviously.
Yeah.
You can't leave him out of your team, can you? Let's be honest.
He's the best. Again, I said this a couple of times already. At the time, he's the best player in the world.
Never got recognised for it, though, did he?
No. Ridiculous. But I mean, I retweeted that Danny Mills nutmeg the other day in the corner when he was in the corner flag.
That was brilliant.
And it just shows you, I mean, let alone how hilarious that is, because it's Danny Mills. But the quality and the skill of the man, he could literally run rings around you in a phone box, couldn't he?
Yeah.
Close control.
I mean, literally,
you'd never get the ball off him in a phone box. You wouldn't touch it.
Yeah, again, that 05, going back to the Henry at 05-06, I mean, the Champions League we were dreadful that season in the league, just to be honest, compared to what we had been a couple of seasons and all that, first and second. And
Cole was injured the whole season, wasn't he? Ashley Cole was out.
Ashley Cole was out, but what I'm saying, Firmino was left back. Yeah, Firmino playing left back, but we was just league-wise, it just wasn't clicking for us that season for whatever reason. So we're going into a big two-legged affair against Real Madrid, and even though they've picked up a bit of form going into it, and we think, Bernabeu as well. Okay, first off, we dominated that game, that first leg. We absolutely we should have won more by one goal. Let's be honest in that first leg. But that goal he scores to have the to get the
typical Henry goal by himself. Like I said, he did it by himself.
Yeah, by himself. What was it? Look at the plays he ran past. Guti, was it Guti, Woodgate, a young Sergio Ramos, pushed them all aside, and then Nietzsche just, again made the keeper come out, opening body, just boom, pop corner again.
Yeah, I know. Unreal. We were so lucky to have him. What moments he's given us over the years. He's just a legend, isn't he? He's just such. Like you said, that just one other thing. He just like, if you could computer design a footballer. Melvin, he was the perfect footballer, wasn't he?
Yeah,
everything about him.
He had everything. Because he was so used to playing. Because he was so used to playing on the left-hand side, he could go out on the left and cut in, and go back into his striker role, and of course, it still caused havoc.
Yeah.
And what was it? Going back and then going to the next round, we played Juventus. That goal he scores against Juventus, when the ball comes up, he flips it up, and it throws itself in the air and hits it on the volley past Buffon. And when Buffon at the time was one of the best, let's be honest. And it was a good Juventus team, and we made again. But he had the performances in him when we needed it most. He stepped up, and anyone that leaves Henry out of their 11, they've got to have their heads
crazy,
because he was as I said, he had everything. Everything he wanted a footballer.
He was. Who's your second one, Melvin?
Got to be, innit? Got to be. No, I mean, do this in my sleep. Dennis Bergkamp.
Yeah.
I'll put that in his sleep.
Yeah.
He was just. I saw him play at Wembley against England when he lobbed David Seaman.
Yeah.
And I knew I'd known nothing about him anyway, but the first time I'd seen him live, I thought, wow, this guy's up. And when we signed him, I thought, obviously there's a printing error somewhere. We signed the David Bergkamp from somewhere, you know. We signed Dennis Bergkamp. And just, you know, he was unbelievable. His skill, his vision, his touch of the ball. He had gloves on his boots, didn't he, really?
Yeah.
And he had everything. Again, it's a little bit tough. People don't realise. He could get it out a little bit as well.
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely.
he was cool in front of goal. I mean, it's like he was given a 5-yard pass and he was pushing it past the keeper sometimes.
Unreal.
What can you say about him? And he was not only the goals he made, but the passes he did, the through balls. He was just wonderful. And I was very, very lucky to watch him play.
Yeah. Couldn't have put that any better. It's just he was a bit snidey, which I loved about him. Yeah. You know, his elbows were very sharp, weren't they? He would not be knocked down. He wouldn't be bullied by anyone.
No.
And you wouldn't have thought that when he first came into the team. You'd think that he was going to get bullied in this league, and he never did. He was the one that did the bullying, if anything. But what a player! What a touch! I mean, he could. It's literally like he had Velcro on his boots, and the ball was covered in Velcro, and he could trap it.
Neil has said that kudos to Bruce Rioch. I think Bruce was definitely the manager, obviously.
I don't think he signed him though, did he?
I don't think he signed him. He would have. I think I might have said this some time ago. He'd have rather signed the Bolton centre forward, wouldn't he?
Yeah. And he couldn't believe his luck when he came to the club. He could not believe his luck. That he was going to be working with Dennis Bergkamp. I mean, what a player! He's my second as well. Yeah. Goes without saying. This is going to be the interesting one. Which way are you going to go with the third one? There's a couple of obvious ones you can choose, but maybe are you going to go the obvious?
I'm going to go the obvious because I can't think of anybody else because I can't think of anyone going above him. It's got to be Wrighty.
Yeah.
He carried the team for a couple of seasons.
Yeah.
For a forward to do that, it takes some doing.
Totally. Everything was all about Wrighty, wasn't it? Arsenal was Ian Wright for a period of time. The one that you could say, and this is a bit of a controversial one, but for pure raw ability and excitement, you couldn't be told off really for choosing Anelka for those couple of seasons. Can you imagine a forward front line?
I know that he was a great footballer.
Yeah,
that's a bad taste in that. That might cloud us.
Absolutely.
You can't say Anelka gave more for the Arsenal than Ian Wright.
Oh no! I'm not going to. Can I put it right? I'm not going to choose him. I'm just going to say, for those couple of years, though, he was untouchable.
Yeah,
absolutely. Can you imagine the front three of a fit and firing Anelka, for Henry and Bergkamp? I mean, Christ Almighty!
I mean, remember that goal against Newcastle?
Yeah.
He was just again. He was one of them. Had so much potential, but he had his brother's greed ruined his career.
Yeah, I know. I can't. I mean, I'm not going to choose him. I'm just saying. But he, on talent alone, for that short period of time he was with the club, you can't say that he wouldn't have been good enough because he was unreal. But I'm definitely going to have to choose Ian Wright because he was again alongside Rocastle, both from like a similar sort of area of London that I'm from. You know, their school was the next school down. I mean, they were years above me, but that's why I related so much as well to Rocastle and Wright because Brockley is very close to sort of the area that I grew up in, and but he was, like I said, he was Arsenal for quite a few years. You think of Arsenal, we thought of Ian Wright, and that was it. He was our player, he was the main man, and everyone loved him. I mean, he got the crowd going. He was such a showman, on top of the fact that he was such a brilliant finisher. and lethal. You just thought he was always going to score every game he played. But he was the absolute showman as well, wasn't he? He loved it, you know. And he just, you could tell every time he played, he loved playing for Arsenal. It meant the world to him.
But how brave was he?
Brilliant.
Playing up front sometime on his jack with his 8'12" centre halves kicking lumps out of him, and he'd broken his leg twice. Remember?
Yeah.
How brave was that guy? He played. Oh, fantastic!
And all the abuse he used to get as well. You know, it's more spoken about nowadays. Obviously, quite rightly so. But back in the day, the racist abuse was really bad, and you know he didn't let it get him down at all. He felt so grateful to be playing football for a living, and you can tell that. You could tell that all the time. He never let it get. He took it for granted, did he? It's just like every game, he was just grateful to have that kit on his back, playing in front of a stadium of fans, and he made the most of it. And that's how he played. That's how it came out in his game, and it was totally infectious. And we were buying towards the end of his time. Yeah, we were buying crap players, and the team was going downhill. And like you said, Melvin, it's totally right. He was carrying us as a team for ages. I mean, we were buying like the Jimmy Carters and the Eddie McGoldricks and all that, and he just carried us on his shoulders. And he was a proper legend of the club, legend,
big time.
Yeah, exactly. And even though he didn't end his career, he went on to a few other clubs after. Was it West Ham, Celtic, Burnley, and all that? He still loves the one club he always talks about is Arsenal. He loves.
Well, you see
Arsenal, the fans love it.
You see him the other day against Man City, how disappointed he was.
Yeah,
it's a heart, didn't he?
Yeah, broken. Yeah. The fact that Sean saw that as well, and felt the need to get up and give him a hug on national broadcasting and all that. The guy obviously clearly believes the club. I mean, to the point we go back to when we mentioned before Bruce Rioch. When Bruce Rioch came in, obviously, he never felt wanted under Bruce Rioch, and he actually thought the manager would actually win the Battle of Wills, and he'd be outed. He didn't expect David Dean and all that to back him, but when they did, obviously it was ecstatic. And when we win that league title in '97, because he obviously joined us as when we were champions in '91. So when it obviously comes around 6-7 years later, he's like he appreciated it so much more. I've seen the footage back where he's like, "I'm a Premier League champion. I'm a Premier League champion." And it's like, it's that sort of enthusiasm that endeared him to the fans. So even worse could say. And
it's a crying. It's such a criminal shame, crying shame that he only had that one season alongside David Rocastle. Yeah. And that's I was about to say, that's one thing where he even said literally that's the one thing he sort of regrets in that he didn't move to Arsenal sooner, or the fact he play with because that was the whole point. The whole point of him joining Arsenal was mainly to play with his best mate, and that's the reason he supports Arsenal because he's because of David Rocastle. Yeah, from when he was like a 14-year-old kid, and he referred back to the '89 DVD. We'll see how much he loved Rocky. As soon as the mention of Rocky and what the league title was that season meant to Rocky and all that, in the area in general, his emotions just come to the surface, and he goes, "Oh, look, on the way back from training, things like that, and I was doing stupid things, this, that, and the other. Rocky would bump into me, pull me to one side, and say, "You fucking stop this, sort yourself out, otherwise you'll get nowhere in life," and things like that. There's little things as well. As I said, when obviously Rocky did go to Arsenal, he followed him a lot more. And obviously he loved it. I mean, look, what was it, the Southampton game when Rocky was scoring a hat-trick? Was it a hat-trick? Yeah. And him and Rocky, that game was a partnership, was not made in heaven. Well, his debut, wasn't it? He scored a hat-trick and David Rocastle got the other one. Yeah. And, I mean, that's... You know, it brings a tear to my eye to be honest, and lump in my throat thinking about it. I'm devastated with David Rocastle. Obviously, he left, but obviously even more so when he passed away. It's just horrific. I don't even want to talk about it, to be honest. It makes me upset. But it's like it's such a shame that he only got to spend that one season alongside him on the pitch.
But if you'd have gone to a film, you'd have taken the missus out of a film. I want to see this football film. This fictional football film, and you're sitting there and you'd have seen the story of Rocky and Righty knowing each other, though they weren't the same age.
Yeah.
Going to the same school, the area, blah, blah, blah. And then years later, both playing for the top team at the time. You'd have said, what a lot of crack. Get the popcorn, we're off.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing, isn't it? It is amazing. And that would make a really good film, wouldn't it? Like a sort of a fever pitch type thing, but from the early years of their two lives. That would be a good film to write. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to throw a spanner in the works now. So we've gone through the 1 to 11. Let's have 5 subs.
No.
Yeah, in the positions. Go on, 5 subs.
Oh, 5 subs. Sorry, I thought you were going to make the worst 11. I couldn't do that.
No. 5 subs because there's so many honourable mentions.
I think a lot of the ones that you and I'd have put the subs in. A lot of the ones that you and Ryan would have put in.
Just give us your.
I'd have Seaman in goal.
Yeah, give us the whole 5 rather than going around.
Seaman in goal. I'd definitely have Parla. I'd definitely have Pires. Who else would I have? I'd definitely have Pat Rice. And I'd definitely have Campbell. That's my 5.
Very good, yeah. Good choices. Well, I would have... Ooh, goalie. I think I'll go... Yeah, I'm going to go with Jennings as the sub goalie. Frank McClintock. Kolo Toure. Because he could play either... He could play left back and right back as well, that guy. He could do anything. Actually, no, scrap that. I'm just going to go with... I'll just have to wing it on the back, on the full-backs. I'm going to go Jennings, McClintock, Pires, Gilberto Silva.
Oh, yes, that's a good one. Yeah.
And tough one, the last one. I tell you, I'm going to go a bit out of left wing, and again because it's my era, and when I was, such fond memories of those years. I'm going to go my striker sub, my last sub. I'm going to go for Alan Smith because he don't get enough credit either as a player for Arsenal. 2 golden boots, won us the European Cup Winners' Cup, and totally underrated centre forward. So. Just a bit of credit to him. I'm going to put him on the bench, and he'd also be a bit of a plan B, wouldn't he, to be able to lob the ball into the box and score a headed winner last 5 minutes of the game. So yeah, Alan Smith on the subs bench. What's your 5 subs, Ryan?
Mad Jens got as a backup goalie. Trying to think now. Mad Jens. Gilberto, I think now. Kolo Toure. Yeah, Kolo Toure. There's Jens. Gilberto. Freddie.
You got a dead body underneath your desk, Melvin.
Sorry?
Dungeon.
You got a dead body underneath your desk. Are you going to take down?
I can't say, it might incriminate me. Plead the 5th.
So yeah, Freddie Nürnberg and what's been interesting? Eduardo. Based on what? Not. Yeah, his career obviously was cut short. He didn't have much time for us because of his injury, and Wenger gave up on him after that. But everything before that, the brief time we did see the best of him, he was. If he hadn't got injured, the way he did him.
Fucking hell.
I've got my granddaughter here. I'll have to go off in a minute, gentlemen. I'm sorry. I think I
no
will.
worries,
That's all right.
that's all
I think I will get a goal. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, that's no
Really
problem.
enjoyed that. I mean that. That was
Yeah.
I
excellent.
did as well. I
Great
did.
call, that.
Really,
Well done.
really
I'll
did
see you
enjoy
soon,
it.
gentlemen. Yeah, see you back at 4.
Yeah.
See you
All the
Cheers,
best.
Melvin.
Bye.
But yeah,
Neil in the chat. Neil, have you got any time to come on? Give us a
I'll
bit
put
of
the
your
link
time
in,
to have a chat. That'd be great if you could, or anyone else. Obviously, not just you, Neil, but anyone else that's in the chat. If you fancy joining us, please let us know. Raise your hand. And also, can we just complete reiterating why we're doing this marathon is obviously to raise money for Tony.
Yeah.
So please do give generously. We're well on the way to obviously raising a decent amount of money for Tony, but we're nowhere near there yet. So please keep the money coming in. And if you can go to www.tonysnewleg.com, that actually takes you to his Just Giving page. And please give as much as you possibly can to help us meet our target of, helping get his new prosthetic leg. He's gone through a lot, bless him. Tony, he's a good man, good Arsenal fan. And that's the whole reason why we're here doing this madness. So please don't forget to keep donating and spreading the word for us as well. Please keep spreading the word. And if any of you want to come on and give us a hand, give us some fresh topics to what you want to talk about as well. If you want to drop some ideas in the chat, please do. Because I really enjoyed that. It was good. A bit of therapy that was, to get over everything that we're going through at the moment and all the bad news and all the misery. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, it took us, as I said, it only took us nearly 20 hours to get to something positive about Arsenal.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, always good. Always good to actually have a bit of a reminisce as well.
Yeah, I just again remember some of the great players we had.
I know.
I was saying about Eduardo. I mean, as I said, he's injured. That first full season we brought him in, he broke in and got that horrific injury. But when he came back, I mean, even though it was brief, because obviously, as I said, Wenger did give up on him quite quickly for some bizarre reason, even though he was scoring goals. But outstanding goals. I mean, that goal against Burnley in the FA Cup and his comeback.
Unreal, yeah. I
mean, no one else would have had the audacity to even attempt that, and he did after everything.
Yeah.
And that's literally his comeback game as well.
I know. A brilliant player, and again, what could have been? What could have been with Eduardo?
And sorry, it says it all about him and what we thought of him as a player. When he left us, he came back with that same club. I think it's the following season, a couple of seasons later, in the Champions League group stage, and got the standing ovation.
Yeah,
he scored against us and got a standing ovation.
Yeah, I know. He's a lovely guy as well, and he could have gone on to great things with us. I'm just going to quickly go. I've still got this cold. I'm just going to go and
it's fine.
blow my nose. Just 2 secs.
I'll adjust myself. Oh, guys, if you want to, as Andrew said, if you want to pop on, Neil, I think Russ is still working, but if you want to pop on, have a bit of a chat, the link is then in the chat now. Click on that, it sort of sends you through to us. I'm being very brave, considering any fool could sort of pop up at any time. Now backstage, I won't even know who they are. But it is what it is. I mean, that's a good topic. That's a good topic, actually. That'd be interesting for us. Worst Arsenal 11. Jesus Christ. And one new in goal, that's easy. If you know, you know. Or Richard, actually. Jesus Christ, that's it there. Odeglusny, Stefanos, Senderos. Trying to think now what they're done. Losney's right back. Yeah, Losney's a right back. Left back wise, Traore. Yeah, I'll go for. I'll wait till I don't go through it all, but yeah, I'll go through it. With Richard Wright. Jesus Christ, yeah. Literally until I mentioned it, and it was only after I mentioned Dan Monday. Oh yeah, Richard. He used to play for us, yeah. Briefly. I mean, that was bizarre. We brought him in, but it was big money on him that summer as well. I remember, because that was a big summer for us. going into the 01-02 season. Obviously, bought Inamoto, clearly for marketing reasons because the kid never fucking played for us. He played one game, looked all right, but never, apart from that, never actually really played for us, let's be honest. So I think now, was Giovanni Van Bronckhorst, Fanny Jeffers, Richard Wright that summer. That was a class as a big summer for us. And look how many of them actually did anything at Arsenal, let's be honest, that summer. Jesus.
Yeah, I had high hopes for Gio Van Bronckhorst. I liked him for
same here.
a period of time that he was with us. He's a good player he was.
Yeah, I was at the time because I remember that obviously part of the double winning season, and when we loaned him out in the Invincible season, we loaned him to Barca. I was like, okay, I thought, okay, he'll come back. He never came back, did he? Just once that loan happened, he was gone basically. We then sold him to Barca the following summer. But yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That summer we bought him Richard Wright, Giovanni Van Bronckhorst, Richard Wright, Inamoto, and Fanny Jeffers. That was a class as a big summer for us.
Yeah, that was quite exciting at the time.
Yeah,
because let's face it, I mean, he turned out to be, really, really disappointing, Fanny Jeffers, for one reason or another. But he'd been on fire. He was a really exciting. He was the Michael Owen of the time. Let's face it. He was for Everton, and banging him in for fun. Really exciting young English player, and he supposedly could have been all the answer to our prayers, and it's obviously where the phrase "fox in the box" was born. That's where it originated from when we bought him, and he was going to be the one to finish off all the little tap-ins in the box.
Yeah,
and
that's what he's saying. When we bought him, that's the big thing they put out in the media. It's the media put out themselves, like the future of the new Ian Wright, basically.
Yeah,
he was that sort of person, as you said, put the tap-ins in, be there. But again, look, I sort of feel sorry for him in one sense because look who's in front of him: Kanu, Viltord, Bergkamp, Henry. I mean, you'd have to go a long way to nudge any of them to get anywhere near the first team back then. So
he got injured as well quite early on.
He also, that's another thing.
Which is typical Arsenal, obviously. With our luck, but that's what happened. He did get a bit of a bad injury, and he never really properly recovered his place in the team after that. And when he did, he just seemed to struggle with the pressure. He had a few misses, and things never just took off for him. Never took off for him at all. It was a shame, really. But there you go. These things happen. I mean, Russ has said a bit hard, really, to do, but about the worst 11
I was going to say.
that we've seen. Could try.
Well, so that's what I think. That's what I was mentioning about Richard. I initially said Almunia for the goalkeeper.
Richard Wright Richard Wright was after.
No, but that's why. He never really settled, did he? He had that because he had that expectation of being the replacement to David.
Yeah.
He just never lived up to it. And had that one season, obviously, as Neil says, he won a double in his first season. And because obviously what happened in the cup final, of him being dropped for the cup final, that was it for him. He said he wanted to go, from what I remember, and that was it.
He was a young English goalkeeper again. He was being touted as the next England number one. And he wanted first team football. He knew that he was never going to oust David Seaman.
Well, you wait a couple of years, so.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he just wanted to play first team regular football. Can't blame him, I suppose. But he weren't that bad. But it's got to be Almunia in the goal, the worst Arsenal 11 because of just continuous howlers.
Yeah,
that he made.
He never looked like a goalkeeper either. Let's be honest. He made Ospina look big.
Funnily enough, he played. He's one not a legend, but he's on the way to being a legend at Watford.
Yeah.
Played really well for Watford.
Yeah, went there.
He found his level there. I mean, left back's got to be Andre Santos, isn't it? Really?
Andre Santos or Traore.
Oh yeah, Traore as well. again, he's never really saw a lot of Torre, did we?
No. Because
Traore, I mean.
Galclucci way ahead of him, basically.
Yeah. But
yeah,
it's got to be Santos.
Yeah, it's got to be Santos. I mean, he came in, played one brilliant game, and that was it.
I know. I know. Right back.
Glusny?
Yeah, I'm in a minority of actually quite liking him.
It's a good squad player. It just wasn't what
I actually quite liked him,
yeah.
but I know that a lot of people don't, and I know that that's an unpopular opinion. But I'm trying to think of any other ones though. But
I'm trying to think. That's what I'm trying to do now. Who's back up to? Well, that was a bit, so he's trying to know.
Oh, it's got to be a Boué, isn't it? Got to be. Why didn't I think of a Boué? Again, I like him as a character. He was a proper character. But I'll never get that vision out of my head of when the video of him coming out of the tunnel. I can't remember what game it was, but he's just coming out of the tunnel, and then all of a sudden, like do these warm up things, he does splits in the air. Like, do you remember that?
Yeah,
like doing star jumps, but his legs went so wide, he's like literally like proper splits. It was hilarious. But it's got to be a Boué, surely. Yeah, I can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with was it against Wigan at home, wasn't it? We got jeered off and all. He was on like 5 minutes, got taken off because obviously he's having an absolute nightmare.
I felt sorry for him.
It came back. The thing is, it came back from that as well.
Oh yeah.
He turned it about. Lichtstein has been mentioned in the chat.
Lichtstein, of course, another good one. Yeah, in fact, that's a good shout, that is.
Yeah, going back to Boué came back from that. He turned everything around with the fans, and he sort of got back on his side. And then Arsenal v Liverpool go 2-1. Was it 2-1 up in the 98th minute? He goes up there and he goes away a penalty.
Oh my God!
That was it. I think that's the final straw for Wenger. That was after that. He basically got rid of him.
Yeah, that's a good shout as well. Obviously, Runarsson as the goalkeeper. Yeah. I mean, very, very small, amount of time that we've seen him in goal. But my God, I've never seen a worse performance against that one against Man City in my life. That's probably a good shout, actually. I think I might change my mind for Runarsson. Lichtstein is also a really good shout over a Boué because I can't remember him having a good game. Lichtstein.
Literally. I think we all thought it was because I was coming from an 8 times winning championship winning team, and we thought, okay, he's getting on, but he'll give us something at least. He gave us nothing.
It was only a backup, supposed to be purely backup for a season, but he ended up playing a fair bit early doors, didn't he? And I can't remember him having one good performance.
I think wasn't that the season Benjamin done his ACL as well? So he had to play even more. Yeah. Oh, bloody hell! Yeah, but it's a shame. He got no matter who he plays, he's just got found out he got torn apart a new one every week. Really, no matter who he played. That's including after Fulham and Cardiff that season. I think he realised that, hence why he never extended his stay up beyond that season.
Kim Kallstrom, Neil. That's the one.
Oh, damn, Kim Kallstrom, bloody hell, that's going well.
But
you can't say that he scored a penalty, a vital penalty for the FA Cup final.
That's what he said. Yeah, you can't say he was in the worst 11 because he never played a game apart from scoring
apart from that semi-final, literally.
And he said it's one of the best highlights of his entire career playing for Arsenal and scoring that penalty. Which you can't not love him for that.
Yeah.
But I'd say.
And Neil says about Andre Santos saying he swapped shirts with Van Persie at Old Trafford at half time. We're 1-0 down.
My God.
And he's there with his pink, he's black and purple striped fucking shirt. They are trying to get shirt swaps. And it happened. It's like, what the fuck?
He didn't even do it out of sights of the camera down the top, did
he? For the whole world to see.
So, I'd go for Lichtstein left back, Santos right back. I'm going to change your mind and go for Runarsson in goal because unbelievable.
Yeah, I'll go with that, yeah.
Centre backs, we've had a few, haven't we? I mean,
Stefanos
has got to be up there. Mikel Silvestre from me has got to take one of the
Oh,
spots.
fuck hell, yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we forgot we had him.
And I mean, going back, I wasn't that impressed with Colin Pates. Probably before your time. Gus Caesar had a nightmare before your time and all. But Stepanovs,
Pascal Seagon apparently has met some
Scott Egon, he wasn't wholly crap though. He had a few.
he had to, and also
He's invincible.
yeah, and don't forget, look at again, like with Francis Jeffers, in the sense of who he had to dislodge along the way.
I'm not
Seagon
saying
has Kolo Toure, Campbell, Keown.
Yeah, he wasn't an absolute disaster, Pascal Seagan. Although he's not the best player at all, but it's worse.
Yeah, I mean the Legend games that they've done since he's retired or not. He took part in both of them.
Yeah, I've got
He's a good player.
Yeah,
even now.
There's no way that he's in our worst 11. No way.
Again, people need to remember he was brought in to fill the void that Adams obviously did because Adams retired and obviously he was brought in to replace that void in the sense of fill that gap. So there's always going to be a lot of expectation there as well. But you got, again, as I said, you got Keown ahead of him, Campbell, Toure.
Yeah,
it was never going to dislodge that team. But as you say, he's invincible as well.
Yeah, he's in the squad. But I'm definitely going to stick Mikel Silvestre in because he's another one that he's like a Willian signing for me. He came at the end of his career. Yeah. It came for the comfort. He came because Arsenal's a big name and it's not going to ruin his CV by dropping down too much. And he came for the money and he was appalled. I've got nothing good to say about Mikel Silvestre in any circumstances. And he came from Man United. I mean, Jesus. So he's one of the two, but the second one probably would have to be Stepanovs, maybe. I mean, I would say probably someone like Gus Caesar, but he's a bit more of a cult hero now because of club legend. And not a lot of people will know much about him, maybe that are watching this or listening to it. But I know that's funny what Neil put there. So I'm happy to go with Stepanovs at the centre back. So midfield, there's going to be some that I'm forgetting now. So I'll have to think a bit about this. Midfield, right wing, you could have Jimmy Carter. He's atrocious. Eddie McGoldrick won't any better. He's a decent pro footballer, but never in a million years at the Arsenal standard. I believe it when we bought him. He was not good.
Inamoto.
Oh yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, Inamoto.
I was saying before we signed him for marketing reasons because he signed him. We played one game, a Champions League game. It was like the last 10 minutes. Never saw him in an Arsenal shirt apart from when he lifted the trophy into the season.
Yeah, he
wasn't to watch him for them.
He went on to be okay at Fulham, didn't he? You have to ask Fulham fans, I suppose, but he played quite a bit for him. But he was never any good for Arsenal. So he's a good shout as well. I don't think of other ones. There must be other ones we're really thinking about.
Let's try and think more recent as well. Won't that help?
People might say Frimpong, but I quite liked him on occasions. I liked his attitude. I think he's quite fun. Half decent player. He was put back an awful lot by a terrible leg break when he was really young.
Yeah.
His development was put back a good year. Massively, yeah. He was coming through in the same academy year really as Wilshere.
Yeah.
But he was set back a year because of his leg break from Wilshere. So I think that's a shame for him because he could have been after him. But
I think that's midfield wise is a hard one because I'm trying to got my brains now.
Granit Xhaka.
There you go. Number 34. Oh dear.
I mean, yeah.
Frimpong over Xhaka.
I mean, we've had worse players. Sorry to say, but we have.
Yeah, I'm trying to fucking remember. Trying to remember them now. That's the only thing.
I can't. I mean, you
Danielson?
triple E. A lot of people that have listened to this or watching this now will know much about players like Jimmy Carter and Eddie McGoldrick. I know Neil probably will, but they were poor. They were never at our standard, and they were just.
I was just thinking top of my head, Danielson never really lived up to the.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
Yeah,
what we needed.
He wasn't toilet, but he never ever lived up to standard, did he?
No, because considering who he's, was it his uncle? Wasn't it? Part of 2000. Was it his uncle or his dad? That was the 2002 World Cup winner, alongside Gilberto.
I don't know. Don't know.
Someone wanted us in the chat, but yeah, he's got.
Yeah,
bit like
still
Son had
Danielson over Xhaka as well. Come on, there must be other ones that we're forgetting.
There probably is. I'm just literally at the top of my head. It's trying to fucking remember now. Jesus. Oh.
I mean, it was mentioned earlier about Kim Källström, but Kim Källström was actually a good player. It was just a horrific signing.
Yeah, it was just bad timing, wasn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I
think dreadful signings were made.
There's going to be some people who are screaming at us now down at the screen. This one, that one.
Yeah, put it in the chat.
Literally, please help us. My mind's gone blank because I've been up for God knows how long as well. I mean, Song eventually got round, sorted himself out. He never did again, not to the same expectations as his uncle, but still okay.
Yeah, I was thinking of Park, Russ, but Park or as a forward.
Park was a striker. We bought him as a striker.
Yeah. I'm going to put him in the front three, definitely. Yeah. But at the moment...
We'll come back to that one,
Jimmy Carter, Eddie McGoldrick for me. Those my two, anyway. Missing a midfielder. We'll come back to that. But I'll definitely put Park in there because he was toilet as well.
Again, we signed him as trying to help solve our goal-scoring crisis. Never played a kid. Apart from cup games.
Oh yeah, Rio Miyachi is another one.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, he never lived up to it. Yeah, he got all that hype, didn't he? I remember that now.
He was dreadful as well, wasn't he? And Sonogo.
Sonogo.
Yeah. That's the next one I was going to say. He was in my head. Yeah. Honestly, seriously, he was literally signed a postman.
Played like it.
Unbelievable.
Didn't he sign for Middlesbrough last season? And then Middlesbrough? Huddersfield, sorry. He's no longer there.
Last season?
Yeah, back in the winter window, he signed a 6-month deal. He was a free agent, basically. And he was at Huddersfield. Yeah, again, nothing. I don't think he's still there. I don't know.
I thought Joel Campbell had some moments. I thought he had some moments where he looked quite good.
He had that great World Cup, and you'd think after the World Cup he had in 2000, that the Brazil World Cup, wasn't it? The Brazil one, 2014.
Yeah,
that was a storm of a World Cup. We're all thinking, if we're not going to sell him, he's going to be one of the first team. He's going to get a chance this season coming.
Yeah,
and Wenger just couldn't make his mind. It was like in, out, shake it or bow.
I know he never got a settled run in the team ever. Yeah, he's either on loan, injured, or just not chosen. He was constantly on loan, wasn't
he? Yeah, literally. The poor kid.
I wouldn't put him in the worst 11. He had some talent, the kid. But Miyachi, Park, and Sonogo, that's a really good front three for the worst 11.
I'm just looking now. One sec. According to Wikipedia, Yaya Sonogo, born January 27, 1993, is a French professional footballer who last played as a striker for the Championship side. He's a free agent now, basically. Huddersfield Town. He has also played for Auxerre, Arsenal, and Toulouse. Spent the loan spells at Crystal Palace, Ajax. Yeah, how the hell did he end up at Ajax? That was 6 months, wasn't it? We said, we sent him on a season on loan to Ajax, and that literally lasted 6 months.
Yeah.
And he ended up going to Charlton. I remember that now. And then we got rid of him for nothing. Literally got him for nothing, sold him for nothing. He's a French youth international. 27. He's not in that now, but anyway. Was a member of the side that won the 2013 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. So why is he not even playing? He's literally, what was that? Have a look how long he was at Huddersfield. He was at Huddersfield for literally the last knockings of the season, as in from January to the end of the season. Played 7 times, no goals.
Wow, I never knew that. That's passed me by.
Going through his career, Auxerre B, 31 appearances, 15 goals. Auxerre, the normal senior team, 21 appearances, 11 goals. Arsenal, between 2013 and 2017, 11 appearances, no goals. League, I'm assuming league goals was, because obviously he did score that Champions League goal, didn't he?
Yeah.
In Paris, 2015 out on loan, 10 appearances, no goals. Ajax, 15-16, loan, 3 appearances, no goals. 2016, 8 appearances at Charlton Athletic, 3 goals. They went to Toulouse.
Totally prolific at Charlton then. Must be a club legend.
Yeah, then went to Toulouse 2017 to 2020, 63 appearances, 12 goals. Never been a French senior team member at all either.
No.
And now he's a free agent as we speak.
Interesting. Watch this space. Might get him yet for our striker options.
You said that now. So Eddie will be watching this thinking, what a good idea.
Remy Gard is a good shout, actually, for central midfield slot for sure, because he was really disappointing. I'm with you. I rated Nelson Vivas. I actually quite liked him as a player, but never pulled up any trees. But actually, I think he's quite a nice player to watch. Remy Gard, I never had anything out of Remy Gard as a player. I've got no
Remy Gard
of him.
Yeah, Remy Gard for Arsenal is pretty much like his managerial career.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cole Jenkinson says that's in the chat.
No, I can't. I'm not going to have a bad word said about Cole Jenkinson. I really don't. I mean, of course, sometimes, his performances left a lot to be desired, but he is one player who left every single grain of blood, sweat, and tears on that pitch for Arsenal. No matter, he wasn't good enough, but again, he had some decent moments for Arsenal. You can't say they didn't. He got into the England team, and he literally sweated Arsenal, didn't he? Yeah, we've made that's exactly right. I think I've just made a lot of bad signings, unconventional, but very few bad players. Because
so bad we can't remember.
You're not going to get to the Arsenal squad, the greater Arsenal squad, even without being a decent player. You're just not going to. It's not going to happen. But we've made a few real howlers in the transfer market. Of course, every team.
Shamak turned out to be an absolute hound in the end. Yeah, started off well for 6 months and then just dived off a cliff.
Yeah, I never took to him from the start.
Jorginho.
Yeah.
Again, all the expectation never lived up to it.
Yeah, he went on to be really good in Italy, didn't he?
Yeah, Rome, he absolutely stormed it. It goes to prove certain leagues aren't your cup of tea, and other leagues can be. And that's why I say when it comes to Granit Xhaka going to Roma, it was like it's going to go that way. It suit him because of the way he is. That would be a perfect league for him, but hey, what do I know? Which team would Granit go in?
He'd go in the Meh team, wouldn't he?
Yeah, the Met 11.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, Lucas Perez, he's another good shout there because he's gone on to have a good career elsewhere. He just never fitted in at Arsenal. And
again, never given a chance. He's got a Champions League hat trick. It got dropped.
I know. Exactly. Again, not a bad player at all. Not a bad player. Just a bad purchase.
Santos or Kolasinac, which one was worse?
That's good.
It's scary how that's a good question.
Shout, actually, yeah. Very good shout.
You consider one of them still playing for us as we speak.
Yeah. I'd say Santos still worse, but
It's close.
it's close. Yeah, it's close.
Oh, Mustafi? What's it? He's joined.
Oh, has he got a club?
Yeah, the league. I can't remember who it was now. I just remember literally posted it. Was it yesterday or the day before? He's joined a club.
I think it's nice. I'm glad he's got a club because he's nowhere near not good enough to not have a club. Again, just a terrible purchase, but a decent, a decent player in his own right. But
yeah, Levante.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad he's got a club. He's a nice bloke, actually. Yeah, Perez wasn't good at West Ham, but he went on to I don't know who went. He went to a club in the La Liga as well, didn't he? And started ripping it up again. Perez
went back to Celta Vigo and absolutely tore it to pieces. And I don't know if he's still there, but yeah, literally just tore it up there.
Yeah, he just never got on well in England for some reason, did he? But he never got a run of games. Not that saying he totally deserved it at the time, but he never got the opportunity of having a good run of games to get his form together. Like you said, he scored that hat-trick, got taken out of the team straight away. I'm not saying he would have been a great signing or anything. Clearly he wasn't, but he's not. Doesn't mean that he's a bad player, just in the wrong place.
Russ is saying in the chat, Perez was rubbish at West Ham. But again, Pellegrini never gave him the chance.
No, he just never.
So you don't know.
Maybe he didn't settle in England at all. I don't know. But, yeah. Hang on a second.
Yeah, no worries. It's fine. No worries. Yeah. Oh. Let me out. I'm going to the toilet. Oh, dear. How am I still going? Literally, guys, I've had 2 hours sleep where they obviously big up to Ray going or taken over for a couple of hours. It's like the second stream and all that, but I can't believe I'm still running. Even a dog
Even the dog
doesn't like Perez.
No, he was actually arguing the fact that he wasn't. He just wasn't suited to the climate over here.
Yeah,
that's what it was. Beautiful day outside, by the way.
Yeah, which is not making me any better. I'm wearing literally the baggiest shirt I've got. It's sticking to me. Like, you bastards. Where was this last week?
Right.
Dear.
We need put some more comments in. Well, first off, please carry on donating, and we have to keep saying it because that's here, obviously. Please keep donating. Put the link in the chat again when you've got it. Tony'sNewLeg.com. That'll take you to his Just Giving page. We need to get an update soon on the how we're getting on with that because we need to ramp up that activity.
Yeah. It's been very quiet for that. As I said before, but a while ago, we've been stagnated at 2K for the last 10 and a half hours at the time. I'll check on it again, but yeah, I do. If we can pull off a miracle in the sense of having one final big, huge push in the last few hours now, and get to at least 4K. That's something. That's 4K more than what he had at the start of this.
That'd be great. That would be great. So yeah, please just keep spreading the word about it as well, and trying to get your friends and all your social media contacts. Just get them pointed in the direction of the stream, and get them to please put their hands in their pockets. Every pound will help. It really will. And that's what we're obviously doing this nonsense for in the first place. Met 11 players you weren't fussed about either way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remy Shaban, weren't really fussed about. Richard Wright.
I've seen him play for Arsenal, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Actually, well, to me, Leno be a good one for that. He's
Yeah,
always.
actually, yeah, that's a good point. Actually, he's fucking.
I've never really warmed to him since the moment he stepped.
No, it's a weird one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all the hype he had.
He doesn't really endear himself to the. Like, remember I said earlier about David Seaman, the way he always had the banter with the fans, and he'd always like just have a bit of a laugh when the game was happening down the other end of the pitch, as it happened, as it was a lot of the time. He would always have a bit of banter with the fans, and it's easy to warm to him, and that's instantly get that with Ramsdale. As soon as he walked through the doors, I instantly warmed to him because of the way he is, his personality. I've never warmed to Leno once.
No.
Never.
He's not. He's also because we've got the experience of Jens Lehmann and all that. He's not that typical German sort of mentality goalkeeper.
He's got no personality. He's got nothing about him, is he? He's meh. So he's ideal. Totally meh.
Yeah. Right, let's do the right back. The meh right back.
Meh right back has to be. Think we've been blessed with some good right backs down the years. It's quite a hard one actually, because obviously think back to Dixon. You've had Lauren,
Sanya as well.
Sanya's brilliant.
Who plays Sanya? I can't remember now.
Bellerin mainly, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, Debuchy.
Oh yeah, Debuchy. Yeah, he was unlucky with injury, wasn't he? But
Debuchy, then Bellerin. Nick Steiner.
You can't really say Bellerin is meh because he's got a lot of personality. It's quite a tough one, really. Oh, actually, what about Justin Hoyt? He played there quite a while.
Yeah, bloody hell, that's going back up.
He was quite meh.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah, Sunderland, didn't he?
And Middlesbrough as well.
Was it Sunderland or Middlesbrough? Or maybe
both, he played for both. He went.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
But let's go with that then, because I think we're going to struggle otherwise.
Yeah, centre backs now. Let's do 2 centre back pairs for the mess.
Again, we've been blessed with some great centre backs down the years, but let's think. Johan
Giroud.
Yeah. Actually, both the Swiss.
Senderos as well.
You can't say either of them really. I mean, they're both bad, and people will always refer to bad games that they've had, but neither of them really let us down badly, did they? They were good players in their own right. Again, but they were very meh.
And also you have to remember the sort of time they came in was to overtake and be the next Sol Campbell, Toure, Keown, whatever. Kind of after that, so there's always that expectation as well. But yeah, I mean,
Sorry, I don't know the guy's name. I apologise, but the comment just been put in saying Bellerin is a meh footballer. You can't say that. He was one of the best right backs. Come up before his main injury in 2016. He was one of the best right backs in the country at that point. He was blistering. His pace was incredible. He was really exciting. And we thought he was going to be a world beater, didn't we?
It was going that way, and then suddenly.
So you can't. Maybe he's been a bit more meh lately, but you can't say overall he's been a meh baller. Everyone Holding, it's a good shout as well. Holding, that's a good one. I'm happy with that.
Left back.
For me, it has to be Matt Nacho.
Oh yeah, Nacho, yeah.
Nacho was very meh. He was never an exciting player, but he was Mr. Dependable, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go for that. Yeah, that's not saying he's shit. It's not saying he's great. He's just he was there. Basically,
he certainly weren't shit. He just like he wasn't brilliant at anything, was he? He was just
he was just a good utility player.
Yeah, Yeah, never an exciting player.
Yeah.
Um,
What was he? He went to, was it Sociedad he went to
Yeah.
after us? Didn't put
Yeah.
up any trees there either, did he? Let's be honest.
yeah, Gibbs
Yes,
is another one.
Gibbs is another one, yeah. Gibbs.
Gibbs was ended up being very much a meh player, but I had really high hopes for him when he to be a good Ashley Cole replacement sort of come through. They even looked alike, didn't they? They played really similar styles, but he never hit the heights at all. So yeah, it's a good shout as well.
Yeah.
We'll be on to midfield now, aren't we? So
Yeah.
Matthew Flamini was very much a meh player, wasn't he?
Arteta.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, yeah.
The irony behind what was just said there.
That's
Arteta's part of our 11.
That's a very, very good shout. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. Arteta was always a meh player. Those two central. What we're doing, a 4-3-3 again, that we always have done.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm fine with that. So we've got
Gail Clichy. He's another one. We've got a few, haven't we? Left back, like just meh players.
Yeah, that was just.
He never hit the heights either, really. But I mean, we've got anyone after Ashley Cole really was going to struggle, but to replace him. But none of them were. They were all meh, weren't they? Really. Kieran Gibbs, Gail Clichy, Nacho Monreal. Until Tierney
and all that, yeah.
Until Tierney's come in, we've not had any kind of excitement at left back, really.
I'm saying a lot. That's pretty damning on the recruitment side of it for that side of things between Ashley and Tierney.
Yeah.
So the other midfielder, what was it going to go for? We've got.
Yeah, I mean there might be some more shouts over and
Flamini, Arteta.
They're pretty.
I'm trying to think of the other one. I'm trying to think now. Who was it? I can't remember now.
There's always going to be glaringly obvious ones. I'm just not thinking of. El Neni.
Yeah.
that's king of the meh, surely. You can't get more meh than him, can you? Maybe
and isn't that pretty damning that we're doing a Met 11 and our manager is part of that and a current player who's playing under the manager.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
I'd say Clichy was above meh. Or what, in a good way?
I assume so, yeah.
Yeah.
The attacking line now.
In the chat box. Sorry, I don't know what to call you. Sorry, mate.
Asked to say Sentiment FC. What part of his that bit there? Sentiment. I was to say I'll call him Sentiment FC.
Okay, cool.
Because he changes his name. He changes his name every now and then as well.
I'll do that.
The forward line.
I'd say. I mean, Shamak, I think, is below me. I think he was. I didn't. Again, there's another player I did not.
Pom?
In. Sorry, who?
Chibut at Pom. I don't. He did pretty much.
I mean,
He wasn't playing. He didn't really get a chance, did he? Who's the other one? Who was the one that went to Greece recently? Was that Chuba or was that someone else?
What, on holiday?
No, it was literally for a season. They went and beat as well. PAOK Athens.
I don't know.
Won a title.
Don't know. Would you say Giroud was meh?
At most of the time, actually, think about it. Yeah, because he was very wasteful. That's the thing. It took him like 2 or 3 chances to put most of the time to put the ball in the net. I mean, that Monaco game, at home.
Yeah, but it's more than that, isn't it? It's not saying he's shit. It's about saying, was he exciting as a player? Did you get really excited when you saw him on the name on the team sheet? Did you have? True. You know, that's what it's. Did he get your juices flowing?
No, not really, if I'm being honest.
I mean, he scored the odd incredible goal, like the scorpion kick and all that, but I would say he's very much a meh player. He never excited me in any way. He did some exciting things on the pitch from time to time, but overall, he's not the sort of player you think, oh yeah, we've got Giroud fit for the weekend. He never was. I don't think he ever will be. He's an effective player, but he was never an exciting player under any circumstances, really, was he?
No, I'm trying to think now. Who's the other two? I'm trying to think names now. John Hartson. Played enough, didn't he?
Yeah, was he? Yeah, he's never like. I suppose he fits the bill from what I just said because, again, I liked him as a player, but he was never like an exciting player. I never thought, oh yeah, got Johnny Hartson in the team at the weekend, it'll be fine. Although I do like John Hartson. I mean, he kicked Al Berkovic in the head, so he's got something going for him. So. Yeah, I mean, he fits the bill.
Charlie Nicholas. Charlie Nicholas from Summit Arsenal.
No, he's
I don't know. That's probably
he
my
was
time.
an exciting player. He didn't have the best record at Arsenal goal scoring.
That's what I was saying. Yeah,
excellent player.
But, again, before my time, that's why I just read a name out there.
Yeah, I mean, when we signed him, it was proper wow moment. It was a proper wow moment when we got him, and he was the sort of player that you were excited about, looking forward to see at the weekend. So yeah, I hate to say this because I've just put him on the bench for my greatest 11. But what about Adam Smith? He was a great. That's a really awful thing to say, and I feel quite bad about saying it, but he was brilliant for Arsenal. But he was never like a superstar, exciting player, was he?
Christopher Beyer.
It definitely fits the bill, but I mean, is he someone you played enough? I mean, Hartson's probably one of the best shouts because he played quite a lot for Arsenal Football Club. So, and who was the other one? We said, oh yeah, Giroud. Are we happy with Giroud? So we've got Giroud, Hartson, and hang on, what about Ali Adier? He played quite a bit. Anyone else think of anyone else? I'm sure I'm missing people out here. And anyone different for midfield as well over Flamini, because although Flamini was definitely a meh player, he was quite an important player for quite a long time for us as well. Real important utility player, especially filling in at left back and stuff like that. So not 100% sure about including Flamini. Let's have a look at some of these comments. Shamak, more gas than substance. Yeah, that's true. Never liked Shamak. Trying to think. Gotcha. Giroud. Also got Perez as well, that we spoke about earlier. He's another one we could have up front in the Meh team. Not exactly exciting, was he?
Yeah, sorry about that. Oh dear.
That's all right.
So
Perez is another one that we just spoke about before as well.
Yeah,
He's another good shout for the mayor.
He was
Front
actually, yeah, because he did, yeah. It fits the bill as well as in what we were saying about Giroud and all that.
Yeah.
I don't feel comfortable with Smithy in there because obviously, yeah,
I'm not comfortable either, to be honest with you.
Because
he's a brilliant player for Arsenal.
When it came down to it, he was integral to winning the European Cup Winners' Cup, integral in winning the league in '89 on the final day, as in you got the goal and you got the assist as well.
No, I should never have said that, should I? Terrible of me. Who did we have? We had. I can't. We had.
Giroud.
And I would say, I'm quite happy to say Perez, to be honest.
Mm.
He was never an exciting player, was he?
No.
Shamak, I think, was below.
Yeah, let's don't get started on Shamak. As I said, he had first 6 months, boom, up there, just fell off a cliff. Arguably, in terms of strikers at the Emirates era, arguably the worst striker we signed in the Emirates era, Shamak, in the end, because of how it went.
Yeah. What's coming up in the show then, mate? Well, and timings, etc.
4 o'clock, Melvin's coming back with his son Jerome, and I think he said Sonny. I think he said earlier. He's doing a what if segment, basically, Arsenal related. That's gonna be about an hour. And if you want to stay long and have a bit of a chat on that one, you can feel free, obviously. And then Rich, I think now. What's his name? Got up my head. Richard, that's the one. Richard? I can't remember now. My head's gone to a blank. That's how fucking tired I'm to seek the program. But basically, yeah, got an hour's podcast with Melvin. Yeah, it's Richard, yeah. And obviously he's doing what would be his Tuesday club, basically.
Yeah,
he's gonna do tonight, obviously at 5 o'clock for a bit. See how long that drugs it out to, and then the last hour or half hour, depending on what time he finishes that. And obviously Amanda's coming on around 5:30 as well, so I'll let him know on that as well. And yeah, we'll just play it by for the last half hour or hour. We'll just play it by ear.
Cool. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Right. What's everyone want us to talk about now? Put some ideas in the chat. What you want to talk about? I mean, I think we've done the current situation. The current situation has been done to death. I think actually one thing we could say is the best youth player, best young player 11 that we've had. The best youth prospects that we've had in the team. That's one option. Because that's something that I was thinking about before. But whether we've got enough to do the whole team, we'll have to wait and see. But as the goalkeeper, Chesney could be right in there because when he came to the team, he was really young, wasn't
he? Yeah.
Ashley Cole, obviously, left back.
Yeah.
Right back, I was Bellerin.
Yeah, because he did come through, yeah.
How old was he when he came into the team? He was electric.
Yeah, who's that?
Adams, right centre back.
Yeah.
The other centre back. David O'Leary came into the team really, really young. Midfield, Wilshire.
Yeah. Merson in the midfield or attack.
Yeah. We've got a multitude of ones to choose from.
Ray Parler. Yeah, Ray Parler.
David Rocastle, got Michael Thomas, got loads. Paul David came through as a young player.
Kev Campbell, obviously.
Well, yeah, up front.
Yeah.
Got Kev Campbell. We've got Andy Cole,
Yeah.
who never really did it with Arsenal, obviously, but great.
We were saying earlier after Kevin left, it literally, because of the front line we had of Alan Smith, Campbell, and Wrighty, Andy Cole had never had a chance, did he? Let's be honest, to dislodge them.
No, and strong rumours around at the time that he just did not see eye to eye with George Graham either. George Graham thought he was lazy in training, and they argued a lot and really sealed his fate as well. But yeah, he had very little chance, unfortunately. It wasn't the same as nowadays when you had two squads almost, one for like Europe and the Cups and another one for the league. It was completely different back in those days. You just played the same players all the time. So yeah, he had very little chance. But I watched him every week, literally coming through. I watched him in the reserves at Highbury. He used to let you in for nothing, and I watched him come all the way through, and he was incredible, coming through the youth ranks.
Someone else.
Not sure about that, Russ. Trying to remember. I don't think so.
I'm trying to think because you got Wilshire's more recent. Fabregas technically came from 15.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got Wilshere, Fabregas. I mean, hopefully we've got a couple more coming through. I'm pretty sure we have with Patino and Aziz, especially. Too early days yet to say that, but I mean, Michael Thomas in there because we haven't mentioned him much today, and obviously he came through the academy, and we all know what happened with him. But then up front, who do we say? We've got Kevin Campbell. We've got Andy Cole. Is one option, but although he didn't have a career with Arsenal so much. But
he came through, didn't he? Yeah, he played one game.
Niall Quinn, yeah, he was really good, and Charlie George.
Yeah,
he didn't have a bad career, did he? Really?
No, not at all.
So yeah, that's quite an easy one, to be fair. I mean, there's probably loads of other ones we could have mentioned as well. Just bear with me 1 second. I'm just going to go to the loo. Be right back.
Oh dear. We got Kevin in the chat. How you doing? We've been actually for a while in the old live chat. We're almost at the end of sort of 3.5 hours to go. Okay, now it's starting to drag as well. Come on, I can feel it now. Yay! Oh dear! If you haven't already, guys, do obviously do subscribe. But more importantly, go follow the link in the description and donate whatever you can to help out a fellow gooner, one of our own, basically, in Tony. Try and raise as much funds as we can. The whole point of this is to raise as much funds as we possibly can for him. Oh dear! Otherwise, if we don't reach a certain target, I'm coming back next week, and the week after, and the week after, until we fucking do this. So you put my health at risk. Oh dear! Oh no! Oh dear! That's a good question. I'll ask Andrew when he gets back for that one. Check that. While we wait for Andrew to come back, bear with me. We're doing. 17 likes. Cool. 29 that one. 56 the first. Oh dear. It's hitting. Oh, it's hitting all right. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna die. I am not cooking tonight. Fuck that for Game of Toy Soldiers. Thinking the players that they've fulfilled their potential. Yeah, that's not a good one. Real bloody day. Trying to be positive here, fucking hell, this. Oh dear. Returns of potential. I'm trying to think if I did it at 11. Right. Okay, wait. Again, Richard. I thought Richard right in there. I thought never lived up to his potential. Isn't it? 1 at 11. Trying to think. I'm a Toyota, go crazy at left for the left back positions. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Ryan Giroud. Another one, actually. Yeah. Flamini never did, to be honest. He played left back in that 05-06 season. For most of it, anyway. Again, first time, based on the first time, and never lived up to his potential. He started showing glimmers of it. And as soon as he's sort of had that breakthrough season where he played in his natural position as like a first team regular, he fucked off to Milan. For nothing as well. And then come running back a few years later when the fucking day didn't offer him a new contract. And we fucking went, okay, no problem. I'm literally feeling gaps at the moment. Bloody hell. Oh dear. Oh, it's hitting me. Left back. I did left back, sorry, right back, so. Oh, right there. Better. Debuchy, Bellerin, one of them two. The only ones I can really think of at the moment. There's gone. Oh, trying to think. Have centre back didn't live up to any potential whatsoever. We've got Johan Giroud, Senderos, we say. I don't even know. Come back to that.
Hello.
Got a few questions from Russ in the text. What do you think of Vazicki? Could he have done more at Arsenal, basically?
If he'd have been fit, then yeah. The list is endless. I mean, we could do another top 11 of injured players who never fulfilled the potential, couldn't we? Players, and I loved him as a player. It's just, I think that's what draws so many of us to Emile Smith-Rowe, the fact that he's a player really similar to Thomas Rosicky, if you think about it, in the way that he plays. Yeah. The way that he sort of take the ball, knock it off in one movement, and he's turning, making another little darting run to receive the ball again straight away, and the way that Rosicky used to do. He's such a player. He's such a good player, so talented, and he just, I mean, how many times that, I mean, over the last 2 or 3 seasons that he was with us, how many games did he manage to play because of his injuries? It was just so sad. And he's just one of the long list of players that we can say that about, really, like Abu Diaby and Eduardo, who you mentioned earlier. The list goes on, doesn't it, of players that could have gone on to be really, really top quality players for us that never managed to fulfil that potential. I mean, Abu Diaby is one of the players who gets right up there in that list, and for me, I mean, he literally was never going to be as good as Vieira, but he's the closest I think that we've ever come, really, to having another Vieira, wasn't he? For a long period of time, when he was fit and firing, which was very few and far between, he showed glimpses of being the real box-to-box midfield dominator that we were missing for so long. And I mean, obviously his career just ended so prematurely. It was really sad. And that could be said about Rosicki. Loved him. What was his nickname? The Little Mozart. It's obviously for a reason. It's just like a glided along the pitch. Yeah, unfortunately, no, he never fulfilled his potential, but we saw glimpses of exactly what he could have done for the club, unfortunately. And yeah, other players, I mean, Wilshire's another one. Would have been one of my favourite all-time Arsenal players. I mean, he's always going to be thought of massively by loads of Arsenal fans, not just myself, but loved Jack Wilshere so much. He could have been one of the best midfielders England have ever produced in my book. And it's so sad that he's struggling to find a club right now at the moment as well. And I've put it on Twitter a couple of times. I mean, if we could have a big, squad list and we didn't have to worry about how many players that we registered, I would have him as a pay-as-you-play player this season. Because he's still only 29. He says himself he's really fit. If he's not fit enough to play, then we wouldn't be paying him anyway. But I'd love to have him in the club. And if he was fit and he could get to even half of the player he was in his prime, then we'd be stupid not to have him over and above someone like El Nini in the squad right now, to be perfectly honest. To even just to come on in the last half an hour or so, or start the game for us and get substituted. For example, he's got so much talent in his left toe that he could produce something for us on the pitch over and above something like anything that El Nini could ever do, El Nini could ever dream of. So he's another one that never, unfortunately, managed to fulfil their potential. Even my favourite player of all time, I mentioned earlier in my top 11, David Rocastle, never fulfilled his actual potential. Abu Diaby could have had massive potential. Eduardo, as we've already said, could have been one of the... who knows what he could have achieved at Arsenal. I think we would have won the league that season. He broke his leg, if he never did break his leg. That's for sure.
Who
else
is there?
Yeah. What other players can you think of that never fulfilled their potential?
Adebayo, because he started running for the money.
Yeah.
For one good season.
Yeah. Anelka.
Yeah.
Anelka could have been one. People have put it in the chat earlier on, quite a while ago, but it's up for debate whether we would ever have signed Thierry Henry if Anelka had stayed. I'm not sure, because he loved his attacking players, Arsene, didn't he? So he probably will still have gone out and bought Thierry Henry, because that's what he was like, wasn't he? He just stacked us full of attacking talent up front. So maybe he would have done, but you never know. It might have been a sliding doors moment whereby we'd have kept him and never got our Thierry Henry. However, if that would have been the case, when you're talking about sliding doors moments, would Anelka have gone on to have been our all-time greatest ever goal scorer instead of Henry? Because you could easily have seen that, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Also, was it David Suker?
Yeah, Devil Shoe Care. But he came to us though at the end of his career, didn't he? To be fair, he was in his 30s, I believe, when we bought him, or close
Yeah,
to.
it's just back on the back of the World Cup. Yeah, 98.
I think he was at least. I don't know. I'm saying he's about 30, 31 when we bought him.
Got to be. Yeah, he always near the end of his career, but he did have that sort of
Lovely player though.
wrap
Great,
around his neck. Yeah, we expected a bit too much by the sounds of it.
great left foot.
Yeah.
I mean, what did we have? I think we only had him for a season, maybe a season and a half or so. I can't remember, but very, very short amount of time.
Yeah, and obviously with Henry, the way he sort of suddenly hit form, that was it. And they said he was gone soon afterwards.
Yeah, but he was a lovely player. Again, we had loads of players with amazing left foots, but he was right up there throughout his careers with amazing left foot.
Francis Jeffers.
We don't upgrade Colney. That's another good point. Yeah. We had London Colney the way it is today. Yeah. If we hadn't sold Anelka, Sentiment FC just said that. It's a very good point. We used all that money to build it, didn't we?
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. But, what was I saying? Francis Jeffers never fulfilled any potential.
Yeah. Mentioned that earlier, didn't we? Yeah, it's very true.
I think we mentioned before, did Nielsen, I think, Fimpong.
Yeah.
Craig Eastman, Isaac Hayden. Sort of
who's the other one? Bloody hell. One that was famous for his chips. Went on to have an amazing, not chips as in battered chip, fish and chips. Chips.
Oh, Cosvella.
That's it, yeah. He went on to have an amazing career in the States, didn't he?
In the MLS, yeah. They absolutely love him out there.
Yeah, Arturo Lupoli.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah. Wish you a bay.
Yeah. And who was Fran Merida as well. He was going to be the next wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I remember that now, yeah. He played a few games as well. I think he scored against Liverpool in the League Cup one year. But apart from that, played a few games, but nothing, apart from that, nothing else really, was it? And then he was sold on.
We had loads of players in the youth team that played in the Carling Cup all the time back in the day that were really, really highly thought of. J. Emmanuel Thomas, another one as well, who was destined for great things at one point, wasn't he?
Yeah. Went to Colchester, didn't he? Was it Colchester?
Yeah, I think he's up in plays for Aberdeen now.
Probably, yeah.
Well. He's made a decent career up in Scotland lately. Who's the other ones?
Didn't he go to Ipswich at one point as well? They actually hit it off there.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
You could also say Theo Walcott never hit his potential.
Yeah. Well, it didn't help when.
Although he still had a really, really good career for us, but never quite hit the heights he was going to.
Yeah, I think it didn't help when obviously every time he contract got up from Newell, he go from a winger to a striker, and since he signed the contract back to a winger again. There's that constant back and forth. He never really settled in a position fully in his time. He just scored. He's got the 100 club, but he never actually. Imagine what he could have done if he'd actually been in a settled position, no matter what. Croatian Eduardo, yeah. I think we mentioned. That's mainly down to his injury and the fact that once he came back, Wenger just never gave him a chance to prove himself again.
No.
So, hence why Shamak.
I'm not sure about Ramsey. I think. I think Ramsey. Can you say he didn't fulfil his potential? I think he had that horrific leg break that curtailed his career for a couple of seasons, didn't he? But he came back just as good afterwards. Could he have done much more at Arsenal? I'm not that sure. I mean, apart from the way he left, he never wanted to leave, and the club obviously just I don't know. we will never fully know until all the tell-it-all books come out at the end about what happened. But I'm not sure you can say he never fulfilled his potential. I suppose. I mean, injury did hold him back, but I still think that when he came back, he got back to the level.
It took a while, but yeah.
I mean,
I think what looking back, what really kick-started that revival in his career was the home game against Wigan after Wigan won the FA Cup in 2013. Obviously, he had an absolute storm of a game 3 days after he won it. Scored a couple of goals, got man of the match, and then obviously the following season, for the first half, he was injury-free. The best player in the league, scoring goals galore. Anything he touched went to gold. He got injured, and then that was it. Our fucking season league-wise anyway, fell apart.
Yeah, I know.
Thankfully, he came back and won us the FA Cup. But yeah,
was it Galatasaray, that goal he scored on the half volley?
On the volley, was it a Bouet set it up? Was it a Bouet set it up?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. That's just it's right up there. One of the best goals you'll ever see in your life. I mean, it literally, like you just said, though. I mean, everything he was hitting was flying into the back of the net at that point. It was unbelievable. He literally was the best midfielder in the country at that point. Just for those short 6 months. Unreal player then.
Yeah, and then he got injured again, and then the second half of the season just fell apart. He never got back to that form, did he?
No,
not consistent anyway. Till the last season, and then he resurfaced, and then got his big move to Juventus.
Yeah, obviously there's one big one that never hit his full potential, in my book anyway, and that's Granit Xhaka. Not Granit Xhaka, I'm joking. Mesut Ozil.
That's not the first word I expected to hear when I jumped on here. You did it on purpose, Andrew. Hello,
I know,
Andrew.
I did. Yeah, I know.
Hello there, Ryan.
Hello.
Mesut Ozil never fully hit his heights at Arsenal. Didn't fulfill his potential. And I was joking earlier about Granit Xhaka, but he's another one, clearly, that never has. But Mesut Ozil, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's nice because he never really settled or adapted to the league. He expected the league to bench him, basically. That was never going to happen, was it? Let's be honest.
I think a lot of it is down to what we've been discussing before about when you've bought a player the quality of Mesut Ozil, you need to supplement that purchase by strengthening the team around them to really maximise the benefit of having that player. And I think that we never did that. We never did it for Fabregas in the latter stages of his time with Arsenal. We never did it for Van Persie. We never did it for Mesut Ozil, really, to the levels that we could. I mean, we had Alexis Sanchez on one side of him, but we needed to really upgrade in other areas as well. And we never did it sufficiently enough to really see the benefits. But I think that's been a bit kind to him in lots of ways as well, because I don't think that he helped himself by not being available. Like one of the best things Clive was saying, the best ability a player can have is availability. And how often was he unavailable because of niggling back problems and not wanting to travel away to Stoke or Newcastle or Bolton or Burnley or whatever. So he didn't help himself. So I think I'm being kind when I say that we didn't strengthen around him enough, but it is a point. But the key fact is he never fulfilled his potential in my book at Arsenal anyway.
Yeah. Oh dear. Gary, how are you feeling after your nice sleep?
I'm feeling better, I guess. I'm feeling better because the sleep I was starting to wear down there at the end there. But refreshed as best as I can be. Yeah, it seemed like a long day, even though I mean it's not long. You know what a long day is.
Hi. running on 2 hours sleep.
I bet. Yeah, you're doing good, Ryan. Thanks for doing this. So yeah, once again, everybody, this is, as you know, 24-hour POD-A-THON for Tony and helping him get his new leg. So whatever you can do, spread the word. Make a donation, whatever you can do. Tony'sNewLeg.com. This is link to the FundMe page. Do what you can. But yeah.
I think we need to get another update at some point on the actual totals, because we're nowhere near where we need to be. So we really need to be pushing in the final few hours here to get that total up to as much as we possibly can, because I say we're doing this madness purely to raise money. So everyone, I know it's tough out there at the moment.
For the fun of it, trust me.
Financially, every pound, every dollar, every whatever your currency is, wherever you're watching this around the world, every single bit helps. So please just reach in and to your purse, your pocket, your wallet, and just give as generously as you possibly can.
Yeah. Hello, I see. Why not? Sentiment is in the chats. How you doing? So, what are you guys talking about? Would it sound like you're talking about underachieving players or
late? Yeah. That's the most recent thing we've been talking about. I think we've had a really good few hours actually. We've gone through our greatest ever 11. Okay. We've gone through the worst ever 11. We've gone through a few different types of 11s, but at the moment, we're players that we think that never really fulfilled their potential with Arsenal. And I think I was just brought up the subject of Mesut Ozil, which is brave of me, but
I think everybody would say. I mean, we wanted a lot more from him. I think he had some more to give. How much more? I don't know. Are we? Was it 2 years? Was it a year left that he could have done? But he definitely made it easy for the team to kind of sever ties with him eventually, right? At least that's what it seems from the outside. And then I think the social media presence kind of didn't help as well, right? That kind of showed that he was done, and he let that take the football away from him. And I don't think he ever wanted to do that. No footballer wants to. So.
No.
Yeah, it didn't end. Definitely did not end the way he wanted, and it's not looking any better now, right?
Well, I think it was Mike during the quiz last night that said he's already choosing not to go and play away matches for Fenerbahce. Yeah. So I mean, it's only cemented the decision that we made to get rid of him, to make it even more the right one, because things have changed. Even though he's gone to another country, playing for the clubs that he's supposedly always wanted to play for, he's still doing the same things that he was doing here and not fulfilling his potential for them either. I think I'm right, and also in saying, I might be wrong here, so don't quote me on it, but I think I'm pretty sure he's only scored one goal for them in all his time there at Fenerbahce so far. So, and that was fairly recently. I think he scored his first goal. But I didn't know that he wasn't travelling to away games already until Mike mentioned that yesterday. So he got a bit too big for his boots, I think, and just sort of coasted for the last few years of his career, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think one of the things you notice, at least for Arsenal, is they're always late. A day late, a month late, a year late, a season late, to make their changes, because everything they've ever done, it always comes back to, there was a time when they probably could have moved on, and they haven't made that big move, and it would have been probably taken bad by the fans. But to me, in reality, they should know more than us, right? They should know more than us. If they don't, then why are they in that job? And most of the time, they basically hold on for something. They try to push things as far as they can go, and it's never worked out. Like, the trend is let them go a year early than a year late. And it's been proven time and time again that they need to let, if they're going to make a move, they need to do it sooner than later, because they don't have the time to take those losses in deals per se, right? Like, Maitland-Niles should have been gone when he was offered. Xhaka probably should have been gone when there was an opportunity to let him go. I mean, all these players that they're holding on to, they're holding on to the history that they're holding on to the past, like a lot of fans are, but they're not in the business of history, right? They're in the business of what to do next, what to do now, and it's coming back to haunt them, and that hopefully it's changing. I think we as fans, we're just sitting around going, you know what? So now you're going to do it correctly. Now you're going to do it right after all these years of just doing things, at least for us, terribly wrong. So we'll see if it works out for them. I think it's going to be that they're going to have to show immediate results for us to actually believe it's going to work. That's the problem, though. Everybody's saying, you are expecting changes really quickly, but most fans will say we've been expecting these changes for years now. This isn't a just 10 games into the season kind of thing. This is 10 years into the making here, and at some point you're like, I would like to see immediate. I'd like to see immediate results, right?
Yeah.
The talk from Edu about the future is good for him, but in reality, it's not good for the club because we've been talking about the future every year. Every year it's going to get a little bit better. Every year it's going to be a little bit different, and nothing has changed. So they don't have the right people in. We know that. I don't know. Do they know that? I don't know. But they need to get the right people in there to make the immediate changes because it can be done. We've seen it, right? Go out there, you get the right people in, changes can happen immediately, right? You just have to, you're going to spend $50 million on Ben White, then you could spend whatever it costs to get the best manager, director of football into your club, because it's not going to cost you that much, but you'll get better results long term and immediately in some cases.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
And the thing is, we used to sell at the right time always for many years under Arsene Wenger, and then that got worse, coincidingly with the team getting worse. So we were holding on to players that we couldn't actually afford to get rid of anymore without fan outrage. But back in the day, when we sold the likes of Nicholas Anelka, although it was a little bit painful at the time, it was hardly we hardly noticed it because we had so many other great players around him. So it was easier to take. But as the years progressed and our squad got weaker, it was more noticeable selling the likes of Alexis Sanchez, selling the likes of Mesut Ozil if we did that at the time. So we couldn't afford to do it as often. And then we started holding on to players more and more and more out of what Why Not said in thing, calling it sentiment. That's right. We were holding on to players too long because we didn't have the other players to back it up. And it was more and more hard to lose these types of players as each season progressed. And when it got to last season, and we had the chance of selling someone like Maitland-Niles, who had just broken into the England team, who just helped us win the FA Cup by playing really well, they stupidly rejected the offer when we had the chance of selling them, when it was at the height of their powers. And because they were scared of the backlash and because the squad was so much weaker than it was before. And that's the cycle that we've got into, that we're really struggling to get out because the squad is still relatively weak compared to what it was in the earlier days of Arsene Wenger.
Yeah.
It's a tough one. It really is.
I mean, I like to think that the people in Arsenal are smarter than us, right? That's what we all think. And every time they show us that they're not, it's like, what are you doing, right? Because it's consistently always backfiring on them, right? I mean, it got to the point where Maitland-Niles just said, you know what, let me go, please, let me go. And he still couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Right? Basically, if this were any other manager, he would have said, you know what, you've gone a little too far for me. Right. But I don't think Arteta has too much footing to stand on to say, you know what, this is not how I run my team, because I think he's not as disciplined as he wants his players to be anyway. So, you know what, this is what you get. They kind of they take the example of their manager and go that, and that's where you see kind of these things lash out like this. I mean, every player that Arteta leans on has shown him that, you know what, No, I'm not. I'm not 100% with you because they always do something that doesn't make any sense, right? Aubameyang is the captain. He's late for the biggest game of the year. How? Why? That never happens, right? They keep Xhaka. Boom. He basically says, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm going to put myself in a situation that I can get a red when I know my team needs me. No, they keep continually show this, and you know what? It trickles down. Yes, it could stop at Arteta, it could stop at Adu, but it doesn't. It keeps going all the way down. They can make things better, but they're not, and that's what we're seeing. You're seeing the rot that everybody talks about at the top, right? Just trickles down and never stops, right? Because it filters into the players, and that's why we see them do the things that they do. I believe so. That's where I believe, and you put another manager in there, you see things look a little different, right? Players would want to come out there and play. Players would give a little bit more for the crest, for the badge. Play with a little bit more energy, a little bit more urgency. Maybe the leadership would be better because they would understand what they need to do and how they need to do it, right? We talk about Tierney being a captain. I believe if he was given the keys, we might see a little bit more different fire from the team, good and bad. I have a feeling, I still feel like he's being held back by Arteta in the sense that, if I let you act like a leader on the pitch, you're going to take away something from my other captains that I have out there because they're silent captains in a sense, right? They don't communicate to the team as much as I would like them to. They're not the player that comes up to their teammates when they need to, like to either get them to, get out of your head, this is okay, or don't worry about that, we'll get it back. Some kind of positivity that's required on the pitch sometimes when things are low. What we saw in the last match is what we expect, right? The game's looking like it's going to get out of hand. And next thing you know, Jacques is out the game, and you're like, but that's our leader, right? That's supposedly one of our leaders on the team. What is he doing? Putting himself in that situation. We can't do that. And things go downhill from there.
You're totally right about the leadership on the pitch, but for me, it shouldn't matter whether you've got the armband on or not. It's just about buying the right type of player in the first place, like a Tierney, because Tierney should be able to be a captain on the pitch, whether he's got the armband or not. And I'm sure he actually is. But we need more players like that, don't we? And that's why I like the signing of Ødegaard, because I think he's definitely got that potential to be that kind of guy. We've seen it already in a short period of time. Time will tell over a lengthy period whether that's going to continue. I'm pretty sure it will with him. I think he's got the right kind of attitude. Martinelli's got that kind of long-term ability of being a bit more of a leader on the pitch as well, I think, with his attitude. But it's such a shame when we're talking about the chance of getting that broom and sweeping out all the previous past negativity, that we never had that we never took that opportunity to get rid of Granit Xhaka in the summer, who is one of those last parts of that old regime of Arsenal, that sort of bad attitude, who wants to check out when the going gets tough, like he did against Man City. And I think that if he had have gone this summer, that is when we would have actually replaced him. I think the only reason we didn't get in a Bissouma or someone else is because we didn't sell him in the end. And that is a crying shame to not have taken that opportunity. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, you could have sold 3 players and covered the cost of Bissouma, and even if you took a loss in the Xhaka, Nketiah, and Maitland-Niles deals when you sold them, that would have covered Bissouma right there, and your starting 11 would be more solid, right? You'd just be looking for somebody up top to maybe put the ball in the net. Other than that, I mean, that to me sounds achievable, and they had opportunities to sell all 3 players, right? Somehow they could have crossed the line on all 3 of them, even Nketiah, who wanted his money, which I think, he should be able to ask for his money, because that's right now the only thing I think he's got going for him is that he has a large paycheck coming in every week. and you just don't, anybody in that situation isn't giving it up that easy. It doesn't make any sense. Even though I believe if he went and did what he's supposed to do, you get that back.
Yeah.
You get that money back if he really wanted to play football. If he really wanted to, if he really felt in his head that I'm just not getting a chance at Arsenal, but I need a chance. So let me go. I'll take the hit. I'll take the hit, and I'll go out there and I'll prove that I'm worthy of salaries like that. And maybe he's kind of torn between the two. I believe, because he's going to sit here in Arsenal and not play. Right.
Yeah.
So he's not going to play. Right. He's got at least 2 or 3 players in front of him that are going to keep him on the bench. You keep Balogun around. If he's not playing in front of Ed Nketiah, then why didn't you put him on loan? Why did you keep him?
I'm hoping that might still be the case, because I think the loan window in the lower leagues is open for a lot longer.
Okay.
I'm really, really hoping that Balogun goes out on loan, because if not, then why the hell not? Because we cannot keep doing this and ruining people's development at such a the critical time of their career. We can't keep doing it. We've done it with Nketiah. He didn't go on loan until he went to Leeds. He should have had at least 1 full season before he went to Leeds on loan. And we've done it with Nelson. We cannot keep doing it. We've got to. This is a really, really important part of their development time, and he's got to be playing football. So I just really hope that he goes on loan in the Championship or League One and gets a good, strong season under his belt.
These types of decisions should have been made. Like Arsenal talked about, or Edu and Arteta talked about, already having a plan of how they were going to look at this transfer window. Part of that has to have been one, re-signing your Milsworth Rowe and Tierney, right? But it also should have been, looking at some of your youth and saying, are you do we need you in the club, or do you need to go out and get some minutes somewhere else so that you can get the time that you need on the pitch, because you won't get it here. That should have already decided, and if for in Balogun's case, do you really think you were going to be able to sell, Aubameyang and Lacazette? One of them. It looks, and based on past experience, like you're looking at their salaries, you're looking at their age. Nobody's taking them, and nobody probably will take them. So you got to get something out of them. So I think I've heard it so many times. You know what? Lacazette's going to stay. They're going to let him walk, because it's going to be better to have him this year, and hopefully he helps them get to the top 6 like they want, and then he can walk, right? Because they're not going to be able to sell him. But who knows if top 6 is far from an opportunity, an option for us right now. I don't know if they could have sold him anyways and got anything back for him, but it all basically falls on Aubameyang, who wasn't going to be sold anyways. We need to see what we saw in the West Brom game, and we need to see that consistently. And whatever that means for him, he needs to go 110% to get us there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's got to. Everybody's got to dig deep, man. You got to dig deep inside yourself, and if the team had that talk that they were talking about, part of it should be, we're the Arsenal. That's it. It's really all you need to say, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you need to say, and that should answer all your questions as to how you're going to come out and play, for the rest of the season. And it's and that's the thing. It's the rest of the season. It isn't the next 2 games and then against the Spurs they fall. No, it's every game you come out there, you're putting on that shirt. You're playing at a level that everybody expects, even yourself. You didn't come to Arsenal for this. Nobody did.
No,
right?
Exactly.
Nobody came to Arsenal for what's going on right now, and you don't want to be part of that history. So
exactly.
The only time is now to change it. I mean,
but they said to Willian, apparently, that as part of the sales process, that we're going to win the Champions League within 3 seasons, and that's what tempted Willian to come in and join the club. What did they say to Thomas Partey then? What did they say to? No, honestly, what did they say to him? Did he agree to join Arsenal as part of a youth project? Is that what they said? Oh, Thomas, we're going to get rid of all the experienced players. We're going to start a youth project, and we want you to be the senior guy alongside Aubameyang and Lacazette. Is that why they sold him? I doubt it.
Yeah.
We've got to be careful about that.
They said to him, if you sign for us, you'll have a great photo op, video and everything, welcome you to the club. So that sold it to him, I reckon.
Yeah.
It's a serious question, though, isn't it, Melvin? Because he could be the next one that's pissed off and wants to go out the door. Say, I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah, that's it. Once again, do they have a plan? Why do you bring it? Unlike Edu would have been part of those decision makers as to why to bring in Partey would be a good idea, right? He would have been in those discussions whether he pulled the trigger or not and said, let's go ahead and do it. He was part of those discussions. So whatever the reason was for getting Partey in, for me, it sounds like one of those, we need to just keep the fans happy. We need to do something big, and we have this in our back pocket, right? If we really can't do our job and get things across the line, right? Aouar should have, I would have rather spent the 50 on Aouar, bring him in, because at least for me, that's what we were missing. And Partey helps as well, but we needed somebody like that to come in. Maybe he's a little bit of a hothead, and that's maybe the problem, but we need a little bit of that anyways, right? We need a little bit of those players that will get us to the edge, and need to see somebody to calm and bring them back down off the ledge kind of thing. But yeah, that what they told him, unless it was the paycheck, that's the only thing, at least that it seems like was the reason to come. They couldn't have sold him a big dream, like you said, because even at that point when they brought him in, what was the squad at that point?
Yeah, I know.
The squad had,
which is what I mean. We've systematically reduced it, which is needed to, but I'm sure he wasn't told that we're going to be embarking on a big youth project.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to. I've just done the last 4 hours, and I haven't eaten anything yet today. So as soon as Ryan is back, which will be in a second, then I'm going to leave you guys to it, and then I'll pop back on again a bit later on because I need to go and get something to eat.
No
but
problem.
In the meantime, I don't know whether Ryan is about, or whether Richard's actually supposed to be taking over now.
Richard's taking over at 5.
Yeah, I think this is
5 o'clock.
This is Melvin's time. Are you waiting for Jerome? Is it or
Jerome? Yeah, Jerome coming. 4:15 he'll be on.
Oh, okay.
Fantastic.
Right. Around about 4:15, Ryan will be on, and Mike. He hasn't replied to me yet. And I spoke to him yesterday. Sonny was supposed to come on, but that ain't going to happen. It looks like now. I don't know. Hopefully he does.
No worries. Well, I'll hang on until Jerome comes on and Ryan comes back.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah, Chelsea spent 100 million, but was able to loan and sell youth players to make 2 to 18 million pound profit.
They sold Abraham for 40, didn't they?
That's not. Is that a deal? Is that a loan to buy, or is that that's a straight
sale? I think.
Okay.
Yeah, 40 million in the till. Ching.
Okay. Wow.
I know we're not used to deals like that anymore, but that's what other clubs do.
It's crazy when you looked at that article and it showed all of the business that was going on, and it talked about all the outgoings, and you look and there's only one of the bars that actually showed money coming in the door on a sale for a player, and you're like, okay, right now your biggest issue is you can't get the players out. You can go out and spend all the money you want, but you can't get the players out, so you can't bring in more players that you need. That's got to be priority number one, right? Get the players out the door that you can't see as part of your future, and they're not doing that. They're holding on to them as best they can, and they're not take the loss. You're taking a loss anyways. Because think about it, if you can't sell a player for a certain amount because you're valuing them too high, so then you loan them out. The next year you just lost the gap. You lost even more value because they're a salary and a year into a year gone from their contract. So what's the point? Why don't you just take the loss now, so you can better yourself for the future, right? This is we're talking about the future, and we're talking about
Do you think
moving on?
Do you think, Gary? And I'm not saying they did. I'm just throwing it out there. That certain players that they value too high, they probably think, well, perhaps we are a bit too high, but we're not going to sell them at the price we could get because it crystallises a loss.
They're it's a loss anyways, right?
Yeah, but it
Eddie,
actually crystallises it.
yeah.
If it goes on, if this keep for another 3 or 4 years, though in reality terms, they'd be worth less and you're paying all this wages for nothing. It doesn't look on the books. Bought them for 40 million, sold him for 10 in 2 seasons. It's better buy him for 40, sell him for 5 in 4. It doesn't, it loosens the pain. I think that's wrong, but they might be thinking like that.
At some point you just got to rip the scab off, right? It's
of course. First cut is the best.
That's where I think that's where the team is right now. They've done such bad business for a while. They need to just clean. They need to gut this house, right? They need to take everything down to the studs and start building it back up, and they can't. And to do that, of course, right? That means they're gonna have to take a loss. They're taking losses anyways. They're taking losses anyways, no matter what. If they keep the player, they're not playing them. So then what you're spending money on their salaries to not play them, or you're not even going to register them. You know what? Take the loss.
I would, but they do things in strange ways. Like you said before, they'd rather not spend the extra few million on a manager who can get you out of trouble, which is cheap money long term, isn't it?
Yeah.
And rather buy a right back or left or whatever for 30, 25 or 30 million. I mean, we paid 50 for Ben White. Who knows? I mean, what was the bid below that? Was the bid 49 million, someone else bid, so we gave 50? Or was there no bid at all? Or someone else bidding 30? So we definitely want him. From 30, we got to 50. Was there anything in between? You got to wonder how they do their business.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said last night, when you sell Granit Xhaka, for example, what does he actually owe us after giving us what? What's he had now? This is his sixth season, I think. So we paid 35 million quid for him. Does he actually? Are we due much back from a player that you've had for 6 years? I mean, I think we could.
Don't forget we paid him wages for those 6 years, Andrew.
Oh yeah, I know, but it don't work. You don't really think about it that way, do you? When you actually
part of the package.
But what I'm trying to say is, if we sold him for say 10 million quid, but we bought him for 35 million quid 6 years ago, it's not that bad, is it? Losing 25 million for a 6-year service in this day and age.
I think any money lost, even if you would have gained money on him, would have been too much, because he's been put is a negative on the whole club and the whole playing side. That's a bad example.
That's just what the point. No, but the point is, I mean, it's not a bad deal to actually get 10 million quid for him.
Yeah.
Well, they don't think the Arsenal 12 million quid they could have had.
Like you said, they're probably looking at the fact that they're going to have to somehow figure out how to get 20 more million to fill his spot, which I think it's actually good money to do that, because that's what you need to do. We're not going to take whatever he was what worth. Maybe they wanted 20. They weren't going to take 20 and replace him with a player for 20 million. That wasn't going to happen. That's not where the market is for a player in that position that's going to start for us. It was 30 to 40, not. Right? So you're not going to get all the money you need. So you need to. We had enough players anyways to get them out the door and make up the difference, right? And it's got it. Like right now, it looks like their goals that were, they like coming towards the end of the season, it was like, you know what? I don't know. Were they thinking they needed a center back, or were they thinking, you know what, we still need a partner for POD-A first in terms of starters, right? Because they definitely did. They did the squad building really good, right? They built up the squad really good, so we're better there. But they didn't fix the starting 11, right? The first team that comes out on the pitch. They didn't answer any of those. As far as I'm concerned, they didn't really answer any of those questions, because White fills a gap, but he doesn't even fill it all the way. Right back, we'll see if we got one. Some people feel like he's not even going to be a starting right back for us.
Oh, he's got to be. Who's going to start in front of him?
I don't know.
He will.
I'm just saying,
but
you just.
He might not start immediately because of acclimatization and
no. I mean, generally,
he's going to be our first choice right back without question.
Got to be in 6 weeks' time. All things being equal, he's got to be our first choice. Sure.
I hope so. But like, I'm on your side, because you don't make that move at the end there. If it's to just fill a backup spot, that's not what you do it for. So. In my eyes, anyways. But yeah, but like there are like Arsenal does weird things, right? They bring in players and you expect them to be playing, and then they don't, and you're like, what's going on? Why did you make that maneuver? Why did you make that deal in the first place? So yeah, I would expect him to play. Where else is he going to go? Right? Where else can he go if it's not right back right now?
He's going to play. He's going to play without question. He's going to be one of these guys who feels it, makes the back four into a back three on occasions throughout the game. When Tierney's bombing upfield, we move into a back three. That's what he wants him for. You can see it. It's as transparent as anything. And he will play, but maybe not the first 2-3 games whilst he's moving into the country and getting used to everything. But I would, without question, he's going to be a starter. That's no doubt at all.
Very bearish, and I'm not very bearish. I think we'll win Saturday. But he could, if you think he's going to play, he won't play the next 3 games he plays in the 4th or 5th game, he may not ever play for Arteta.
No, he won't. That's right. Yeah, if that's the case, that's very, very true. Very true.
I can't see Arsenal. I can't see the players letting it get to the point where they lose the next 2 games. That's what I can't see. No matter what Arteta does in terms of what players he puts on the pitch, I can't see those. I don't believe that those players will let it get to that point. Right? Somebody will have to put their foot down and say, no. I'm gonna do this either myself or you're gonna come with me, right? That's what we're missing. Who's that one player we talked? I think we talked about that last night as well. Like, Alexis would do it. For me, Robert Van Persie would say, "Just give me the ball and I'll finish it off for you." It's been a while since you've had that type of a player that can just get you the goal that you need, and that's what we need right now. We need somebody to say, I can get us there, and just get me the ball. Don't give me space.
That's one good thing, I think, on our side at the front end of the pitch now with Smith Rowe, Saka, and Ødegaard. They are the type of player, and this is another good Cliveism from the Arsenal Vision podcast. He says quite regularly, we need players that say, give it to me. Give it to me. At any time, under pressure, at any point during the game, they're always available, and they say, give it to me. And those 3 are very, very much that type of player. Whether that's going to be enough at that end of the pitch, it remains to be seen, because Aubameyang just has to be back to form this season if we're going to do anything at all.
Excuse me, Melvin. Jerome's backstage. Can someone let him in?
Yeah. I can't. I haven't got the ability to do that, I'm afraid. Only Ryan can do that.
Maybe he stepped. Let me see. I'll try to ping him on the WhatsApp and see where he is.
He's making a cup of tea.
Making it or growing it?
Growing it, I think.
So are you guys talking about anything, Melvin?
Yeah, I might do a little skit of what if. Things happened in Arsenal's history.
That's a good one. We've actually mentioned a few of these earlier on this afternoon.
Did you?
What if moments? Yeah.
Go on.
Things like just a small little one springs to mind is, what if we never? What if Anelka's brother wasn't meddling in his career? What if we never sold Anelka? We might never have bought Thierry Henry. And if that was the case, would Anelka have gone on to become Arsenal's all-time greatest goal scorer? Or would it have gone in a different way, different situation altogether? I don't know, because at the time, Anelka was untouchable. He was the best goal scorer in Europe at that particular point. But his career went completely off the rails. We ended up getting Thierry Henry, and the rest is history. But would that have happened if his brother hadn't meddled so much in his career? Where would Anelka have gone?
Yeah. I'm surprised he never made it around Madrid, though.
I'm not surprised with the way because I think this hour is the next regen of Anelka. He's going to get his career wrecked by his brother, but because of the way things went with Anelka and the way that he suddenly started living this life of some kind of superstar who believed all his hype and thought he'd already made it, when he was still in his early 20s. You know, you're not going to get on at Real Madrid under Carlo Ancelotti and managers like that when you've got that kind of attitude and you think you're there, you think you're you think you've made it already, and you haven't got to work for it anymore. So I wasn't surprised at all. It was a terrible move for him. He would have been far better off spending another 2 or 3 seasons at Arsenal, because we were challenging at the time. We were a very, very relevant club. Well, we always will be in my eyes anyway, but you know what I mean? At that particular point, we were very much at the crest of a wave, and he would have been far better off getting his career fully cemented at Arsenal for another couple of years before he went to Real Madrid, because I think that was the worst thing he could have done.
Well, you know, that just looking at Why Not Sentiments comments there, it just, maybe that's the way it was supposed to work out. You know, sometimes you make a mistake and it works out for you. Sometimes the player makes a mistake and it works out for you. In this case, he just wasn't in it. He wasn't in the right spot anyway to realize what was going on around him. Right? He was, like you said, he was all in his head. He was all like, you know what, I do football, but I also do everything else that I want to do, and you can't say anything about it. And it rubbed teams the wrong way sometimes, and he made it easy. Right?
He ended up at Bolton Wanderers, and that's. You know, you never would have said that about 3 or 4 years before that happened, would you? That Anelka would have ended up at Bolton Wanderers and West Bromwich Albion. But it's definitely one of those what-if moments, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, you listen to him now, and he realizes, I believe he realizes the mistakes that he made along the way, and he could have done things a lot better in terms of how his football career finished off and stuff like that, because he let some opportunities slide for, you know, all the wrong reasons, right? He should have played for France, I think it was, right? That was kind of where he had some falling outs there, right? And he didn't get the opportunities to play there as much as he probably should have. So, you know, he's grown. So sometimes it happens too late, right? You need, like you said, his brother did not help him in terms of like doing the right things. It was more all about the money and not necessarily about the football at that point. And the football is what made the money. So you go, wait a second, what do you know? If he's out there doing the football, don't worry about it. The money will come, all right?
Exactly. That's the whole point.
You needed that parent.
Did you hear from Ryan at all?
No, he hasn't responded to me. I just texted him on the WhatsApp. Nothing there. So let me see if I can try to call him. Once usually when I call him, maybe he's got his ringer on. Just a sec.
He said it's okay. I'm relaxed. That's Jerome.
Here we are.
Ah, the man. Hi, Jerome.
Hello. Hi,
All right, Jerome.
Hi, guys.
Nice to meet you,
Gary.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you all. No, I've seen you all. I've seen you all on online, but haven't had the pleasure or the privilege of speaking with you. So
yes.
nice to join.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Well, looking at you now, I never would have thought Melvin would have had it in him to produce something so fine.
You should see me in my younger days.
No, Jerome, it's a pleasure to fleetingly, I'm going to say, meet you, mate, because like I said, I've done quite a long shift at the minute and I haven't eaten a single thing all day today, so I'm going to go and have something to eat. I'll be around in the chat and I'll probably pop back on again very shortly. But now you're on board, I'll leave you free to have a chat amongst yourselves, and I'll be listening from afar. All right.
Great. All right,
but before I go, please, everyone, please carry on donating. Don't forget what this is all about. I'll leave it to Gary. You can mention the website address and all that, but please, we're doing all this madness to raise money for Tony. So please get involved and spread the word out about the rest of this stream. We've got to ramp it up before we finish at 7:00. Got to get the totalizer up because we're nowhere near where we should be at the moment. And you must know the amount of effort and work that's gone into all this. We're all doing it for free. We're all raising money for a fellow Gooner. So don't forget that. And please continue donating as much as you possibly can, because every pound makes a difference. But anyway, I'll leave you guys to it, and I'll be speaking to you again soon.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. So to everyone.
All right, mate.
Bye.
Yeah. And to everyone, the website is tonysnewleg.com. We got Mike from the Gooners Pod to actually help us get he set up the URL that forwards you right into the GoFundMe page. Yeah, like he said, we are, we're 20% of where we want to be in terms of our goals for helping Tony out. For those that didn't know, Tony has lost his leg. He got an infection, and one of the results of that was having to have his leg amputated. And to get a new leg, basically, he needs a certain amount of money to cover his side of the deal. The insurance covers the rest. It's not the same. I think it's totally different in the rest of the world in terms of what insurance does for you. But in the States, there's a lot of out-of-pocket money that you're gonna have to spend yourself. So we're trying to help out a fellow Gooner here. That's why we're doing this. We're we're less than 4 hours, I guess, to the end here. But anything helps. We started out really strong, and we'd like to finish strong as well. So once again, tonysnewleg.com. Anything that you can give would be appreciated. Yep, the link is in the description. As why not send him in? I said I'll put it in the chat as well. And Jerome and Melvin, I'll let you go and continue. Yeah, let me.
Cheers.
Right. What I'm just going to do, I'm going to do a couple of things. What if? I mean, our history, how would it have changed things? I mean, going back to February 2008, we played Birmingham away, and everyone says, what if Eduardo wouldn't have had his leg broken, by the centre half. But even though we drew the game 2-2, we should have won. We were winning 2-1 and we're coasting. They had 10 men and we was all over them. I don't know how long to go, about 20 minutes to go, 15 minutes to go, and it was 2-1. Adebayor had a 1-to-1 with the keeper. All he had to do was slip it square to Bentner. It was a couple of yards out. No, he tried the angle shot. Goalie saved it. Up the other, then a few minutes later, up the other end, they get a ropey penalty, a typical Arsenal penalty where no other team would have a penalty against them like that. When the guy comes from behind Clichy clears the ball and his leg catches the attacker behind him and the penalty is given. Now then, my reasoning is that Adebayor never gave the ball to Bentner because they had a spat at White Hart Lane a few weeks earlier. I'm sure without that, the ball would have been played square and we would have been 3-1 up outside. What would have happened to Arsenal? We would have won the league, I reckon, that year and made us into a completely different side.
Yeah. You know, I was at that. Remember, I was at that game.
I don't remember that. No, I don't remember that.
I was at university at the time in Leeds, and I drove down. I had friends that were staying in Birmingham, at university in Birmingham. And I drove down. I think I must have driven down on my own from Leeds and met people at the game. And I called you at half time because I think the injury must have happened in the first half.
You couldn't see it properly, I remember.
You know, when you're on with the away fans, you can't always, sometimes the site's limited. And I called up and I said, what's happened? Because you didn't have Twitter in those days to you could check straight away what's going on. You didn't know, so I had to dial up the phone, call you up, and said what's going on. And I think obviously you said it's bad. It might have been one of those where the TV might have not shown the replay because they knew it was so bad, perhaps. And also, I was looking at
the players like that. Fabregas, I remember.
Yeah, you can tell from the players' reaction.
Yeah.
And that season, Eduardo didn't. I don't think he started. I don't think he started a lot of games. He only sort of played midway through the season. And we would have definitely won the league. Won the league that season.
That was a big shame. Yeah, I forgot you went to that game.
Yeah, I went. Yeah.
Also, I mean, Sonny was going to come on. I haven't heard from him since I phoned him and tried to contact him. Hopefully he'll come on. But the question I want to ask him and you and Gary when he gets back in a minute is, what would have happened if we'd have kept Freddie instead of getting Arteta? Gary,
yeah.
What would be the state of the club had we kept Freddie?
I don't.
Would it have been that worse than Arteta, or the same, or a bit better? What do you think?
We're talking coaching here, right? Yeah. What I find, when it was all happening, I don't once again, this is one of those things. Once again, the team did not plan this thing through. They didn't really follow this. They didn't really understand what was going on. The reasons why we are talking, I believe, right now about some of the youth on the team, I think, is because of Freddie, right? A lot of these players that we're talking about right now is they've actually been coached by Eddie to some degree, and that's why Arteta is in the place where he is in terms of the youth. And if you're looking at the squad, you're like, okay, we bring Freddie in, and that should have just been a temporary move just to steady the ship and let him go back to what he was doing. But in reality, it sounded like they were trying to get him out the door because it made it easy. Like as soon as they brought him in, it seemed like, you know what, you're gone. And it's like, how in the world did you're hurting your academy now by letting somebody else who was really crucial to the development of your players leave? For what reason? It wasn't his fault. He was just helping out essentially, right?
Well,
they didn't give him a full squad, so it was definitely temporary. So then, to me, it sounded like it would make more sense for him just to go back to what he was doing the day before all of this happened. But in reality, it sounded like it was a way for them to let him go. And I'm like, wait a second, what? what are you doing to your squad? What are you doing to your club? And that's what we're seeing. Like it's a systematic breakdown of the club in all different areas of the business that they do. Why did they, he played some of the youth, right, I believe, and because he knew them. He was comfortable with them, just like Arteta is. He's comfortable, at least, and confident with some of these players. And I think they, one, didn't give him enough time, and two, I don't know why they wanted him out the door. Maybe he was one of those kind of managers that was going to talk back. He wasn't going to be a yes man for them, and that's why they let him go so easily. Because I felt like that move should have just been temporary, and then he goes back to his day-to-day job. That's what I think should have happened there. Looking at it now, because to some degree, the academy has taken a dip, right? They had to replace the management there. Does that happen if Freddie is still, in the capacity working there? I'm not sure, but I feel like that was just some bad business done there in terms of the way that they handled that, brought him in, and then kind of he ended up leaving like he did. I mean, Arteta, who doesn't carry as much weight around the Arsenal, building as a Freddie does, is being given that kind of, he's given that kind of, what do you call it? Respect, I guess. Right. But he hasn't really accomplished as much as a Freddie has, right? So then what's going on here? So I think that was just some really bad business in terms of how they managed their coaching. To me,
like you say, Gary, it was very badly planned. What they should have done, in hindsight, is say to Freddie, look, you're temporary manager. We will be looking for another manager. Is that okay for you? But if all things go well, you'll be the number 2 of the new manager. Whether you could get away with that in the new manager, I don't know. Arteta would probably want to bring his own people in anyway. But basically, he's gone from doing a very good job at the level he was to being kicked out the door. He got basically fired for being too good at his job. I think the club let him down badly. What do you think, Gerard?
Freddie was never going to be the sort of future manager. Like straight away, they were always going to hire someone else. But to answer your initial question, well, this season we wouldn't have done much worse because that'd be quite difficult to do. And yeah, same again last season, really. You can't have. It's impossible. Yeah, it's okay. Maybe I guess obviously the FA Cup win. That might not have happened, perhaps. It's hard to say, really, isn't it? The thing is with Arteta, it's something that never really gets questioned. It's a statement that's made, but no one ever really questions it. Is everyone says he's a great coach, Arteta? That's what his backers. That's what people say. But where's the evidence of that? Is the evidence when he was at Man City, when he was coaching world-class players that were already winning the league every year? Or is that based on what he's done at Arsenal? Because I'm not trying to be harsh, but where's the evidence that he's a great coach? Because if you're working with not so good players, what a good coach will do is he'll make them better, won't he? He'll coach them. That's the whole point of a coach. So look, I want Arteta to turn it round. and maybe with these new signings that might happen. But yeah.
Well, I mean, it's telling, right? When if he's doing all this coaching during the week and during the game he's still coaching, then you're doing something wrong, right? Right? You're spending all that time. You spend all that time coaching. You're putting in a plan. We're playing City. We're playing Chelsea. We know where their strengths are. We know the only way we're going to be able to beat them is this, this, and that. You say that how many times? You say that 5 times in over the course of the week leading up to that match. At some point, it's got to stick in, or else you got the wrong players. And at some point, they're going to have to react to what happens to them on the pitch. And they've been playing football for a long time, all of them. So you give them all the tools and you let them go out there and figure out how to use it best they see fit when the game happens. He cannot he's doing something wrong if he feels he has to coach them throughout the whole game, because that's not how it works. You can throw out some, you know what, you made that little mistake here. Remember that next time, right? That's it, and then you're done. But he is shouting orders out the whole entire time, like these are like little kids running on the pitch, right?
Yeah.
That's what you see from the, and you bring on those 10-year-olds and they're out there just swarming to the ball, and you're like, no, stay in your position. That's what it sounds like sometimes when it looks like when you see him just constantly screaming at the players, and it doesn't work.
Nah,
it doesn't work.
Yeah. It's like with any job. It's like with any job, really. Like who likes to be micromanaged? Who really loves it? And especially with footballers, when it's like an expressive sport and things are done sort of off the cuff, aren't they, a lot? And you can't plan and predict every single pass because it's not as straightforward as that. I think it's obviously not working, but he's definitely overcoaching from the sidelines. The players must think, "Oh, leave me alone. Let me get on with my job."
And then,
right?
you know what, and that plays into at least what we see in the game sometimes, right? They are hesitant to make certain moves, and that's probably because in the back of their head, all they can hear is Arteta screaming at them about something, and it's like, you know what, they've been doing. Let them play, all right?
Yeah.
You see Pepe maybe think about making a run and then he doesn't, and you're like, why didn't he? Well, he's probably gotten Arteta in his head telling him, you know what, come back, or something ridiculous like that. You know what? He actually knows what he's doing. These players know what they're doing. That's why you hired them, or else you shouldn't have hired them if they don't know what they're doing, right? I always say it should be easy, and I definitely mean that. I mean, it should be easy to coach a lot of these players because they have the talent to do good things for the team. They do. They just not. I don't think they're allowed. They're getting handcuffed a little bit with what's going on, probably, and that starts from when you plan for the next match, right? We've had 2 weeks to plan for Norwich. It should not look like he shouldn't have to say a word, right? When we play Norwich, it shouldn't even he shouldn't have to say a word because they've been thinking about Norwich all week. Because guess what? The last 4 matches did not go the way they expected. The last 3 Premier League matches did not go the way they planned, and they should have looked better when they did it. So it should be easy for him to coach this game because he's thought of everything. Right, he should have thought of everything by now, on top of trying to bring players in, right? But he should have in this game. It should be easy to coach because he's thought of everything. No matter what they throw at the team, the players have heard it, seen it, and worked on those particular things, so that when the game starts, they just go out there and react to what's going on the pitch, really, as opposed to, And I think we always talk about the team being the team being reactive, but I think on the pitch, I always say take what they give you, right? Take what the team gives you. If they're going to give you certain areas of the pitch to control yourself, you do it. That's what they want, and then you make them pay for it after they do, right? It doesn't matter where on pitch they want to give you that control. You take it and then you run with it. Most teams do that, right? If you let them kick the ball overhead, and that's what they do, then you're going to pay for it, right? If your midfield like ours sometimes is weak, they will just punish you there, and then after that, it just breaks down your entire squad. So that's what teams do. They just look for your weakness and run with it. And we need to do the same on. It should be hopefully an easy game. It should be we should be able to laugh, and have fun at this game. That's the way it should be. with the players we have and where we are right now, I think the players would enjoy that. So, yeah.
Not so much for the Chelsea and Manchester City game, but the Brentford game. It's like we actually, because the other two teams are far better than us, we know that. But Brentford, as if we weren't coached at all, or didn't have a manager on the sideline, or nothing was prepared. So Brentford had a way of playing us. They knew how to beat us, and they went about it. Like the contrast was so different. They knew how to beat us, obviously, physical, fast, direct, and we were still doing the old left-right across the field, left-right. We could have done that against any team. And we didn't have a clue how to attack them either. They were very strong at the back, very big defenders, so we kept lobbing balls up. It's not going to work. I mean, that's basic football, basic management skills. As I say, it's like we've never played together before, and Brentford have been training every day the last 5 years. Knew exactly what they wanted to do. It's not the defeat of Brentford, it was the way we got beat, and also the second goal was like typical Arsenal. How many times we've seen that ball floated across, and none of our defenders get anywhere near it. And the guy was basically, I know Tierney tried a challenge, but he was probably a foot below him, headed into an empty net where the goalkeeper was just being bundled away with a forward. He shouldn't allow him to do that. The goalkeeper should not allow another forward to do that to him. So it was that is where it's disappointing. We've got these coaches now. I think we got rid of him, a set piece coach. I mean, last season our corners were a joke. These short corners we've taken, it finishes up with our goalkeeper, some of them. What's all that about? Cross the ball. That's, you might have half a chance. Someone might score an own goal. Risk reward. There's none of that. None of that at all. So that is very disappointing. I think Norwich, just to change it slightly, I fancy still winning against Norwich. I really do. It just can't carry on. I think that as long as he puts us on the front foot and go for it, I think we should be too good for Norwich. We should be too good, and we should have, if everyone's fit, a quite decent team out. We haven't got Xhaka playing, thank God. He can't play. That means we ain't going to be too slow in midfield. Lokonga, if he plays, happy to see him. He looks like he could be the real deal in a year or so. But he's better than what we got now anyway, however young he is and inexperienced. As you say, we're not sure about the right back playing now that we've bought. But if he plays, I mean, that'll make us solid as well. I just think, I fancy, this is, never, as I said before, never thought I'd ever say this, but Arsenal and Norwich is a very big game for us.
The only thing is, don't be surprised because Partey hasn't obviously played yet. Don't be surprised if El Neni plays.
Ah, yes, true.
Because firstly, as I say, Partey hasn't played this season, and secondly, obviously Lokonga's new, so he's got a couple of there's always on the team sheet. There's always a couple of players, normally more than a couple, but at least a couple that you think, can't believe he's playing. I think El Neni could be one of those players on Saturday.
Yeah.
I hope not, but it's possible.
My understanding is that Partey was just a day or so behind on his training to not make that last big training session that they had. So I believe that he should, if that's true, then he should be playing, and it should be an easy decision as to who plays in the middle.
Hopefully, yeah.
Worst case, though, if it is Sambi and El Neni, right? I believe they played together in that midfield when they had that little behind the doors session. So they've actually played together, and hopefully that means that's good. Then they know how to play with each other, and at least to that degree, we'll be okay. And then maybe Partey can come in halftime or something like that. If that's where they decide to go. But yeah, and until I guess until they fix the midfield, which is what a lot of us have wanted, El Neni will be playing.
Yeah.
And he could play Kolasinac there, couldn't he? Really make us happy.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Kolasinac there.
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what.
Telephonic interruption.
No. We've seen
I think-
more. We've seen him too many times already. You know what I mean? We've seen him twice, and that's too many times already.
Yeah, I thought he'd gone. Honestly, mentally I thought he'd gone. I thought, yeah, new season, he's not around, but he turned up like a bad smell. Turned up again. Just forgot all about him. Oh dear, shocking. Well, I suppose just to finish on, not to finish on these what we're doing now, it's the last time of what if Stan Kroenke hadn't heard of Arsenal, right? What if? Would we be smiling? I think we would. I suppose we'd be with the Russian guy, wouldn't we? That might have been it. That might have been the answer. May not have been, but it could have been.
Well, I mean, didn't the board essentially kind of break up around? It was starting to break up around that time.
Yes.
Right. So we needed something to be a good basis in this team, and the board at one point was really strong, I believe. Right. So
very strong. Yeah.
So that started to break apart, and then that's kind of where you see. And then after a while, everything else starts to dwindle down in terms of its of how it performed. Right. So I kind of feel like the board maybe would have stuck around and maybe a new owner comes in, but I think it wouldn't have been as bad as it is right now. At least that's the one thing everybody's been saying. We need footballing people in the club, and they're disappearing they've been disappearing the whole time. And like, who's a footballing person right now in a higher up position? Oh, is that a plane coming in? Is that?
Sorry, I'm on top of the airports.
Is that Conte flying in?
I hope so.
He's gonna take in the game and then everything. You know what? I have a feeling Amazon is behind all of this, because there's no way. Like, they're probably looking at it. You know what? Just in case, we're gonna spice things up a little bit. Arsenal is doing enough already, but they're like, you know what? We got to make this the best all or nothing. So you know what? Let's just throw in the Conte, script that we talked about, and let's see how that pans out. So now, way back where there's some report of him maybe getting a contract that he's going to sign on the dotted line as soon as Arteta fails. Yeah, well, that'll get the fans going. That will get everything going. We'll be talking about it. This all or nothing. It's got to be it should be at least 3 series, like 3 seasons of it, because there's got to be enough content to keep us going for a while. Like, Arsenal should get 3 times the money, because
I don't know if you can do that, but it should be banned for those of a very disposition that they can't take looking at fear. People fearful shouldn't watch it. They should be banned from watching it, because otherwise, the hospitals are full right now. You can't take a lot more people suddenly going into hospitals in the UK for watching this. It won't be fair on the hospitals. So you've got to have some type of heart test, some type of reality test, and say, look, can you take this? Before you're going to watch it, you've got to show us that you're strong enough emotionally to watch it. Then I think we could be all right. Because they've got, I don't know how the contract works, but can Arsenal actually say, my God, after we came in the dressing room against Man City, you can't show what went on. You can't show that. And they go, well, look, you've signed it there, we can show what we like. So I don't know how the contract works.
I have no doubt there's some guy, as they cut different scenes out, all the clip-ins hit the ground, there's some guy sweeping it up, and there will be an underground version of All or Nothing that everybody's looking for, because you want to know exactly what really happened, because they can't show us the real stuff, because some of the stuff just doesn't make any sense on the outside. You can only imagine what they're saying on the inside, right? So, like I said, there's at least 2 seasons of work out there. One might be legit, one might be on the black market, but yeah.
They were clever, Amazon, to pick this season. Let's put it that way. This club, this season, the content must be, well, it hasn't. It just started the season. The content at the moment must be great. Going forward, so many things can change. The manager might change. I don't think the owner will change, but you've got to see the owner. The owner's got to be shown, surely. When you see them, I saw the Sunderland one. You saw the owners, you saw the chairman, I mean, the camera was a hell of a lot to do with those people, not just the players and the fans. I mean, what they're going to do, just have a blank screen list to do their owners, and with the subtitles underneath. I mean, they've got to be, surely they've got to be.
They'll have a stunt double for Kroenke.
Just have a wig.
He comes in, he does all these martial arts moves, rolls on the ground.
You just see the back of his head.
And Edu, they just have a very smart suit, won't they?
Yeah.
Edu can't make it. We've got his suit. But the important thing of Edu, we've got his suit.
Yeah, the jet ski. Yeah. Or the jet ski sprays he goes by, you know. I think that was Edu right there. You can't see him because of all the water flying out, but you know what? That's Edu. He's making deals happen, you know. He's on the jet ski. Yeah. Buy Tomiyasu. Yeah, right now. You got an hour left.
Yeah. I don't know who he's with, but buy him. You have to look at that yourself.
Oh, fucking hell. Whilst the wife's swearing at all the fans watching, fuck you, Edu. He said my husband's name. Fuck you.
But I'll tell you something, they get a great big audience. People that
They will.
are not interested in football will watch that, I reckon. It's
Yeah.
such disarray. It could be that. I mean, obviously, fans will watch it, especially if we're in a mess.
Look, now we've got the new movie out there, right? George Clooney as Stan Kroenke. Who's playing Joss? I guess is the question. Who plays Joss? Yeah. And anybody with good hair for Arteta? Because, you know.
I've got to be hair, yeah. that could be, he might have a stunt double Arteta as Captain Scarlet.
Oh, God. Jesus.
But
At the
end of the season, or is it a 2-season affair? How does it work out? Is it just one season?
I think it's just one season, and then they start broadcasting it, like, you know, next summer or something like that.
Yeah, this time next year. Week by
now,
week.
what have we stayed at Highbury? I don't think I'll kick off this one, Andrew. Thank you for the question. I don't think it would have made any difference at all, really. I think we would have only kept the better players, like Nasri and people like that. We wouldn't have had to sell the players that we sold to Manchester City. Going forward, we wouldn't have had any more money. Though we wouldn't have been in debt, the likes of Chelsea, Manchester United, and then Man City would still outspent us big time. We're just moving, and the idea was obviously to move to a big stadium to get the money in to compete with the big boys. But the big boys became ginormous boys. They weren't at the same level by the time we got into our ground and started paying off the debt. I mean, Chelsea's got its black hole. Chelsea, they could just spend whatever they want. The same with not Manchester United, but they could also spend a lot, not as much as them. But Man City and Chelsea, the pair of them, it's just as much as you want. You can never. I'd like to think if Arsenal thought that we can never compete with Man City and Chelsea going forward, and Man United for that matter, because it was only Man United before that financially, would they have moved stadiums? I'm not sure, because they could never have got to that. I'm not sure. What do you think?
How many? What is the? I mean, I don't know the history of this, but what was the size difference in stadium that made it worthwhile moving to Emirates? Was it a significant increase in?
38. It was 38 at Highbury.
All right, so like around and they were around 60, 50, 60 now.
Yeah, but the money might be 3 times because of all the because of club level and the extra executive boxes. It generates more than just the difference in the seat numbers.
Yes, correct. Corporate.
It's all the corporate. Yeah.
The advertising is worth a lot of money now. The selling of the stadium name is worth a lot of money now.
Yeah.
It's just so much add-ons that they got now that the money. I mean, I heard an article, I heard a pod talking about the finances of getting the stadium, finances stuff. I think we made mistakes there. You know, I think what the stadium cost, was it 318 million or something? Around about that. We're talking about 10 years ago, 380 million, and we've made a lot of money in selling the Arsenal, the hybrid flats. Made a fortune in that. Also, there was another property around the corner to the stadium that made a fortune. Where's all that money from? And we're still owing 200 million about. So we've paid off 180 million in 10 years with all those property deals, plus the revenue we've got, which is 3 or 4 times what we used to get at Highbury. It just doesn't add up, does it? It doesn't quite add up.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I was asking that is because, like, in my university that I went to, when I first got there, they didn't have an end. They didn't have any seating in the end zone. It was just a wall. And since then, they've filled that in, and then they've made more seating. They've created more, like you said, the club seating and all of that. They created more of those. But it's a little different kind of a build-up in terms of the stadium, so they could do that, where it's just one big, like behind all the seats is where all the club seating is. Whereas I think for the way football is set up, it's right there above some of the seating for the fans, right? And that's where you would need to kind of gut that whole area and rebuild it all. And nobody wants to go through that, right? They don't want to go through that. They'd rather just build it next door and just move you over there, so you can. But there are ways to do that, to get that extra dollar in there. I mean, and you're talking about the club seating for the corporate dollars and all of that, and that's the problem there. That's the problem right there, right? That's kind of where it starts. The corporate money that comes in kind of changes the game to some degree, because then you start catering to them a little bit more than catering to the other seat, the people in the $90 seats, right? Yeah.
But the thing is, 20 years ago, match day revenue was a much higher percentage of income than what it is now, because the TV money now is so huge. Say 20 years ago, the gate receipt was like, I don't know, 50% of revenue. Now it might only be 10-15%, because the rest of the money comes from the TV deals. So you don't really need a massive stadium, because it's not going to earn you a massive percentage of your income. Yes, Highbury was amazing on so many levels. But even when the Emirates was first built, whoever designed it, I mean, one of the great things about Highbury and a lot of football stadiums, like that give, like, for the intimidating atmosphere, like even West Ham's old stadium, the Bowling, it's being close to the fans being close to the pitch. At the Emirates, there's not I wouldn't say it's a running track around the outside, but if you look behind the goal to the first seat, there's a big gap there.
Big gap, yeah.
Like whoever designed it, they, because an intimidating atmosphere it plays a big part in football, I think. You've got to try and every little inch you can get to gain yourself an advantage. You've got to take, not in like a cheating way, but it definitely helps and creates a good atmosphere. And I think they missed the trick with that, the way that was designed. It's like they sort of done it in a rush. They've done everything in a rush. They've done the financing in a rush, the design in a rush. It hasn't gone to plan.
When I went to White Hart Lane years ago for a party, and they took us on a tour of the stadium, and they showed us, when we got to pitch level, they showed us where the managers sit, and the away manager sat 2 foot below the home manager, so we didn't have such a great view of the place and the pitch. I thought that was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Just sitting like that.
Is that how Anfield used to be? Like when we won the league in '89, did they have dugouts that were like lower than the pitch?
Yeah. But the home team had a bit, and also certain grounds they had the away changing room was colder or hotter and smaller and filthier than the home dressing room. All these little things, Listen, if you've got a home advantage, like Jerome says, let's take advantage of home advantage. But we didn't seem to do that. We didn't seem to do it. But anyway, it's where we are. And there we go.
You can see Russ is trying to, he's trying to stir the pot a little bit.
Yeah, Russ is saying in the chat, we had to move to compete, Andrew, with the likes of Everton, Leicester, and Aston Villa. Oh dear. But going back to what Jerome was saying about the how the design of the Emirates are basically on both goals and all that, they can't say it couldn't be done because 14 years later, they're not down the road, redesigned their stadium on the actual site, and actually the entire thing is on top of the pitch.
Yeah.
Literally, they're like that. So it's not, they can't say it can't be done because it can be. Now,
Yeah.
what was it since Wenger's left after the Arsenal? He's that's one of the critiques of the Emirates he has is from Highby having it, as you say, you're on top of the pitch and you're literally given because the players feed off that. Compared to the Emirates, who's so far away, he's absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, whoever designed it needs a fucking good scene to basically, which is absolutely ridiculous.
They probably spent all their time designing the dressing rooms rather than where the people are going to sit. That's on the last on the list, probably. Where we're going to have that one, just make it an oval thing, it'll be all right.
Yeah.
Ah. Hi.
Adam, welcome to the show.
How are we doing? You all right?
Doing good.
Everyone doing well? Why aren't you still awake?
I haven't.
Yeah.
It's just about, yeah. He's all right, Andy.
Yeah,
he's all right.
Yeah. Andrew's saying we would have won League Two, the league 2 or 3 times. More if we hadn't moved. I have no doubt about that at all. So
we've only had won the league up to the time Chelsea got their money. No matter who we had in the team. Because we were on the slight dip anyway at that time, personal-wise. No, I mean, I haven't got a bad seat at the Emirates, but comparative to the one at Arsenal, at Highbury, Arsenal was unbelievable seat. It was so good. You felt like, you could see the players. You could actually see the players' faces, and the atmosphere on a good game. Obviously, it rocked. It really did. It really did. And so many games we played where we had a poor game. We're drawing. The away team was trying to waste time. It was getting a bit rocky, and all of a sudden, the last 5 minutes, we used to attack teams, and the crowd got behind the Arsenal, realised we'd gone up to a high game, and so many times we got a goal, and it was a half of the team and half the crowd like getting behind them. They gave each other energy. But you don't seem to get that at the Emirates. You just don't get that kind of feel. I know we had it when we played Barcelona, beaten 2-1, but that was great. And when we beat Man United 2-1 in the league, when Andre scored that header, it rocked there. But other than that, there's been about Spurs obviously a couple of times. But in all those 10 years, I can only think of about half a dozen games where it really rocked. But Gary, have you been to the new stadium?
I haven't. I've seen it from outside when I went to visit a couple of years ago, but no, I haven't been in there. Like I said, I've been over here since I was 9. I didn't really get to watch any matches when I was younger, so I haven't really seen them play. I did see when they came over to the States and played in a preseason match against the Red Bulls. So and Henri was actually on the Red Bulls at the time, so I got to actually see him play. It wasn't for Arsenal, but I did get to see Arsenal and Henri play. So that's a good memory there. But at some point I want to come back and take in a match live and see how it feels and all of that. Take the tour and do all that stuff. So yeah, my dad's still there, so I have a place to stay. So yeah,
we'll hopefully see you when you come over here, right?
Definitely.
You'll obviously let us know, won't you?
Yeah, definitely like to see that. Yeah, like I said, I right now I find it hard to want to go see a game, especially against any of the good matches, which means the tough opponents. Because I'm going to stay the whole time, but it's going to hurt me if it looks like a Chelsea match. You know what I mean? I'm going to stay through. I'm going to sit through the whole 90, but I might not. Like you said, I might have to take that trip over to the hospital and get checked out to make sure I'm feeling all right. And here we go. We got Richard. This is I guess we're taking. This is the new. This is 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock over here. So it's 5 o'clock over for you guys. It's Richard over and over and over again. And Adam, I don't know where we're going with this, but it's your show.
No, cheers, Gary. Thanks for that. Yeah, well, it's always 5 o'clock somewhere, isn't it? So at the moment, it's just gone 5 o'clock in the UK. So it is time to get on with the next segment in the show, which is going to be good. It's something I usually do on my channel on a Tuesday, but this week, due to obviously wanting to get involved in this 24-hour fundraising event, that Ryan's been doing, we thought we'd bring it over to this channel for tonight for 1 week, just to get involved in it all and help to hopefully raise some more money to go towards the real special cause. And I think there's a link, isn't there, Ryan, down the bottom there to GoFundMe. So please click onto that as well. So if you've watched this show before, you know what it's about. I'll just play the intro and then we can get going. So, cool. So it's normally called the Tuesday Clinic, but obviously it's not Tuesday, it's Monday. So I thought I'd just briefly change the name just for 1 week, because we are doing it on a Monday, which is good. Obviously, there's a few extra guests tonight as well, because it's all more fun. So we've got our usual guests, obviously. Melvin and Adam are always on every week, and we will go through the score predictions and everything like that, our little league that we've been doing as well a bit later on. And we've also got some extra guests in today, which is nice. Obviously, Gary, as you've just seen from DWCT, and also, of course, Jerome and Ryan as well. So it's a big show tonight, which is good. Going to be exciting stuff, I'm sure. A lot more different stuff to talk about this week. Usually, I would start with the previous game, but as that was quite a while ago now, and we don't really want to go back over the disaster that was Man City, I thought we'd maybe give that a miss and move into perhaps something that was maybe next on the list, really, of events that's happened in the last sort of week and a half at Arsenal. Maybe start with a little bit of this. So the transfer window obviously shut last week, Tuesday it was, and there's been quite a lot of talk about it since. I mean, I'm really interested actually to hear what you guys have made of it, really, because we're now left with this group of players until at least Christmas and January, when the window opens again. And I suppose the big question is, are we happy with what we've done? Do we think it's enough between now and January, or should we have been looking elsewhere? I mean, I think that's what we need to really discuss. I know Ryan and Melvin have talked about this previously earlier on the stream, but that was hours and hours ago. I'm sure we've all forgotten about it. So it's not, we might as well revive it again. Obviously, there's some different guests as well. I mean, if we start with you, Gary, actually, what are your kind of thoughts on the transfer window? I've not spoken to you actually for a while. I'd be really interested to hear what you kind of made of the business that we've done. Do you think it's enough for now, or do you think we should have been looking elsewhere or at more different options?
Yeah, I mean, I think coming into this transfer window, everybody said this has got to be one of the biggest ones we got going for a while, right? We expected a lot. We knew, I mean, people talked about 10 players going out and all of these changes being made. And I think that should have been actually what happened. We should have seen a lot of players go out. And I mean, go out, like leave, like they need to make they need to be transferred out, whatever the deal is, contracts closed, whatever it is, they needed to make those significant changes. So I was hoping for that. I mean, they said they've been planning this, right? They planned this through. They knew what they needed to be done. And then it started out for me a little bit too slow, because first thought is, okay, Kieran Tierney and Emile Smith-Rowe, their contracts need to be extended. All right, so you get that done before they leave. I mean, I always thought you get that done before they go on vacation. So those things are off. You don't need to worry about those. Those should be easy to handle and finalize. Let that happen. If they want to come back and then do the videos, let that happen. But you're done. You're not like working through it later on in the session. Then, of course, I guess I'm going to tell you how I thought about it. I'm just going to go through everything. We needed we needed starters and we needed backups in certain areas.
Yeah.
All right, a right back, a partner for Partey, maybe even an attacking mid, and some even thought a striker. I didn't really think a striker was needed. I was hoping that between Lacazette and Aubameyang, that we'd be fine there if we couldn't sell them, because I don't think Arsenal can sell well, so I expected those two to still stay. So based on history, I didn't see it happening that we could get a new striker in. So why not go with what you got? Like I said, gives you certain things. Aubameyang gives you other things. Together, you get something. You should be able to get something out of the match, depending on how you play them. The Tavares, I think, was the first one that came in. Tavares, right?
Yeah.
I think he was the first one to come in, and like I guess like typical Arsenal, it comes out with a dog video. that's how that one starts. So you're like, all right, okay, yeah. But when you see him play, you're like, I'll take him all day, and that's good to have him in there. Definitely got those happy legs. He runs up and down the pitch. He does need to maybe tone it down a little bit, but that's what you're going to get from a young player who's trying to show that they're worthy of being on the pitch and playing for Arsenal. So good one there. If he can learn anything from Tierney, we'll be all the better for it in the long term. So that's a good one. Sambi or Albert Lakonga Sambi. Nobody knew. I don't think I didn't know anything about him. But you take a look at the videos and you've seen him play, and you're like, wow, all right, And then you're thinking, okay, so he's playing for Partey. How is this going to work out? He's going to play behind Partey. How's this going to work out? And then Partey's out, and you're like, oh, so this, to me, I'm just looking at this like, you know what? This is Gabriel all over again, right? You bring in a young player. You bring in you have a seasoned veteran there. He'll bring him along. Next thing you know, you got to play him, and that's what happened for us again. And he did not disappoint me at all. So I liked what I saw there. And then after that, what do we have? I think it was White, right? That was a big surprise for a lot of us. Most of us thought we probably had it. We're just going to go with what we got in terms of center backs. Maybe Saliba will stay, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
You think Saliba's going to stay now because you know what? You can't go out and spend another set of monies on a center back, right? Why would you do that? So I don't know. I don't know if you guys, if I'm okay with the way I'm going down this road. I know you might have more to add, but yeah, everybody's thinking Saliba's going to stay. I mean, to some degree, right now, I'm surprised we let Saliba and Mavropanos go because could we have done that worse in terms of the support behind our starting center backs? I don't think so. I think I'd rather have seen Mavropanos and Saliba kind of play behind what we had and see it work out.
Yeah, I mean, you just need to look at the three that played at the back against Manchester City, Holding, Chambers and Kolasinac. You can't tell me that Mavropanos and Saliba wouldn't have been a better bet than any of those three in that game in particular, in any game that we might necessarily be a few injuries and players missing. So, yeah, I totally agree with you. That should have been, crazy, really. I mean, yes, Ben White's coming to replace David Luiz. I think that's clear. A younger version, if you like, and the player that we can develop. But we haven't improved the depth, have we? Because, like you said, we've got rid of those players on loan. So we've actually got probably less depth in those positions now than we had last season. In fact, in every position, when you look at it in a way, we're probably not quite as much strength in depth in every single area of the pitch than we had, or somewhere exactly the same. We certainly haven't improved, have we? But do you feel any area of the team's improved, Gary, in the transfer window, in terms of the strength that we've got compared to last season?
Well, no, I mean, I think Tavares and Sambi really helped. They improved the team, like you said, from the bench. But really and truly, I really wanted us to prove it, to improve it from the starting 11.
First 11,
every day. Exactly. So, we did do some improvements there. I'm surprised Ramsdale isn't a starter off the bat. I mean, I don't know. That's a lot of money to spend on a goalkeeper to sit on the bench. If he's your future, then the future is now, for me, anyways. I don't think we're gonna. I don't believe we're gonna lose much by having Ramsdale in there right now. Then, because Leno, he says he wants to go, and for me, as soon as a player says that, they're gone. Like mentally, they're not 100% with you anymore, like they used to be. So why not just let them? Why not just sever the ties and move on? Because that's what you did. You put a lot of money into a goalkeeper. Leno is going to feel the pressure, and for me, anytime he feels that pressure, we don't see good things out of him, right? So I'll be surprised if it does happen, but we'll see. Does he actually show up now and show us a little bit something better? I'm waiting for that. I don't know. I don't think we're going to see it. So he's probably gone, and maybe in January that happens, right? Maybe in January it's like, you know what? Bye. Go ahead. Because we were able to find a Matty Ryan, in January. So I think if that's the case, they could probably find somebody to come in, and Ramsdale can get the.
We could probably do that. Maybe. I mean, it would seem crazy when you think of the goalkeepers that we let go last year and buying another goalkeeper, and then we may be in a situation where we need to buy another goalkeeper again. In January or alone, it seems crazy, really. I mean, Adam, what were your kind of thoughts on the transfer window? Is there anywhere that you feel that we've neglected, or actually, do you feel that we've improved the team from last season on the 8th position that we finished out of Europe, or do you feel as though we haven't done that and we should have done?
I think at this stage it's going to be hard to get a definitive answer, because there's a lot of players in there who are untried, untested, who are, let's face it, we don't really know about. We're definitely, for me, strengthening the goalkeeping department. Ramsdale, whether he's first or second choice, is much better than Runnison from the back. That's said. Yeah. I actually do think Ramsdale will become our starter by October, November. I do think it's going to be a case like when Leno come in, Czech was already there. It's going to be that gradual. I personally wouldn't even be that surprised if Ramsdale started against Norwich, but because I do agree with what Gary said. You don't pay 24 million for a number 2 goalkeeper. He's there, I think, to be the future. We'll talk about the Edu situation later, but they've already said they've been planning for the future. So I think he's going to be our number 1 going into it. And I was all right about Ramsdale. I know a lot of people weren't, but I was personally quite happy about that young English goalkeeper. He shouldn't really lose value, and potentially, if he does well, he could be with us for another, 10 years or so, and he could be our number 1 for a long period of time. So I do think we're strengthening that half. I do think we've probably strengthened it at the back as well. Definitely, I do think the players we've signed have made the squad better. I mean, I don't know nothing about the Tommy Yisu guy. Although once we kind of were interested, I've done a bit of research, and he got rave reviews from journalists over in Serie A who are usually pretty toxic with their reviews, and he got some really good ratings over there. And I think there was a quote by Ronaldo doing around saying how much he thought he rated him, and he was one of the hardest opponents he faced over there. He looks fast. He looks like he's got a decent cross on him. He looks strong, which is something we need at right back. So I'm quite looking forward to seeing him. But obviously, time will tell. I think White will be a good signing. I mean, I was satisfied with it, but I do think we were hampered by the outgoings, the lack of outgoings. I know we've talked about it a few times. The only real major outgoing was, I suppose, Willock in regards to getting cash. We turned down cash for, by the sound of it, Xhaka. We turned down cash for Nketiah. I quite like Xhaka, as we spoke about before, but personally, if we were offered the cash, we needed it, so I would have probably took it. And Nketiah, we probably should have took it because he's going to leave on a free next year. So I do think that's a little bit foolish. Fair dues to Willian. Never thought I'd say that. But, I can't blame the guy. That he done it with dignity. Do you know what I mean? A lot of players have left clubs and had a right go. He went about it the right way. And I think that, in a way, we should be thankful for that he's done that. He's freed up that wage and he's freed up that squad space. And I think, we spoke before, it's about we had too many squad players that we needed to get rid of, and we've had to get rid of them on loan in the end. I mean, some of them we couldn't even do that with, like Kolasinac, for instance. Could still go to Turkey, maybe. El Neni could still go to Turkey. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if one of those two went, or even both of them. But I'm positive. I'm optimistic, let's say, because they are young, they are the future. I don't think it's going to majorly affect our position in the league this year. I still think we're maybe going to be struggling around that 6 to 8 space. But for the future, it looks better than it did last year.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to agree with that to a certain degree. I do. And if we were in a position maybe where we had a good team already and we're adding some great young players to the squad and maybe offloading a few players that were reaching the end of their sort of end of their career, then I would say that was a good policy. But we finished 8th 2 seasons in a row. We haven't got Europe at all this season. For me, we've spent the most money and we haven't majorly improved our first 11. Yes, we've got some good young players for the future, which is good for the next 3 or 4 seasons. But this season is what's important straight away now. And we haven't done that. What we should have done was brought in 1 or 2 younger players, 1 or 2 experienced players that's going to improve the team straight away. That's what I believe we should have done. With the money that we spent, we could probably have done that, I think. But we've gone down this young route for the future. That seems to be the policy of the club, maybe, or the owners, or if it's Edu's policy or Arteta, we're not really sure who it is that's decided this is the future of the club. And I just feel as though we wasn't in a position to go down that route at this particular time. I mean, Jerome, you're kind of sort of nodding in agreement there. Is that kind of how you feel about the window, or do you feel maybe like Adam that it is maybe overall a decent window for the future, but not really for now?
Yeah. We had so much to do at the beginning of this window, so we were never going to do everything that we would have liked. And this wasn't Arteta's first transfer window. He's had I think this might have been, unless I'm wrong, this might have been his 4th window that he's been at the club for. So he's had enough opportunities to try and get rid of the players that he didn't think were good enough. It's in theory, buying talented young players in theory for the future is great. But the trouble with that is every signing's a gamble, but you're signing these young players because you think in a few years' time they're going to be special. And what if they're not? That's because every club needs to be, you want to be good, like you were saying, you want to challenge, not challenge for the league, but you want to be strong now. And if you're buying players that aren't strong now, then you're not going to challenge the big boys. If you take it on a case by case basis, you can make a very good argument for every one of those signings.
I agree. Yeah,
but what I wanted to say was before the transfer window opened, I'm sure a lot of people probably had their pen and paper out, wrote down the list of names that you wanted to maybe see go, and worked out let's see how much we're going to get for each of these players. And if you would have said at the beginning of that window we're going to recoup about £25 million, you'd have said, I reckon you said you're mad. You would probably get 4 times that amount. I remember myself. I thought, we'll probably be able to raise about 100 million from sales, and it just hasn't happened at all. And not only has it not happened, what the knock-on effect of not being able to sell some of those players for anything means that they're going to be going next year for free. And so even in the next couple of years, I can't see how we're going to be able to recoup any money at all from player sales unless you sell your likes of, which obviously no one wants to, unless you sell a Saka or someone like that, because we can't generate any money from any players.
Yeah, but Jerome, do you not feel a little bit as though maybe some of these signings that we've bought, maybe the Tavares, maybe even the Conga, they've been bought for sell-on value in 2 or 3 years' time if they do well, and then Man City will come calling, and we could maybe recoup money on them to reinvest into some maybe more experienced players. I don't know if that's the idea behind it. Because, like you said, none of the players at the club that we need to get rid of, we can sell. We know that now, and we're going to end up letting them go for free when their contracts are up. And then we're going to be in a position of having to rebuild again. And the only players we will be able to sell in 2 or 3 years' time will be a lot of these young players. Yeah, we don't want to see Saka go, but can you imagine if we're in the same position now in the league in the next 2-3 years' time, not in Europe, not competing for anything, Man City will be knocking on the door for Saka. They'll be knocking on the door for Smith Rowe. They'll be offering us silly money, and we'd have to take it. Probably.
Yeah, that's true with what you're saying about like Tavares and the Conga, but to get any money for them in the future, they're going to have to play. And they're going to have, not only they're going to have to play, they're going to have to play, and they're going to have to be decent. So,
And I suppose in a way, then that might improve our results in the meantime slightly, get us to a better place maybe. And then would we need to sell them as urgently? I suppose it's difficult to know how it's going to go. I mean, like we said, we can't really judge the transfer window necessarily straight away now. Just on paper, it doesn't look as though we haven't done enough to improve on what we had already in terms of getting results immediately to improve this season, which is what we needed to do, because we've got to improve on 8th place. We can't afford to be there again, I don't think, out of Europe, unless we happen to win one of the cups or something like that and scrape in that way like we did 2 years ago. I mean, for me, it's a big worry, actually. I'm more worried now the transfer window's over than I was when it was open, because you always hope, don't you, that you're going to get the business in that you need and you're going to improve the team. And I was quite, I wouldn't say excited about the window, but I was kind of thinking, yeah, this could be a good window for us. And as things were going on, we're adding a couple of players. Yeah, that's good. But when's the proper signings coming? When's the real signings coming? And now it's shut. It's like, well, the real signings haven't turned up. And we're stuck in the same position as we were at the end of last season in 8th place. I mean, Melvin, how are you feeling about all this transfer window that we've had? Are you kind of feeling a little bit frustrated, or do you feel as though maybe you understand the direction that the club want to go in and that's okay?
No, I'm not happy about it at all. I think that, yes, it's all right buying these young players for the future, and you can put one or two of them in if you've got a decent experienced players to help them along, but we haven't got that. Our experienced players are worse than the youngsters we've got in the team already. So I think that's a bad play. Secondly, like you say, you need results now, not in a couple of years' time, because in a couple of years' time, if the results stay as they are, Arteta ain't going to be there. Also, the outgoings, we just don't know how to, especially cut your cloth accordingly. There's certain things that you've got what you think they're worth, and then there's what you think they're worth, what the other people think they're worth, and what the real price is. If we are in a position where we need to raise money, I don't think it matters for the future of Arsenal Football Club if we have to sell a £18 million player this year for 12 million. It shouldn't matter. Just do it, and in a few years' time, it's gone, it's finished, get on with it. If you keep these players that you can get money for, you know at some stage they're going to play in the team, like Kolasinac did the other day. And to go back to what Jerome said, we had the chance of getting half-decent money for some of these players. Maitland-Niles, we might have got money. Well, we could have got money from Maitland-Niles. There was allegedly good money for Lacazette, good money for Bellerin, which we're not going to get now, or for Lacazette. Right, and they haven't contributed this year to us. I know that Lacazette's tried very hard, but as contributions go, last season, he was probably our best forward for what he was doing, but the bar was very low, so we could have got money for him. I think if we knew what we were doing, we might have actually got some money for Holding, but the manager gave him a new contract. You're talking about players that were worth some money. I know we wouldn't have got them all done. We might have got a few of them done, and would have been a completely different situation. Now, coming to this season, this window, we're even more strangled, and people know that we're strangled, and we're weak, because we've got all this lumpwood on the boat that we can't get rid of. Yeah. And that's why we're the only club, it seems, that can't actually sell a player for money. We've got to do these loan deals where the club who's buying them off us, they get the option, not us. We can't say you can have them, you've got to buy them in 2 years' time. It's the other way around. We are so bad. I don't know who's doing the bidding for us. I know Edu is the deal maker, but is he the guy that actually works out these deals, or he just picks a player and he gets it done? Because the guy that negotiates, I mean, I prefer if you hire a car salesman really to do it for us. They would do a better job than who's doing it for us for money. So I am.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, I know we'll come on to the Arteta thing the Edu thing in a minute, but I'm confused as to who's doing what actually at the club. You know, who's doing what job. Obviously, Arteta, we know what his job is. Well, we know what his job's supposed to be. I don't know if he's doing it particularly well, but what's Edu actually doing? Is he picking the players? Is he negotiating a contract? Is he doing all of that? Are there other people doing all this stuff? We don't really know, do we? And, you know, Edu's come out, I know we will talk about it in a minute, and said this is a club policy, but who's put that policy in place and who's making these decisions? Because it seems like it's all over the place at the minute for me. And, you know, I don't know. I mean, Ryan, what are you reasonably satisfied with the window, or are you frustrated maybe like we all seem to be overall?
Well, what you said just there, the frustration, because we start with the fact that we spent 160 million, whatever, basically on squad players when we needed this summer to strengthen our first 11 more than anything. That sort of money you're spending, that you'd think we've strengthened, but we haven't. mean, Odegaard, we know we're getting Odegaard sort of, because obviously we got a glimpse of it last season. Obviously, potential would be a bit more because he's 22, a bit younger. 50 million on Ben White when he was 25 million a year ago. I think even Melvin's mentioned it before. If I can understand paying 50 million if other clubs were involved in that, and that actually was like a bidding war back and forth, and we paid the highest bid. But we're the only guy after a club after him. And,
yeah.
I mean, and then obviously we needed a backup left back. We addressed that straight away, which is good. But at the same time, we're playing at the right back for some bizarre reason. I don't know why, but this is Arteta. Lokonga seems to be hitting the ground running from what we're seeing so far. So far, so good. Don't want to get over excited because obviously Guendouzi factor because of the last week with him.
Yeah.
But I feel sorry for Lokonga because no matter what he does in these next 3 games, he's getting dropped for Granit when it's Granit and Partey available. We know who the pivot's going to be. Even though it doesn't work, we know that's going to be because one of them's a backup vice captain to Aubameyang all of a sudden, which is another frustrating thing. And that leads into the frustration of this window because it looked for all the world that he was gone, that the club had given up. They'd seen the light. It was going to. We found a club that was interested. Even he believed it was getting done. He is telling the media that the club know what I want to do. Rome's a lovely place this time of year. He's literally twerking for Rome itself, for crying out loud. He's publicly talking to Mourinho on his social medias. And what do we go and do? Last minute, we pull out because we're not getting what we want out of nowhere. It's like, no, we want 35, 40 million, whatever it was. So, we're going to pull out a deal. Not only pull out the deal, suddenly there's a clause in the contract according to it in the last 48 hours. There's a clause in the contract we've activated that gives them an extra year with an option of another year. And a nice little bonus on top. But I'm sorry, wasn't it over a year ago when Arteta did an interview with Ian Wright for Adidas, and he was saying, I don't want players I have to convince to stay here. I don't want players that don't want to be here. Well, hang on. What's the difference? What's changed in 12 months?
I mean, we don't really know, do we, everything that went on with all those negotiations with Xhaka. I mean, I think that Xhaka obviously divides he doesn't really divide opinion, does he? Most people are of the same opinion. There's only 1 or 2 of us left that actually feel that Xhaka's got value in the squad. We've got to be honest, that if we couldn't get top money for him this summer after the Euros tournament that he had, and he did have a half-decent season last year, then you've got to wonder, even signing a new contract, if we'll ever get any more money than we were offered this summer for him in the future. So that's an issue as well. I mean, I don't know quite what happened there behind the scenes with that. As you said, it seemed as though he was on his way out, and I think we all assumed he was going to be. And then suddenly he's offered a new deal, and he's made captain of the team for the first 2 games of the season, which doesn't bother me, I've got to be honest. I think he's the only natural leader we seem to have in the squad now. David Luiz has gone. There doesn't seem to be anybody else in there who can maybe do that job very well at the moment, and I think that's an issue as well. We didn't address that problem in the window, did we? We didn't buy any leaders really. We didn't buy anyone who can come in and rally the troops. Everyone complained about the David Luiz signing a couple of years ago, but at least he was a leader. The young players looked up to him, and he gave us that quality, which we've now lost completely because he's gone. Willian's got another experienced player. Obviously, Herzl went time before that. We're looking to get rid of Kolasinac, who's got experience. And we're bringing in all these young kids. It's almost like if we want to play in the under-23s division and win that, brilliant. We've got a great squad for that. If we want to compete in the Premier League with men, then we know where we are, quite honestly. I mean, that's what it seems like to me. And, it is early days, and let's not write off the young lads because they might all be fantastic and, hit the ground running and be brilliant. But at this moment in time, that's what it seems to me as though we've basically treading water for a year or two to allow these young players to develop with no one around to help them, no experienced players to really help them. The only experienced player we've got, everybody wants out of the club anyway. No one wants to see him play. He's suspended for 3 games anyway. I don't know. The whole thing just...
And he's got COVID.
Well, yeah, exactly. I know he's got COVID as well. So, it just seems like a bit of I don't know, a bit of a strange situation, really. It's not something, as Arsenal fans, that we're used to.
You want to say Jerome?
Thanks a lot.
Cheers, Jerome. No worries, mate. See you again.
See you later on. Bye.
Take it easy, Jerome.
Richard, can I just ask you a question?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
What was the name of your channel when you first started it?
Well, this is why I've changed. That's why I've rebranded it, Mel.
It's not on here anymore.
It was. I wasn't able to keep going with that title because events elsewhere at the club were making that more and more difficult. You know, I mean, I do feel as though I want us all to be positive, but there seems very little coming back from the club to make us feel positive about it, really. We're looking at the results on the pitch, the performances, and you're thinking this is not good enough. Hopefully a transfer window will give us something to look forward to. The transfer window comes and goes, and you're like, well, have we really done what we needed to do? I don't feel we have for this time. Yes, for the future, maybe, if they do stay. And then you're looking at it and thinking, well, what is there to be positive about? And you're running out of things to be positive about. Yes, one or two players that we signed. Ramsdale, I agree. I think Ramsdale's a good signing. I'm looking forward to seeing him become number one because I think he's going to be really a good signing. And I think, as Adam said, he could be here 10 years. He could be our goalie for the next 10 years. And I'm excited about that. You know, the Congos look pretty good. Ben White needs a little bit more time after his first game, I think, to show what he can do. And the other lads, we just don't know, do we, yet? Because they're a bit young. We don't know much about them. I mean, the Japanese guy, who knows what he's going to do in the Premier League? He might take 2 years to adapt, or he might hit the ground running. We don't know, do we? So it's all a little bit up in the air at the minute. But it kind of leads me on a little bit to the next section I do want to talk about, which is kind of related in a way, but I want to be specifically focused on what happened with this guy. So Edu's interviewed, obviously, I know we've already did two, didn't he? One for Arsenal, one for Sky. I'm sure we've all seen them now and had time to maybe go over it and digest exactly what was said and decide what we thought about it. I mean, Gary, what are your thoughts on what Edu had to say in those interviews that he gave last week, wasn't it?
Yeah, you wonder after you read it and like you said, you digested it. What was the purpose of this? You know, what was he trying to get us on his side? Was he trying to pass the blame to somebody else? You know, was he? I mean, do we understand what they were trying to do? To some degree, we do, but we don't talk about the now. And there's no, what are we doing now? And any of the answers that I think we were looking for, like, what do we do today? Yes, we could talk about 1, 2 to 3 years from now where these players will be, but your job also entails what we do today and how did you fix that? That's just as important as what happens in the future. If you don't have it tomorrow, if you don't have it today, you're not going to have it tomorrow. So it doesn't really matter what you've done in preparation for that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know why they did that interview because we wanted to know what the team's doing. Now we've heard it and we're like, what? Wow, if that's what. Why did you present us with that? Because that doesn't, to me, it's like I'd rather just not know. Sometimes I guess sometimes you just don't want to know how the sausage is made. And in this case, I think we're finding out how it is, and we're like, wait a second, they didn't put any meat in this thing. You know, it's supposed to be a sausage. There's no meat in it. Nothing. You know. No wonder why does it taste like this? I don't know. It just seems like it wasn't. It didn't. I don't think it gave us what we wanted. I don't think it was ever going to do that though. But I would have liked to have talked about what's going on today because that's what's more important than tomorrow. And his job, to some degree, is to also help the team get something out of today, like the next match, right? In addition, because that's what's needed. I mean, nothing we do for tomorrow, nothing we do for next season will matter today. Will matter if today doesn't happen, right? If we don't go through and win, I think some think we should win the next 3 if we want to show that we've things have changed and that we do have when we do have our players we can play, which I think it's a bad way to look at things because you're never going to have all your players. No team ever has all their players, right? I mean, we've watched City and the Spurs play without their top player, and it doesn't matter, right? Because everybody has to pick up the slack. Everybody has to do their job, regardless of who's missing. So that you can't plan for having a healthy team. You can't plan for having all your players in on time. You have to plan with the players you got, and that's part of the job. So if you got players in there that aren't going to be able to get you there, then they have to go. If you got players that you're out there looking for, then they need to be able to handle the type of situation that you have. So when they come in, they're ready to go, right? I think in terms of what Edu interview, it gave us some answers, but for me, I think we still got a lot of questions to ask on top of that in terms of tell me what we're doing today to fix what we're doing. We're 20th in the league, and I don't know if he even mentioned that. Right. And
well, I think he briefly said we're in a position that we shouldn't be in or something, didn't he, in one of those interviews? I'm guessing he was referring to the league position more than, I mean, there's lots of things that we shouldn't be in, but I assume he was referring to that. He didn't want to mention that we're bottom of the league with no goals, did he? Which you can probably understand why. I mean, everyone knows where we are, I guess. But yeah, I agree. He didn't talk about that, did he, at all? He didn't really mention what the plan is for now, for this season, what the expectations are for this season, which is what we want to know, because, we don't, people that say paid out for season tickets, for example, they want to know what they're getting for their money, what they're likely to get for their money this season. If it's just a matter of we're writing off this season and next season because we're building for the future, then tell us that in August before we bought tickets. And then we won't bother because it's a waste of time. Or we will bother because we want to get behind the project. Whatever, at least we can make that decision rather than coming out. I mean, to me, that was like Edu was just Captain Obvious. He was telling us what we already knew. Surely that interview should have been done in July. Before the transfer window, we've done any activity to explain to us this is what our policy is going to be for this window. That way, it would have stopped all this nonsense on social media. Arsenal were buying this player, Arsenal were buying Ronaldo, Arsenal were buying Messi, right? Would have stopped all of that because we would have known, well, no, Arsenal are going to be buying a load of young kids for the next 5 years, not for now. And we'd have known that, and it would have stopped all that. That's when that should have, for me, Edu should have come out and said that at the start of the window, not when it's all finished. And we can clearly see we've bought a load of young kids and we haven't improved the first 11 for now. And we haven't looked like we're going to improve on our performances from last season and the season before. Tell us that at the beginning. Don't tell us it now. We know. That's not the point, is it? The point is, what are you? I mean, you can't just blame Edu. Maybe the people asking the question should have said to him, "What are you? What are your plans for this season for the club? Where were you hoping to end up at the end of this season? What are your expectations? What's the expectations on Arteta? What's the expectations on the players?" And they didn't even ask any of that. It was like, well, yeah, we know we bought a load of young kids, and you can justify them. You was justifying them before, Gary. I totally agree, Adam as well, completely. You can justify those signings. I'm not saying they're bad signings, but they wasn't enough for what we needed to improve for right now. And I don't know. I mean, Melvin, what were your thoughts on Edu's nonsense the other day?
Well, I was clever enough, because I'm a very clever guy, not to listen to it or watch it. I thought he's going to be a PR stunt, and in my opinion, the only PR stunt I'm interested in is what goes on the pitch. That's the way you get the supporters behind you. I'm not interested. Yeah. Number one, you don't know if he's telling you 100% of the truth or 50%. Also, by all accounts, what you've just said, Richard, he was telling you what he's done. Well, we've read the papers. We're on Twitter. We've seen the news. I don't need to be told by him who we've bought, because I've actually managed to read that and listen to that. So that was a waste of time. No, the only way you get fans behind you is not what you say, because we've all been let down before in certain different areas, football and other areas. It's the bottom line. Our bottom line, the supporters, is getting good results and good performances. That's the way they're going to get the fans back. Not with this, he's not a politician. I don't care, I don't want politicians anyway. He's not a politician. He shouldn't act like one. He shouldn't be the mouthpiece of the club unless something drastic happens and we need answers as fans. Nothing drastic happened. It was a window. We saw who we bought. We saw who we didn't sell. Fine. I think that is he trying to take the brunt away from Arteta? They're trying to work it together. I don't know. But for me, nothing like that. I'm not interested in listening to what anyone has to say on the board or even him. I'm sorry. And actually, I've got to the point now, after games, I don't listen to what Arteta says. I'm not interested in that either. I've seen it with my own eyes. Thank you very much.
You mentioned something, Richard. I just wanted to ask, go on. What does Edu do? What his title? What is he actually? What would for somebody under that title? What would they do, and what should he be doing differently if he's not doing that job? That's the part. He's not director of football, so he's technical director, as they claim. What does that mean? What would that mean to you? I guess and what would that mean to the panel?
Yeah, I mean, this is what we touched on, didn't we, a little bit earlier? I don't really know what everybody's role is, what their responsibilities are. I mean, what I don't know if Edu picked the players, if he negotiated the contracts. Did he do any of that? Did he do some of that? Was he involved in all of it? We don't really know, do we? And for him to come out, I mean, it was almost like as though the club felt as though, because there'd been a little bit of rumblings on social media about the transfer window, that Arsenal felt they needed to put something out to explain the whole reasoning behind the transfers, and maybe some of the transfers that we didn't bring in, and some of the areas we didn't strengthen. And it was just a PR stunt for me. I felt it was. I didn't feel it was any benefit to anything really, other than just to try to say, okay, this is why we've done that. Well, nobody really cares why we've done it. We care about what we've done and was it the right thing to have done, and where are we going this season? Because we're bottom of the league, and we need to know what our expectations are. Are we looking to finish any higher than bottom of the league? Because it doesn't seem as though we maybe are at the minute. I mean, Adam, what were your kind of thoughts on the whole Edu? I'm assuming that, unlike Melvin, you did probably listen to him, and I don't blame Melvin for not listening to him. I've got to be honest, because I probably wouldn't have listened to it if I didn't have to talk about it.
Yeah,
I
I saw it. It wasn't the greatest piece of television or radio ever. Let's be honest. I mean, first of all, I think that I used to really like Edu as a player. I really did. When he was in the team, I thought he was a great player, very cultured. He seemed to really buy into Arsenal. And when I first heard he was coming, I thought, great, let's get an ex-player back. I like seeing ex-players, but they've also got to add value, and I just don't see what he's adding to the club. I mean, first of all, like you just mentioned, we've got to understand the club okayed this. It wasn't just Edu going off his own. The club okayed it. And I do think exactly for that reason. The reason was that there was obviously some dissatisfaction from the fan base after the window ended. We need to put something out there. Was it needed? No. I think that it just was not needed at all. It hasn't. The club haven't gained anything from it. I don't know what they were trying to do from it, but they haven't gained anything from it. For me, it was about Edu trying to justify his job. That's what it felt like to me. It felt like he had to sort of be there and justify his job, which obviously makes me think that he's under pressure, to have to do that.
Well, what is his job, though, Adam? As Gary said, what is his job?
Exactly. I mean, the way I kind of see it is he's the person who negotiates transfers, because he seems to always be involved with the agents, etc., etc. But on that half, that's what worries me, because if he is the guy who's in charge of getting players excited about coming to Arsenal, that's what worries me. Well, we used to have David Dean doing that, and we saw the kind of players that he would bring in, and they would kind of say, look, this is the Arsenal, this is the way to get in, take it or leave it kind of thing. Whereas we just seem to be bowing down to players, and every people like that were willing to give these large contracts to these players, like the William last year, for instance. Obviously, I talked earlier about him going, fair enough, but he had to still, in many respects, probably beg William to come to Arsenal and offer him this extortionate contract. I want someone like you, Ian Wright, or someone who's going to have that real kind of feeling for the club and say, actually, no, this is Arsenal. You should be proud to come here. This is the wage we've got. This is our cap. Take it or leave it. And I think if we went back to that mentality, we might not get the big players, but the fans would definitely get behind it a lot more. Rather than seeing that. I don't know.
We'd have players who want to play for the club, wouldn't we? And rather than players who are just there for the money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, and he's, and for me, it's a case of I don't think he's, if that's his job, getting players, negotiating contracts, he's not the right man for it. Simple. He just doesn't have that gravitas for me. He doesn't have that, yes, he played for the club, but, he wasn't a massive fan favorite. Everyone liked him. No one really had anything bad to say about him as a player. But, we could have done a lot better. I think there's a lot more people out there who can do that role for our club. I mean, the only thing that kind of worried me, I think someone mentioned it in the chat, about the targets for the season is there's not, someone mentioned, there's not none. We just want to see the boys play. That's ridiculous. Well, they could have just said, yes, of course there's targets, but we're not going to talk about it. Fair enough. But to actually come out and say, no, there's no targets this year, we just want to see them play. What the hell does that mean? That really wound me up. And, another comment was me and Mikel are just really excited to see the team play this year. Of course, if not, you should be worried. I mean, stop stating the obvious, you know what I mean?
No, exactly. No, exactly.
Really wound me up. They really wound me up, those two comments. And for me, it hasn't done him any favours, at all. It wasn't needed. It kind of backfired a little bit. I kind of get where they were coming from a PR perspective. they just haven't gained anything from it, you know. So yeah, my aspirations have gone down quite a little bit. And like I just said, I don't want him dealing with the transfers, dealing with players. No.
I was just going to say that that comment from Edu is almost like a player saying, you know, I could make it up top, you know, make a run at the goal, but I was just trying to get my cardio up, you know. That's all I was trying to do here. You know, I wasn't really trying to get up top, so you know, so when the pass comes in, I'm ready for it. But just get my cardio up.
I mean, to me, I mean, you know, we're talking about ex-players, right, being involved in the club, and obviously, you know, regardless of what.
Sorry.
No, go on, no problem. You know, it's almost. I mean, Edu was never a regular in the team, was he? He was a squad player, you know, and that's fine. But it's like he doesn't seem, from what he said in that interview and other things, he doesn't seem to really understand Arsenal, does he? You know, he doesn't understand what Arsenal means and what Arsenal's about. And that interview, maybe that was the big thing that came across to me. You know, as an ex-player, he should at least have some kind of understanding of what the name Arsenal means and what it stands for. And he doesn't seem to have any understanding of that. And he certainly came across the interview as though he didn't. And it's like, well, come on a minute, mate. You know, if you were somebody maybe from Brazil who'd never played for Arsenal and never played in English football, you could maybe understand him being like that. But for someone that understand or should understand the club, because he played for us for 4 or 5 years, whatever it was, however long he was at the club for, it might have been longer than that, actually, wasn't it? But he should at least understand what it means, what Arsenal should mean to everybody. And I got the feeling that he didn't. He was basically talking in business talks, a lot of it, and just waffled at, you know, you want to see some passion from him about the club and say, look, this is Arsenal. We've got the right players here that want to be at the club. They want to drive us forward. You want to hear him say stuff like that, don't you? We worked hard to get these players, and instead he was just saying, oh, yeah, well, we haven't had our full team available yet. Well, so what? You've got a squad, mate. You've got a squad of 25 players. They should all be good enough to come in and do a job and not lose 5-0 to Man City and just let Man City walk all over us. Do you know what I mean? We're not just 11 players. It's regardless of that, oh, well, I can't wait to see them all play together. Well, you've just bought a load of kids, so they'll be good in the under 23s, as we said before. I don't know. Everything about that interview has annoyed me and wound me up, and I wanted to sack him on the spot. But unfortunately, we'll sat with him probably now because we've just spent a load of money on his players. I mean, Ryan, what did you make of Edu's nonsense that he came out with last week?
Exactly that. Load of nonsense. PR. It's a clear PR stunt. It was a clear because it's basically it's like because we all saw on our Twitter feeds a reaction when the Aston Villa guy came out and explained in depth to Jack Grealish situation why he went to City and broke it down.
I think that's why he did it, because it was almost like that went down well, didn't it? Everybody was quite impressed with that because he actually came across as though he knew what he was talking about for a start off. You think Arsenal looked and thought, you know what, we need to do something like that, and then they completely messed it up, like they messed everything up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? They wait until after the window's closed and suddenly there's an interview with Jess Shreves for Sky and obviously doing their own Arsenal bit. Bit of a coincidence because they know that. Come on, they have people monitoring all these Arsenal channels, all the Arsenal Twitter side of it, and this, that, and the other. They know they know the feel of the fan base at the moment. They clearly did it to try and hope it would calm the fan base down. And for some people, it worked. For most of it didn't. And I'm one of the ones it didn't because it's just the same PR that's been spun to us year in, year out. Difference is it was Eddie this time, not Josh Kroenke or Stan.
I mean, who do you think? I mean, you're saying that some fans would have been satisfied by that. I don't know anybody that was satisfied by it. You know, I mean, we're all big fans of Arsenal, all of us on this channel, and all the people that's been speaking about it since yesterday, and nobody seems happy with it. And we're all proper fans of Arsenal. Who are these people that felt satisfied by what Edu said? Because I don't know any of them. Maybe a few comments on Twitter, but I mean, Twitter's full of robots anyway, isn't it? It's not real people, not real fans, are they? So I find it hard to believe that any real Arsenal fan was satisfied with what Edu said. I'll be amazed. I'd like to find one actually and speak to them and find out why they were happy with it or why they're satisfied. Because to me, it was a load of nonsense, a load of PR waffle, and just didn't mean anything.
There is one. He's called Ty. He works at AFTV. He's always positive.
What he says, though, do we? Arsenal lose 5-0 and he's happy it was only 5-0. Well, it could have been 6-0. They had 6 shots. They could have scored 6 goals this time. Well, no, sorry, Ty, mate, but we were crap, mate.
The sun was in our eyes all the time. For every goal, the sun was in those eyes.
Yeah, it was too hot. It was too cold. It was windy. It was raining. But you got to love Ty. But I mean, his blind optimism is slightly annoying now because We've got to all be realistic, haven't we? You know, we all want Arsenal to be fantastic and we all love the club, but ultimately we're in a mess. And it's not wrong. It doesn't make us lesser fans if we admit that we're in a mess and things are not very good and they need to improve. And we all want things to improve. You know, nobody wants Arsenal to lose, be bottom of the league after 3 games. No one wants that, do we? We don't want it at all. We want to see improvements. And accepting that this current situation as being okay and acceptable isn't what we should be doing as a fan base. We should all be coming together and saying, whether we like Arteta, whether we don't, whether we think Edu's doing a great job or we don't, clearly things are not right at a club, on the pitch, off the pitch. And we as a fans just need to come together. You know, forget all this Arteta in, Arteta out, whatever it is. We are all Arsenal fans and we should all want the best for the club. And if that means all coming together and saying and expressing our disapproval with what's going on to make things change, and that's maybe what we need to do, rather than just pretending everything's great. Let's back the process, all this, that, and the other. No, let's back what's happening on the pitch now. And if we can't do that, let's do something. Let's let the club know that we're not happy. You know, what annoyed me, the Man City, and I don't really want to talk about that too much, but at the end of the game, when the players came over to the away fans were clapping them. What are they clapping them for? Yeah. You know, I've been to away games when we've got hammered before. I've not clapped the players. I've stood there and I've not gone home. I've stood there and made them quite, not booed them because I don't think that's really right, but I've made it quite clear that that's not acceptable. And why would you clap them after that? That's not right.
Well done. 5-0.
Well done for losing 5-0 and not trying for 85 minutes of that game. Well done. Brilliant. I'm not going to do that. I've never done that, and I wouldn't. I'm not saying to boo. I'm not saying to abuse them because that's wrong. But certainly don't applaud them and let them think that you're happy with them. Yeah, let them come over and applaud you for the support you've given them. Yeah, acceptable that, and that's it. And stand there and let them know that you are not happy with what they've just produced for 90 minutes, 95 minutes of that game. And that's what we need to do. It's pointless applauding them. The players probably go and thinking, oh, the fans were happy, weren't they? They were happy. They cheered us all game and then they clapped us at the end and we've just lost 5-0. You know what I mean? It's madness. It's totally madness. But anyway, you know, maybe they're the fans that was happy with Edu's. Maybe they're the ones we needed to speak to about it because they're the ones that were happy with Edu's comments. Maybe they've been happy with the transfer window. They're happy to lose 5-0. They're happy to clap the players after a pathetic performance. I don't know.
Well, what was it? Not yesterday, the day before. Someone tweeted random. He said, either boy or bot or some idiot pretending to be an Arsenal fan. Put a tweet out saying, would you be happy for Arsenal to lose on Saturday if it meant Arteta got sacked?
Yeah, I saw that.
What person wants their team to lose just for the sake of a manager being sacked?
Well, because the manager's not, you know, I don't care who the manager is. It doesn't matter if it's Arteta, if whoever we get, you know, if we got Jose Mourinho, it wouldn't really matter if we're winning games. If we're losing games, I'm not happy, like none of us are. And the most important thing, I want to see Arsenal win every single game. Whoever the manager is, whoever the 11 that start the game, I just want to see us win. And yeah, sometimes if the team comes out, we look at the team and think, what's this all about? And if we win the game, we're happy because we've won and no one cares. If we lose, then we've got a right to say, and we've got a right to question it. If Arteta's bottom of the league after 3 games, finishing 8th 2 seasons in a row, we've got a right to question that and say, is he really the right man to take us forward? But do I want us to lose to Norwich so it speeds up the process? No, because he's going to get sacked eventually anyway if results don't improve, because that's the nature of football. Whether it's immediately now or whether it's at the end of the season, whether it's at Christmas or whenever, he's not going to survive in that job if the results don't improve. So I would rather see us win some games and that's it, regardless of what happens with the manager. Because if we're winning games, we might climb the league and then he'll stay in his job. And if we're winning games, no one cares because we're happy that he's in his job if we're winning. But if we're not winning on a consistent basis, we're losing too many games and we're still finishing in ridiculous positions for Arsenal. 8th place is not acceptable for Arsenal. Then we've got a right to say, is he the right man? Is Edu the right man? Are all these players the right players? You know, we've got the right to question that, surely. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see what happens to this. But, yeah, for me, that whole Edu thing was total and utter nonsense, actually, if I'm totally honest. But anyway, it is what it is. And I don't suppose it's gonna change. I mean, what we need to do, because Melvin was right what he said before about, you know, we are very sort of negative about everything. It's difficult not to be. So I think we need something brief to cheer us up. And I think this might cheer us up. It certainly cheers me up. The Arsenal women, I mean, how fantastic game that was yesterday. I mean, I know Ryan watched it. I think Melvin watched it. Did you watch it, Gary? The Arsenal women yesterday?
Yeah, I did watch it. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Like, you know, since we've been watching Arsenal in this downturn, it's been good to watch the women play, at least because when I look at both teams, I'm like, how can these both be under the same umbrella? You know, they just how are both these teams under the same umbrella? Aren't they being run at some point and things get signed off at the same level, right? Right? The board, the ownership, all of that. And then I guess they're signing off on these things, and you're like, well, why is it not trickling down on this side? Because it looks totally different the way that they're handling things. You know, they need a manager. They go out and get a manager who's experienced and has won things in his league and been, you know, a young and upcoming manager, not assistant. And you're like, you know, he hasn't missed a beat. He came in with a plan which everybody can get behind, and he's shown it and he's implemented it, and the players are up to it. I mean, he's got one of the best players in the world on his team, and I don't see why she would want to leave. Right? She, you know, a lot of people thought, you know what, she's probably going to leave because she's coming to the end. We'll find out, right? Her contract's coming to the end, but they've got one of the best players in the world out there, and it looks like it, right? They looked really good yesterday. It was a really tough game, you know, and I mean, luckily they don't have VAR, right? Because
for once we were glad about that. Well,
luckily they don't have VAR.
If we didn't have VAR in the men's game, we'd have probably won 12 more games last season, actually. So it just goes to show, doesn't it? Take VAR out, and Arsenal win games that they may be a bit fortunate to win sometimes. But anyway,
but I mean, you take away that VAR decision or non-decision, they still had two opportunities from two of their top scorers to put the ball between the sticks, and they just fluffed their shots, right? I mean, both Vivian and Iwachua, how do you say her name?
Iwabachu. I think Iwabachu.
Yeah, they both had really good opportunities, and they both missed terribly, right? So they had chances, and those are the types of games you want to see where, you know what, that other team's better than us, but we know on our day we can compete with them, we can get something out of this match, and they did that. It was good to see. I mean, I enjoyed it. It was enjoyable to watch an Arsenal team go out there and play. They play really well. It looks good to see proper football and players out there playing. You know,
I mean, for me, I mean, you know, we've all watched the Arsenal men's team a lot. For me, I haven't enjoyed a game as much as that with the men's or the women's team. I can't remember the last time I enjoyed a men's game to that level of excitement and how much you could see it meant to everybody, the players on the pitch, both teams, not just the Arsenal players, Chelsea as well. You know, they were up for that game. They wanted to win. And for Arsenal to maybe be competing against a top team, you know, whatever people think of women's football, and, you know, you can't compare it to men's football, of course, because physically it's totally different. Men and women aren't the same physically, are they? So we have to accept that, and that's fine. But for, you know, it's still elite sport, isn't it? It's elite women's sport, and those two teams yesterday that was such a great advert for women's football. And if people watched that and didn't think that was great, didn't think it was a great game, whether you support Arsenal or you don't, or Chelsea, whoever you support, doesn't matter. People that have been critical of women's football, and there's been a lot of people that don't think women's football is worthy or anything like that. If anybody has felt like that, they should watch that game and just watch it as a game of football. And if you don't enjoy that as football, because it had everything that you want in a game of football, didn't it? It had two teams going for it. It had, you know, goal mouth incidents. It had 5 goals. It had a little bit of controversy with the offside and what have you. And it had everything that you want to see in a game of football for me. And I've not enjoyed a game like that I can't remember the last time I enjoyed an Arsenal game to that extent. Probably any game, if I'm honest. Maybe a couple in the Euros were quite good, but it's not often I've come away at the end of a game thinking, wow, what a great game of football that was, regardless of the fact it was the women, made no difference. And even if Arsenal hadn't won that game, I'd have still come away from that thinking, what a fantastic game of football that was, because it was just brilliant. It was brilliant to watch. And the technical level of these women now has improved so much. I mean, you know, technically, I think they're on the level with some of the top men's players. They're just obviously physically they're not as strong, they're not as fast. We saw that in the Olympics when they did the mixed relay. You had a woman running against the men and she got left trailing behind, and she's an elite women athlete. And that's the difference. You know, physically, you can't compare it. But for what it was, technically they are fantastic. You know, I mean, that goal that Beth Mead scored, the first goal that she scored, that was a goal that was a world-class goal. It was just brilliant. Whoever scored it, wouldn't have mattered if it was Messi scored it or Ronaldo, whoever. It was just a great goal. You can't argue with that. You know, whether she's a woman or not makes no difference. It was a fantastic goal. Go on, Melvin.
Yeah, I'll just say that first goal, it reminded me of Aubameyang at his best.
Yeah.
Right in the field, she put it. It looked like the far post was going to be shot, and all of a sudden switched it to the knee post. That was coming in from the left. No, that was a fan. I mean, I enjoyed it, and I said to you during I put something on your pod. I said I enjoyed it so much because there's no cheating and rolling around.
Yeah. No, exactly that. And that's another thing as well, isn't it? It's, you know, you don't get people trying to get other people sent off or booked or people pretending to be injured. It's just genuine football, isn't it? Everyone's genuine and it's brilliant. And it was such a good game of football. I mean, that first goal actually, you mentioned Emil, but that was actually, I watched a video today of Aubameyang's goal away at Burnley last season. It was almost exactly the same as that.
Yes, right.
Cut inside the defender, shot through the defender's legs and at near post, exactly the same. You know, and for me, there's no difference in the technical ability of the women players and the men's. It's just the physical aspect of the game that's different. That's the only difference. It's just obviously a bit slower, not quite as physical because men and women aren't the same. But technically, I think, you know, that game was, you couldn't really criticise it for the technical side. I know people always say, women's, their first touch is terrible and this, that and the other, but it's not. At the top level, it isn't. They are technically brilliant players, all of them. And you could see that yesterday. They're the top two of the top three teams in the WSL, the real elite level of women's football. And that was just brilliant. Absolutely top quality. Those goals, I thought all 5 goals, actually, the 2 Chelsea goals were well worked and well taken as well, actually, not just the goals that we scored. It was just a great game of football. And I say, I can't remember enjoying a game like that, a men's game, especially not involving Arsenal, for... well, probably the FA Cup final against Chelsea, and that was only simply because we won, not really for the quality of the game so much. I mean, did you watch the women's game yesterday, Adam?
I had it on. I watched as much as I could with a 5-year-old present. But the thing I like about the women's is whenever I watch the women's, it's just so refreshing to see a team that actually have a clear vision about how they want to play. They are exciting to watch. Like you said, technical-wise, there is not much in it at all now. No. You know, and I think that it's only getting stronger. And obviously, we recently signed Tobin Heath as well, and she's only going to add strength to the team as well. And I just find them quite exciting. Like, you know, we have, you know, Mead and Mo, we've mentioned this, you know, way out there, and she had the chance possibly to move on, but she chose to stay. And it's so different how the two teams are going. One team's going up, you know, you can only see that, and the other team is just like stagnating and going nowhere. And yeah, whenever I watch the Arsenal women, I do just relax a little bit more, obviously, and I just like seeing them play because they are a team. They're an actual team. You know, they play for each other, they support each other, and I think that for me, a lot of it is about the movement off the ball. I think we've lacked movement off the ball in the men's team over the last couple of seasons, whereas the women's team are the complete opposite. They remind me how we used to play. And it seems like they've got the blueprint about how Arsenal used to play under like the Wenger years, you know, and have taken that on. And then now, you know, the men's team have just ignored that and trying to do their own thing. But yeah, I mean, I like watching the women's team now. I really do, because the quality is really good. Some of the players in there are outstanding. And the games are really good. Like I said, the game yesterday was really exciting. You know, I did watch it, the highlights back in the evening as well after the main game. And yeah, the goals were good. It had excitement. You know, I think there was 8,000 fans in there, which is a good attendance for the women's game. Yeah, and I do think the attendance levels are only going to increase as well once people start seeing the quality there.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is I think now with it being on Sky as well, it's going to get a lot more. It's going to get a lot more notice, isn't it? It's going to get a lot more views on telly and stuff like that, and that can only help, because when people, I agree, when people see actually how good these players are now and how good the quality is, even some of the teams lower down the WSL, they've still got really good players. They're still good teams, you know. And I think that's so important to get it more noticed. I mean, I think it's interesting you said about the crowd, actually, because, you know, they're going to be playing a couple more games at the Emirates this season as well, as part of the, you know, all the games have been played at the main stadiums throughout the season, aren't they? Everton played at Goodison Park on Friday, for example, and, you know, Tottenham played at the Tottenham Stadium and stuff like that. So it's going to be, it's going to be happening a lot more this season, which is great, and it's going to hopefully lead to more crowds when they play at their normal stadium as well. that would be great if it does, because I think that's what it needs. It needs a bigger audience. It needs a bit more investment, which it's going to get now with Sky. And what I liked yesterday as well was after the game, all of the players, they stayed behind, chatted to the crowd, chatted to the fans, had pictures taken. They didn't just shoot off down the tunnel and pretend the fans didn't exist. They spent the time to chat to them and stuff like that, and it was brilliant to see. I mean, Leah Williamson was out there for about an hour after the game, chatting to fans, having their photo taken, signing shirts, all that kind of stuff, and it's brilliant. And that's what the men's game used to be like, didn't it? Years ago, we could always chat to the players. You could go up to Highbury during the day, and if you saw a player, they'd chat to you, and that's what it used to be like. And the women's game's like that now, and that's why I think I really like it as well, because it's a throwback to days when the players and the fans were on the same level. It was, I don't know, it's just, that's what the women's game reminds me of at the moment, actually. Great players, but also they're down to earth. They mix with the fans. They're quite happy to chat to fans all the time and stuff like that. And it's refreshing to see. And the fact that Arsenal have got now, look at the transfer window. We were just talking about that with the men's team. Look what the Arsenal women have done. They've bought top quality players. Nikita Paris, England international. Tobin Heath, as you just said, top quality players we brought in to improve the team, to improve the first team. And we've also got a great academy in the women as well, which maybe doesn't get mentioned enough. Some great young players come through. They played a few of the friendlies, and some of them are ready to step up into the first team. Some have already. Some already in the team now. Anna Patton, who played yesterday, for example. Obviously, Leah Williamson came through the academy and stuff like that. So it's just a well-run. As Gary said before, you've got two teams associated with the same club. One of them's run fantastically well, and one of them's run like a Sunday League team. Unfortunately, it's the men's team that's run like a Sunday League team, when it should be, if anything, the other way round. I mean, it shouldn't be. I want the women to do well. That is exactly the problem, though, isn't it? And I saw a video of Maitland Niles giving troops a hug or something in a friendly game last year or something. It's like, why are the players even interacting? Why are they even doing that? But anyway, that maybe sums it up. You've got to be some special kind of fan like troops to interact with the men's players, but the women's players interact with us plebs. So you've got to give them respect for that, haven't you? I know you watched the game, Ryan. I know you watched the women as well. I mean, you must have enjoyed that yesterday. It was brilliant, wasn't it? What a game!
Fantastic. And again, my mum's not a massive football fan herself, but when it comes to the Arsenal women, she's been watching it for years with me. And she's again, every year it's like to say the same thing. The women's team, competitive wise, have been putting the men to shame for the last 16, 17 years, consistently. 20 odd years. Vic Hakers, the kit man of the men's team, was also doing the coaching the women's team.
He was, brilliant. And he won the most ever league titles, the most ever cups, the most successful manager ever in English football history, actually. More than Alex Ferguson won, I think.
And the only women's manager in the UK, obviously in the UK, British soil, to win every possible trophy in one season. Obviously, what is now the Champions League, won that. This in 2007, won the title, League Cup. Was another Continental Cup.
Unbeaten, invincible 6 seasons. 6 seasons, invincible. He went 108 games without losing in the league with the women's team. Yeah, you could say the standard of the opposition wasn't the same, but the standards are the same everywhere. You can only beat what you've got to play. Do you know what I mean? It's still 108 games.
And initially, before the game, before obviously Chelsea decided to take their team professional a bit earlier than everyone else, Emma Hayes was his protege. She was meant to take over from him.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
You wouldn't think it was. She's always bitter. We let her go. We didn't fight. We didn't give her a fight. Make her.
That's probably. I mean, I've never seen such a bitter interview after that game as yesterday with Emma Hayes afterwards. It was hilarious, actually. She was trying to pretend to, Arsenal did really well and they probably deserved to win. But you could see she hated every minute of that. It was brilliant.
Or they say that she didn't even shake hands or whatever like that,
No, she didn't. She sort of did, but she sort of you could tell she didn't want to do it.
You know what? That is what we miss. We missed some of that, though. We missed some of that. Maybe it went a little too far, but we missed some of that, right?
Yeah,
if that's Arteta against in the North London derby, and we get a red card or a penalties given, and he's pissed off, he's not going to show that, and we're going to want that because we're going to be upset. This situation just happened. They took the game from us, and that's what she's thinking, and that's how she reacted to it because
she did. I agree. Maybe you do kind of like that side of it a little bit as well, but I don't know, you could just tell how bitter she is about Arsenal. Maybe it's because, as Ryan said, she maybe wasn't given the opportunity at Arsenal she felt she probably should have got. And I mean, she's done a great job at Chelsea, but as somebody pointed out, I think it was on the highlight show last night, or maybe it was on the coverage earlier on the day about, when you're a rich club like Chelsea are in the women's game, it's easy to it's easy to buy the best players and build a good team. Probably even easier in the women's game, actually, because the number of real elite women's players is not as high a number to choose from. So if you've got 3 or 4 of them, you're going to be miles ahead of everybody else. And that's maybe what she's done at Chelsea. And the fact that we've had to do that, or to try to do it to keep up and catch up with them, just goes to show. But yeah, I mean, I don't really particularly like Emma Hayes, I've got to be honest, but I don't really like the Chelsea women's team.
I always thought that Arsenal was going to pick up, try to go for the United coach, because it sounded like they might have had an opportunity to get her at the end of the season.
She used to play for Arsenal as well, didn't she? Casey Stoney, that's right.
Did Emma Hayes play for the Arsenal then?
No, she was coach. She was assistant. Yeah. She didn't actually play.
That was that against the Grainer. I quite like her, actually.
I mean, she's good on the telly. I like her on the telly when she does the analysis. No, she is. She's good at that. I don't really, when she's manager of Chelsea and when she's, I don't know, I just don't really like the way she comes across, perhaps, when it comes to that, really. Plus, I just can't stand the Chelsea women, actually, if I'm honest. I just absolutely can't stand them. But a bit like the men's team, really. But anyway, we beat them yesterday, so I'm quite happy about that. And let's hope we go on and win a few more, because I think that we've got a good team now, the Arsenal women, and it's looking forward to the season now, actually. And I'll obviously be covering a lot of it on the channel as well, so because I just enjoy watching them as well, which is good. So that is.
Before we forget, just one thing before we forget, I believe we are coming down to it, right? It's about 40 minutes left.
45 minutes left.
Yeah. So for those in the chat, and I've been spreading out the word on Twitter and whatnot. This is it doesn't end today, though. This is we started it today, but it doesn't end today, and you'll see more information get pushed out from around the different podcasts and Twitter and all the social networks in terms of trying to get Tony to the goal to help him out, with his leg and all of that. So, it's not over yet, but it is. We started it, and we want to, hopefully this continues after we sign up for the day.
No, exactly, and I say there is a link down in the description of the video to donate as well to the cause, which is what it's all about. At the end of the day, we try to get as much donations as we can to help the guy get a better life, really, which is what he deserves as well. So that is really important as well. That's what we're here for, essentially. So make sure that you do click on that link and donate whatever you can to the great cause. But so that's something to be optimistic about, Melbourne, anyway, the women. So that was something to be positive about for a little while, which is good. And maybe we can perhaps be a little bit positive about this little section as well, hopefully. So I went to look back at the 91-92 season for a couple of reasons, really. One, because it was the bruised banana kit season, as we saw here in the picture, which is probably one of the greatest ever Arsenal kits. I think we can all agree with that, certainly. It wasn't maybe the greatest season in the end, but of course it did lead to the signing of probably one of our greatest ever players, and probably the player that we all probably love more than anybody else. Ian Wright, of course, joined that season, didn't he? At the time, he was our record signing. Very surprised I was, certainly, when the news came through that we'd signed him, and there'd been a few rumours that we were interested, but I couldn't believe it when I saw the news that day that we'd signed Ian Wright. It was like, wow, this is big news. But also as well, I mean, at that time we were scoring a lot of goals. We'd won the league the year before, and you didn't necessarily think that we needed an extra striker at the time. I remember thinking, he's a great player, great to have him at the club, but defensively, maybe we hadn't been as strong that season, and you're thinking, midfield was changing. Did we not need to strengthen elsewhere? A bit similar to maybe what we thought now, but obviously Ian Wright turned out to be one of the best signings ever in the club's history, didn't he? I mean, what a fantastic player he was for us, and just an all-round great guy as well. I think we all love him just for his personality as much as anything else, and the amount of memories that he brought us. I mean, scoring a hat-trick on his league debut as well, that doesn't happen very often, does it, for anybody? And to do that at Southampton that day, I was there. It was just fantastic to see that. And obviously him playing with his old mate, Rocky, as well, grown up together. And, some of the stuff he's said about Rocky since, some of how Rocky inspired him to get his life back on track when he was younger and in prison and stuff like that. So, there's kind of a little bit extra attached to it all, isn't there, with Wrighty? But I mean, that was a great Arsenal team, wasn't it? I say we won the league the year before. Just a great team to watch. Some great football that we played. And at the end of that season, we went unbeaten in 17 games and scored about 50 goals, whatever it was. We were just hammering teams 4-0 every week. And some of the goals that we scored, Merson got about 4 or 5 chips, didn't he, from about 30 yards. Library. And it was just, I mean, yeah, we did win the league. We came fourth, and it wasn't a great defence of the title. The first half of the season wasn't great. We got knocked out of a European Cup early on to Benfica. But some of the football we played in the second half of that season was some of the best football I think I've ever seen from an Arsenal team in my life. For 20 odd games, whatever it was, we were just fantastic. Do you remember the 7-1 against Sheffield Wednesday? When it was 1-1 at half time. In fact, it was 1-1 with about 20 minutes to go. And we ended up beating them 7-1. Everything went in. The goals were flying in. It was just what a great sort of few months that was to be an Arsenal fan, actually. Even though we didn't win a trophy, it almost didn't matter because of how great we played. I mean, do you remember much about that season, Gary? You must have a few memories of the Ian Wright season, as I still like to call it.
I actually don't, because back then I hadn't actually figured out how to watch Arsenal as much as because it wasn't available it wasn't as easy to get to, and then I wasn't, and I was still, what was I doing at that time? I was in college, so so I didn't get to pick it up. I've only probably picked up Arsenal in the last 9 to 10 years as much, so I don't have a good background into that. But when I asked my dad all the time for something Arsenal, one of the last things he got me was a big a signed jersey of Ian Wright. So that's sitting in my bedroom right now. So yeah, but I don't have I don't have a history of that, any memories of that season. I wasn't following Arsenal as much as I would have liked to. I did miss a lot of the good times. I was born probably at the right time to see a lot, but I missed a lot of it because, of course, being over here and not having as access as I.
I suppose the league wasn't as available, was it, perhaps back then as it is now, which was a shame because I say you maybe missed out on some of the best, probably some of the best times. Hopefully they'll come back and you'll be able to experience it now as well later on. But maybe you did unfortunately miss out on a bit. I mean, obviously Melvin, you'll have some great memories, won't you, of that season. I mean, it was great to watch at times, weren't we?
It's so exciting. It was. I mean, you really look forward to every game, home and away. No fear. It was fantastic. And with Ian Wright, though, it was a bit strange because we saw him in the cup final against Man United. He just got back from a broken leg. I mean, he shouldn't have even. Don't know how he played. I mean, the guy was phenomenal to play in that final. Scored 2 goals, I think, didn't he? Scored 2. And when we signed him, I thought, God, that's good. But I'll be honest with you, I didn't go, wow, we have signed the best footballer we're ever going to see.
No.
But he turned out to be that. That's the strange thing. He absolutely was far better. The expectation, he overdone the expectation so much. And every time you watched him, you're thinking, well, where was this player? Why didn't everyone else go after him? How did we get him? Why were we so lucky to get a player like that? He was amazing, absolutely amazing, and he
was just the right fit, Melvin, wasn't it? Perhaps he was just the right fit for us. That's probably what it was at that time.
Yeah, I don't think he would have been too good in our tic-tac side at the moment, to be honest with you. I think he would have probably had a punch-up in the midfield, don't you? But he was. But I mean, we spoke about this before, didn't we, Ryan? That for a period of time, he held that club together. He held the side together. Without him, I don't know what would have happened. He was actually, as a diminutive forward against the 6'12" centre halves, he didn't care. He gave everything, every game. And for him to do that by himself was an amazing feat, mentally and physically. And I know that we love him because of his personality and what he did for us. But we sometimes, because he was so good, every time he played so well, you took it for granted. We shouldn't. He was good.
He almost like if he didn't score, you're thinking, what was up with Wrighty today? Why didn't he score? Why didn't he score 4 goals today? Because he always scores. And I suppose we did maybe feel a bit like that, didn't we? Sometimes, you always maybe a little bit disappointed when he didn't maybe play well, which wasn't very often, luckily enough. I mean, he always seemed to you know, and even if he didn't score or play well, he gave 100% every single game, didn't he? He just ran himself.
Yeah.
He'd give everything for the team, wouldn't he? Every single time he played. And at the end of the day, that's all we want to see. You know, no matter how good or bad a player is, if they're going to run their heart out for 90 minutes on the pitch, then they're fine with me. I'll be happy to have them in the team every week. But he had that extra quality as well, didn't he? And just, I mean, fantastic. I mean, it wasn't just about Wright, I suppose, that season, but because we didn't win anything, that's the main thing that kind of took over, really, because of how great he was, how quickly he just settled straight in, hat-trick on his league debut, and it just went from there, didn't it? I mean, that's a good point there from James.
He was good, Eduardo. He was good.
He was a different sort of player, wasn't he, Eduardo?
Yeah.
A different sort of.
More
I mean,
of a touch
actually,
player.
Carlos Vela was a good finisher, you know. Carlos Vela.
Yeah, he didn't chance really, did he?
He didn't. No, I mean, I don't think we've ever had a player like Wrighty in terms of finishing ability and is, you know, just I don't know. I can't. I think Wiltord maybe at the beginning reminded me a little bit of Wrighty, maybe. But again, he didn't play through the middle enough, did he? He was pushed out wide quite a lot and didn't maybe score enough goals. But
well, I didn't think he was up to Wright's level, but the player that I know that a couple of guys thought he was up to his level, and one was himself, was Bentner.
Well, you can see the similarities actually, can't you? Just
exactly. It's like double. What a double act that could have been.
Yeah, no, it would have been good to have them both play together. Yeah, I'm sure they would have. I'm sure they've hit it off pretty well. But I don't think there has been anybody. I think Ian Wright was a unique footballer anyway. The fact I mean, I suppose maybe now the player I would maybe compare him to would be Jamie Vardy, and that's maybe to do with the background coming into the game late and maybe a slightly eccentric personality, shall we say, enjoys a goal celebration and, you know, got a lot of pace, still playing well into his 30s. So not an Arsenal player, but I think Jamie Vardy is probably the closest I've seen to an Ian Wright since Ian Wright. Yeah. And he doesn't care, does he? He's not bothered about who he's playing against. He doesn't care about reputation. Yeah, and you know, because he's come from a non-league background, a bit like Wright, he got into game late. He appreciates every single second he's out there, doesn't he, Vardy? And I think he's probably the closest player. And obviously, we nearly signed him, didn't we, a few years ago? So he would have probably been the one. But I don't think there's been anybody else. I mean, Adam, you'd have been quite young, wouldn't you, in 91, 92 season? Do you remember much about it?
I do actually. Yeah, I was 12. But yeah, I think I was very fortunate to have season tickets since I was about sort of 9. And I remember that season really well actually for a few reasons. I mean, Rocky was always my favourite player growing up. That year was one of the reasons I started following Arsenal. So he was in the team at that time as well. And I always remember watching Ian Wright from the 1990 Cup final when Palace played United.
Yeah.
And I remember when he came off the bench and scored 2. Ever since he did that, I wanted him at Arsenal. Ever since I'd seen that Cup final, I was like, we've got to get him. And when he signed, I was just ecstatic. As a 12-year-old, I was just like having kittens. You know, I can remember it now. I was just so excited, and like that was it. I think that when it really hit home, I think he scored 4 at home against Everton. I think
Everton, that's right. Yeah.
And that was it when I was at that game. And I used to sit in the old family enclosure. I remember that. I was just like, this is unreal. Like watching it and just thinking, like, incredible.
I think Limpard made every goal, didn't he?
He did. Limpard 4 assists. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And it was incredible. Like, you know, that kind of player, that kind of caliber. And like we said, then, like at the time, you think we didn't really need a striker, but imagine not having him. Just imagine that for a minute. About him not coming is just like you can't. It's just incredible, like the things that he achieved and that. But I was also a ball boy during that season. I was a ball boy the last 4 games of the season. One of them was the Liverpool game, 4-0 we won.
When Limpard scored from the centre circle.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they celebrated right in front of where I was. Like, you know, where my position on the pitch. When I celebrated with Limpard right there, I've got a really good memory of that. And I always remember about being a ball boy is the players were so nice to you. Like, all of them had so much time back in those days.
Yeah.
You know, at half time and after the game, we got took into the little players' lounge, which is like in the tunnel, just turn right, and you couldn't hardly, you know, fit in there. And you know, at half time, you would sit with the squad players who weren't in the team, and they would be so welcome.
Fantastic.
Oh, this is the thing about not having access, but having access in those days was just incredible. And like, I remember the last day of the season, I think it was Southampton, and coming off, and I asked for Anders Limpard's shirt, and he had already promised it to a charity, and he was really nice about it, and he felt so bad. He was like, "I'm so sorry. I would love to give it to you, but I can't. I promise." I was like, he was so nice about it. And that's before the days of camera phones. So you had no like ways of
I know. Yeah,
I've got an autograph book somewhere with all the autographs and really, really some good memories. And I think one of the nicest guys who I met for that was David Hillier. Like, he was a bit of a squad player, but he was such a nice guy, and he would go out of his way every single time, whether he was in the team or not, to go and talk to the ball boys, go and talk to the mascot. He was such a top bloke. I've got a lot of time for him as well. But yeah, I think goals in that season was just incredible. Like, I think we scored over 80 goals, and I think we conceded about 40 odd. But I just remember goals. Like, you go into the games, you were guaranteed goals. You were guaranteed like 3, 4s, 7s.
Yeah.
But was I right in thinking as well? I did look at it back. We had a really rough patch typically around Christmas and New Year.
We did. Yeah.
And it was after that period that we really kicked on, didn't we? And went unbeaten for the rest of the season, and had that form have happened a little bit earlier. We
could have won the league again. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, I can remember actually there was a game. I think it was over Christmas. I think we might have been playing
Coventry,
Wimbledon, or someone at home, or it could have been Coventry. And I think we drew 1-1, or it might have been 0-0 or something. It was a really, really poor game. And the crowd, there was a bit of unrest in the crowd, and I think we were down in about 8th or 9th in the league. We hadn't been defending that title particularly well, and there was a bit of unrest in the crowd and stuff. And to think the way we finished that season was incredible, really. From that point, I don't know what had gone wrong in the first half of that season. I think maybe the champion or the European Cup, the last year of the European Cup it was. I don't know whether getting knocked out of that knocked a bit of confidence. I don't know, but we had a few issues going into the sort of turn of the year, and the turnaround. I say that the last 2 or 3 months of that season was probably the best period of watching Arsenal I can remember. Every game was brilliant. The sun was shining, it seemed, every week. Every game home and away was brilliant. Guaranteed you were going to see loads of goals. We won most of the games. Wrighty was banging goals in right, left, and centre. Merson was chipping the keeper from all sorts of places. Limpar scoring from the halfway line. It was just amazing. I don't think anything's ever matched that since, really. Not for that long a period of time. We've had long unbeaten runs under Wenger and stuff, and maybe they were good as well. But in between all those, you had a defeat in the Champions League group stage, or you had a League Cup defeat on penalties or something, or there was something in between, whereas that was literally just about 20 games in a row of just amazing entertainment, amazing goals, amazing football. A shame it didn't lead anywhere in terms of trophies, really, but it was just so good to watch. It was brilliant. I mean, Ryan, you would have been really young, wouldn't you, that season?
I would have been like 2, 3, give or take. Yeah, toddler.
So you don't really remember too much about that, unfortunately, then.
But we've got something we might know.
Yeah, Neil, exactly. How you doing, Neil? You all right?
Hello, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for having me on. Finally.
Yeah.
I've come.
Yeah.
Nice, brilliant to see you. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Thanks for having me.
We were just talking about Ian Wright's when he joined that season, when he first joined. You remember bits about that, were you?
Oh yeah, I mean, I was really. I think I heard a bit what you guys were saying. You weren't kind of overwhelmed. You were happy, but not overwhelmed. But I thought it was a very surprising signing. But at the same time, I thought the link up that he had with Bright and what he did with Bright in Palace. I was just like, wow, we've got this added to our armoury. Now I know, on the back of our success, we got that we didn't need a striker, and there was a lot said about that, a lot documented that. Why have we signed Ian Wright when actually there's nothing to fix up front? But I just thought he could add something different and something special to the team, and I was quite happy with it. I was actually really joyful that we'd got him, and the rest is history, really, from what he accomplished with his passion and it wasn't just a lot of cases in life, it's about action speaks louder than words. Well, certainly his actions, were there to be seen by everyone. And it wasn't just his playing skill and what he could do on the pitch and how he could motivate a team. Even if we were struggling, it only took a second for him to do something special and get us back in the game. But it was literally his desire and love for the club. And I think that really was cemented by his relationship with Rocky, which you all guys have already spoken about today. That was palatable for everyone to see how well he worked with him and how honoured it was for him to be a part of that setup. So, yeah, I was absolutely over the moon with his signing, to be honest. And, in those days, I know money's all relative, but I think we didn't get him for a bad price either, with all being said. And look at the return on investment we had from him.
I think I think it was 2.5 million, wasn't it? Which now would seem nothing. I don't know what that would be equivalent to these days in a transfer fee, but probably a decent deal. I think it was our record at the time, though. I think it was the most we'd ever paid for a player at that time. But then Arsenal have never been noted for paying that big transfer fees, had we, in the past anyway? So, but yeah, it was a good deal. Definitely, it turned out to be a bargain, didn't it? With what he brought us over the years. I mean, what a player he was. It was a pleasure to have watched him play for Arsenal actually all those years, and the trophies that he helped us win, and obviously what a great personality as well. So yeah, I'll never obviously forget that season.
His epic battles with Schmeichel, that goes down in history. That does.
Yeah, they had a few, didn't they? They had a few little battles going on, and I don't think they really kind of liked each other much, did they, during the games? But they seem to get on a bit better now, which is good. They seem to have.
I suppose that's akin to Schmeichel and Vieira and Keane, isn't it? Again, with the same side.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, it's probably a similar thing. Yeah, I suppose they do get on a bit better now, which is great. But yeah, I mean, Ian Wright, an absolute legend. Obviously, time's getting on. We want to kind of wrap it up. What I want to do before, though, is there's something that we've been doing, me, Melvin, and Adam, throughout the season so far, our prediction league. But we can all have a go at it this week and add a bit of fun to it. So, just before we move on to this week's game, just a quick recap on the last round of games. Funny enough, we all got the same points, actually. We all got 7 points each. We got 7. So the total scores are Adam's got 18, Melvin's got 19, and I've got 20. So it's very, very close. One point ahead still, because we all got the same last week. So it was a three-way tie for the first time. But it's an interesting game this week. So we'll run through them and see. We'll do the Arsenal one last, just because we can talk about that one. The first game is Crystal Palace against Tottenham. Go on, Gary. Go first on that one. Palace against Tottenham. What do you think?
I hate having it. Crystal Palace isn't going to win. That's all I can say.
Have faith. You never know. Vieira's going to want to beat him, isn't he? Let's face it.
The way that the other team is playing right now, I just don't see how they're going to be able to keep up with it. They're playing really well defensively. I mean, imagine when they start kicking on offensively, it will they'll have a handle of games when they go in. So I'm expecting Crystal Palace to lose. Sorry.
Okay, no, you may well be right. Let's be fair. Melvin, what are you going to give for that one? Palace Tottenham.
Got to be 2-0 Spurs, isn't it? At least 2-0. 2-0
Spurs. They haven't scored more than one yet. They haven't scored more than one yet this season. Bear in mind, remember. So it might not be 2-0, but we'll see. Adam, what are you going for in that one?
I've actually gone 1-0 Spurs. I think they've continued their 1-0 streak.
Can they win 4 games in a row 1-0? That's a bit George Graham like that, isn't it? If they won 4 games 1-0 in a row, that's a bit of a worry, isn't it? Neil, what do you fancy that one? Palace Tottenham.
I'm going to go back Vieira and go 2-1 Palace.
Oh, man, I'd like to see that. Someone with a bit of confidence in Palace. Good stuff. Good stuff. Ryan, what do you reckon? Do you think Palace can beat them?
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same as Neil, 2-1. 2-1 to Palace because the surprise factor of the new striker they brought from Celtic, Edouard.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Yeah, that is a good point. Maybe he might bang in a goal or 2 on his debut. Sam, do you fancy giving a go on Palace Tottenham? What do you reckon, Sam?
I don't reckon Tottenham are going to win 4 in a row. They just haven't got it in them. So I reckon it'll be a draw. I reckon Palace will manage to get a draw 1-1. I reckon.
Funny enough, I've wrote down 1-1 as well. I'm going 1-1 because I've forgotten about the Edouard signing. Actually, that's even made me even stronger believing that Palace might get a result. So I'm going 1-1 on that one because I don't want Tottenham to win anyway because they've won too many games already. They've already won 3 more games than we have, and that's a bit.
That's too much.
Yeah, we don't want to win 4 more than us, do we? Let's be honest. Well, we'll miss the Arsenal one out for now. The next one then is Brentford at home to Brighton. Obviously, unbeaten Brentford. Brighton have had a good start as well. Gary, what do you think of that one, Brentford-Brighton?
I think that's going to be a really, really good game. I think it's going to be a draw. Might be 1-1. I think 1-1 draw there.
Okay, no problem. That's probably a fair assessment. I've got 1-1 as well, actually. I'll put that in now. I've wrote down 1-1. Melvin, what are you thinking? Brentford-Brighton?
2-0 to Brighton. I think they'll win. I think they've got a strong defence, Brighton. I think they'll be able to stop the Brentford forwards do too much damage. Dunk is just very strong centre half, and I think he'll have the is it Tony?
Tony, yeah.
I think he'll have him in his pocket. I'm thinking 2-0.
2-0 to Brighton.
Yeah.
2-0 to Brighton. Okay. Adam, what are you thinking that one? Brentford at home to Brighton.
I think it'll be tight, but I've actually gone for a Brentford win, 2-1 to Brentford.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. I agree. It's going to be a good game, actually. What are you thinking, Neil? Brentford against Brighton.
I think Brentford are a good side, actually, and I was going to go 2-1, but I'll be different. I'll say 2-0 to Brentford.
2-0 to Brentford. Oh, excellent.
Yeah, I think that's what Melvin said. Yeah.
No, brilliant. Okay, Ryan, what are you thinking?
2-2, I think. Both high scoring, got goals in them.
It's going to be an open game, I do think it might be, yeah. I mean, I've got 1-1. Sam, what do you think of that one, Brentford-Brighton?
Yeah, I reckon it's a draw. I reckon I'm going for 1-1 as well on that one.
1-1, a lot of draws there. Yeah, it seems that they seem to be quite evenly matched, don't they, with the results they've had as well so far, so that would be a surprise. The next game is quite a big game, actually. Could be interesting. Leicester against Man City. Leicester at home to Man City. I think that's a decent-looking game. Gary, what are you thinking that one? Do you think Leicester can beat them that we couldn't?
I think City will come back to earth, which means they're not going to score five goals in back-to-back matches. So I think they're going to win 2-1. Yeah, I think City will be able to win that one 2-1. I know it's on the road and all of that, but yeah, I think they'll win that one 2-1.
Yeah, Leicester have been a bit hit and miss so far, haven't they? Melvin, what are you thinking? Leicester against Man City?
I'm going for 2-1 as well, actually, for Leicester. For Manchester, sorry, Man City.
2-1 to Man City, yeah, okay, no problem. Adam, what are you thinking?
I've actually got 2-1 Man City again as well.
Oh, 2-1 Man City. Okay, everyone's thinking Man City are going to win. Neil, are you going to go with the same kind of thing, Man City to win?
Oh, let's be different. I'll say 2-1 Leicester.
Well, we'd like that, wouldn't we? We'd all like 2-1 to Leicester, I think. But we'll see. Ryan, what are you reckoning on that one? Leicester, Man City? It's quite a tough one, isn't it?
3-1 Leicester.
3-1 Leicester. Wow.
Bogey team. They're a bogey. Leicester are their bogey team as well.
Yeah, they did beat him in the Community Shield as well, didn't they? So, yeah, well, I think 3-1's a bit optimistic for them, but you never know. Are they going to concede 3 goals?
They beat them 5-2. Was it 5-2 or 5-1 last year?
Oh, yeah, it was 5-2. Yeah. That was early in the season. Right, actually, yeah, they did. Well, yeah, maybe. Who knows? Sam, what are you thinking that one? Leicester.
It's difficult because after the international break, you don't know what Pep's going to do. You don't know who he's going to rest and what lineup he's going to have. You can change everything around. But that being said, their squad is so good, it doesn't really matter, does it? They've got world-class players, 2-3 players deep in each position. So, I mean, they're finding some form now, City. But then you've had the international break, and Ryan made a good point. Leicester are Man City's bogey team. So I think maybe City, Leicester could win that one. I reckon maybe a 2-1 there to Leicester. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. There's a few more Leicester wins than I was expecting. I've got to be honest. So I've gone 1-0 to Man City. I think it'll be a tight game, and I just think Man City that they tend to get one goal sometimes in these sort of games away from home, don't they? And then shut up shop. So I'll go for 1-0. The next game could be quite interesting. It is Ronaldo's return to Manchester. Manchester United at home to Newcastle. Probably the most anticipated game that people are looking forward to watching, I would assume, with Ronaldo back. Is he going to have a big impact? Gary, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think he will. I think regardless of what he does, I think the entire stadium will be gassed and ready to go for this one. It's going to be loud in there. Too much. I mean, as if they didn't need any more boost to whatever they've got going in terms of energy. It's going to be. I think it's going to be crazy in there. I can see like a 3-1 win for United. Just 3-1.
No, see, another fair assessment. What do you think, Melvin? Man United against Newcastle, Ronaldo.
3-0 to Man United.
3-0. Okay.
I can't see Newcastle getting a goal, to be honest with you.
They don't score a lot of goals generally, Newcastle, do they? So that seems another decent result. What do you think, Adam? Man United, can Newcastle cause a shot and spoil Ronaldo's big day?
No, not so. I think 4-0. You're going to run away.
4-0. You go 4-0, are you? Wow.
8-0 Man United.
What do you reckon, Neil? Then Man United, can Newcastle do it? Do you think?
I think everyone's on about the elevated levels at the stadium because of Ronaldo, and maybe Newcastle will surprise them, but nah, 4-0 United. I think Ronaldo will score a brace.
I think I'm the only one that's giving them the benefit that they're going to score.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, Ryan? Are Newcastle going to score even, or are they going to get something? 5. You're going 5-0.
5-0 United. Man United,
Wow.
obviously. Yeah.
Sam, are you any more optimistic for Newcastle or not?
Newcastle ain't got a snowball's chance in hell, have they? I mean, they're coming up against a good United side. Newcastle are shit, and they've got Ronaldo now. So, Neil, I think Neil hit it on the head. I was going to say exactly the same. 4-0, and I reckon Ronaldo will get a brace in his first game against Newcastle. So, I reckon 4-0. I think they'll give him a nice slapping.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised if you're right. I mean, I've gone 3-1 just because I felt sorry for Newcastle, and I think
Newcastle are terrible. Newcastle are terrible like us. I mean,
yeah, they are.
But
sometimes away from home, if you notice last season, they did tend to score goals away at the big sides. They ended up losing, but they did tend to score a goal. So I do think they'll get one. And I think that obviously the Ronaldo effect, he'll probably get a goal or two early. Let's be honest. I think we all know he's going to. That's just the way it is. I mean, Sam, Russ, do you want to take a guess at the Man United Newcastle score? Can Russ hear us?
Rusty boy.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear us? Oh, all right, cool.
Me?
We can hear now, yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll be about 8-0 Man United because Ronaldo.
I thought you said that. I thought he said that.
8-0 will be good. Well, if you're Man United fan,
I reckon. All right, probably about 5. But I don't think Newcastle will score, and I just think Man United will just take them to the cleaners.
Well, yeah. I think we all tend to think that Man United might win that game. I think it's on that they might win. Yeah, I think that's a full house of. That's a full house of Man United wins. I think that's the first game that everybody's agreed on the result, at least. Here's one that might be a little bit more difficult to maybe predict. Southampton at home to West Ham. This looks quite an interesting game. West Ham obviously on good form. Southampton a bit hit and miss, but not bad at home. What do you think, Gary?
Yeah, I was looking at this one going, can West Ham continue what they've been doing? And it is on the road. That might be, that helps out Southampton. So, but I still think West Ham's going to be able to win this one 2-1. I think it'll be tight, but I think they're on a roll right now and they'll keep it going. Yeah. So 2-1 West Ham.
No, that seems fair. Melvin, what are you thinking? Southampton, West Ham?
Yeah, agree with Gary. 2-1 West Ham. I'll disagree with that.
Okay, 2-1 West Ham. Adam, what are you thinking for this one?
I've got exactly the same. 2-1 West Ham.
No way. You never believe it. I've actually got 2-1 West Ham as well. So we've all gone 2-1 West Ham so far. Neil, is it 2-1 West Ham for you as well, or are you going to go something different?
No, I think West Ham are going to carry on doing what they're doing. I think they'll go for an edgy 1-0 win for them, though. 1-0 West Ham.
1-0 West Ham, yeah. That seems a possibility as well. Ryan, what do you think? West Ham, another West Ham win? Are we going for full house on West Ham as well?
Yep, 3-1 West Ham.
3-1. Oh, okay. Yeah, on the counter attack, they may get another goal. Perhaps that's a possibility. Sam, what are you thinking? Are you going West Ham as well?
Yeah, I think West Ham's just too good at the moment for their form. I just think they're too good for Southampton at the moment. I reckon 1-0 as well. I'm reckon the same as Neil.
Yeah, no, that seems fair enough. Russ, what do you reckon? Southampton, West Ham. Are you going West Ham as well?
Yeah, 2-0. I reckon, mate. I can't see getting much out of it. So yeah, 2-0.
Wow. So West Ham and have also got a full house. So West Ham and Man United so far the only two with a full house. This game again could be another interesting one. Watford at home to Wolves. Actually, I know it might not sound like the most exciting game in the world, but quite a difficult one to predict. I think. Gary, what are you thinking? Watford at home to Wolves. Two teams that have been a bit up and down. With Wolves have been playing well actually, but can't score.
Yeah, I think that's going to make it a good game because I think they want to get something out of these games. They don't want to sit in 18th anymore. But Watford is up there and they've looked good too. I think it's going to be a really good game, back and forth. But I think it's going to be 1-1 draw. So
1-1 draw. Yeah. Okay, that seems again pretty fair. Melvin, what are you thinking? Watford against Wolves? Think there'll be goals?
Yeah, a couple of goals. 2-0 Wolves.
2-0 Wolves. Oh, okay. 2-0 Wolves. Fair enough. Adam, what are you thinking? Watford Wolves?
I've gone 1-1.
1-1. Yeah, okay. That's, Wolves will get their first goal in, we seem to think, which is nice. Neil, what are you thinking? Watford Wolves?
Our first nil-point score draw. 0-0.
you know what? I've got 0-0 as well. I've gone for just because Wolves can't score goals and Watford don't tend to score many either. So I've gone 0-0 as well. There's not many 0-0 draws these days, but I've gone for that as well. Ryan, what are you thinking? Watford Wolves?
0-0.
You go 0-0 as well.
Drab 0-0. As Watford came up, beat Villa, but then nothing since, and then Watford doing Wolves as just Wolves.
Yeah, Wolves just can't score, can they? They're going to go in at some point for them, I assume, but I'm not sure if it will this week. So what are you thinking, Watford Wolves? Do you think there'll be goals, or are you going 0-0 as well?
Who?
You, Sam.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. Yeah, Wolves, they just don't look like they can score, do they? And Watford aren't exactly, looking great on the attack either. So both in poor form. Wolves haven't won a game. Watford have lost their last 2. I think Wolves will finally get a goal though. I can see that happening, but I reckon it'll be a draw, like a board draw, 1-1. I reckon.
Okay. And Russ, finally, what do you think? Watford Wolves?
Same as Sam, 1-1 draw.
1-1 draw. Okay, a lot of draws there for that game. Maybe we seem to think, which is good. Right, so then we move on to Sunday. Chelsea at home to Aston Villa. Chelsea looking good, aren't they? Villa been a bit up and down as well so far. Gary, what are you thinking? Chelsea Villa? Do you think Villa are going to get something or not?
No, I think always them going after Millsurf Road, that's going to come back to haunt them. They're going to get punished for even trying to think they can get him. And Chelsea's at home, so I'm going to 3-0 to Chelsea. Yeah.
No,
Gary's going on karma on them.
Yeah, no, that seems fair enough. I'm sure we all want Villa to do really well this season. So, Melvin, what are you thinking? Chelsea against Villa?
Is Villa allowed to play their goalkeeper? Is he going to be stranded in Brazil or something?
Well, who knows? Who knows what's going on?
I think I'll go 3-0 as well, Chelsea.
3-0.
Who's that? The keeper who can't stop talking about Arsenal?
Yeah,
that's the one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
one that you love so much.
Yeah, but we sold the wrong keeper.
There we go. There you go. You can't have a 24-hour POD-A-THON without that.
I love him too.
We did sell the wrong keeper. Adam, what are you thinking? Chelsea against Aston Villa with the best goalkeeper in the world?
2-0 Chelsea.
2-0 Chelsea, yeah, okay. I've gone 2-0 Chelsea as well, just because that seems to be a fair enough result. Neil, what are you thinking, Chelsea? Can Villa get anything?
I can't see our ex-keeper getting anything out of it, whether he plays or not. Chelsea, for me, are going to win the title. I think they're going to win 3-0.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do win the title, unfortunately. Yeah, they're definitely going to be up there, aren't they? There's no doubt about that. They've got a decent manager, and that makes a big difference, doesn't it? Ryan, what are you thinking? Chelsea, Villa? Do you think Villa are going to do anything there or not?
Don't be silly. They get another pumping, another 5-0.
5-0? Wow.
Chelsea are that strong. That's the thing. Chelsea are that strong now under Tuchel. That's what he's done.
I mean, if they don't have Martinez in goal for Villa, I don't know who their backup is, but yeah, that may be a possibility then. Perhaps if they haven't got their goalkeeper in goal, who knows? Sam, what are you thinking? Chelsea, Villa?
I reckon Chelsea are far too good for Villa. Chelsea looking good, playing well. Villa a bit hit and miss. The only thing is the score though, because I reckon Martinez would have something to do with that. Because I think if Martinez was playing, I don't know if he is or not, but if he was playing, they would lose with less margin than if he wasn't playing.
Yeah,
I reckon 2-0 though. I'm going to go for 2-0 to.
Look at that statement.
Yeah, we got there in the end. So well done for Russ. Russ, what are you thinking? Chelsea, Villa. Obviously, Villa have got the best goalies. So I'm assuming a clean sheet for Villa, yeah.
Yeah. Problem is, though, Chelsea are good, but they don't go for the throat, do they? They just do enough. I mean, they overwhelm teams. It was like it was only 2-0, but I think that they'll probably win about 3-0.
Yeah, no, well, we're getting another full house. Everyone thinks Chelsea are going to win that game. There's a few more, maybe more predictable results this week, perhaps for some of the games. But anyway, there's a couple of goodness to finish. Leeds at home to Liverpool. This should be one of the big games, one of the best games of the weekend, I think. Leeds at home to Liverpool. That's got potential to be a good game, hasn't it? Gary, what are you thinking that one, Leeds Liverpool?
Yeah, that's gonna be a good one. I I think Liverpool. Well, there's been a lot of talk about Liverpool's transfer window, what they did and didn't do. I believe as far as bringing in more players. I think if their players got any wind of that, they're going to want to come out and show why that they don't need to make any changes. So I actually think Liverpool will win this one, 2-1.
Okay, 2-1 Liverpool. Yeah, I mean, I suppose they're a good side, Liverpool, as we know. Melvin, what are you thinking? Leeds, Liverpool.
I'm going for a 2-2 draw.
2-2 draw. Goals galore. That's what we like to see.
Yeah.
Adam, what are you thinking? Leeds, Liverpool.
Same amount of goals, but 3-1 Liverpool.
3-1 away win for Liverpool. Okay. Could be a good game as well. Neil, what are you thinking? Leeds, Liverpool.
Melvin stole my thunder, 2-2.
I've gone 2-2 as well, actually. I've gone 2-2 as well. I just think there'll be goals in it and it's going to be a good game. Ryan, what are you thinking? Leeds, Liverpool?
I think Leeds calls an upset, 2-1. The home crowd.
Ooh. Well, yeah, I mean, they might do. They made a big impact in their last game, but they drew that as well, didn't they? What are you thinking, Sam? Leeds, Liverpool? Do you think Leeds can win?
I think Bielsa and Leeds are due a win now, so at home as well. I reckon maybe a sneaky 2-1 win to Leeds.
Wow, okay, cool. And Russ, finally, what do you think of this one? Leeds against Liverpool. Do you think Leeds can win as well?
Well, they should have goals in it, shouldn't it? So I think I'll probably go for Desmond. 2-2.
Another 2-2 draw. Well, that might well be the case. So that one was pretty evenly split, actually. A couple of Leeds wins, a couple of Liverpool wins, and a few draws. So that one's hard to predict, isn't it? And the game on Monday night, which we will do as well before we come to the last one. Everton at home to Burnley. Obviously, Everton started well. Burnley, always a difficult team to play against, but they always tend to struggle for results. What are you thinking, Gary? How do you think that's going to go, Everton, Burnley?
Yeah, it's the early part of the season, so Everton will be really strong. So I think they'll win this one. I think they'll win this one 2-0.
2-0, yeah, that seems fair. Melvin, what are you thinking, Everton, Burnley?
I think that Everton will beat Burnley 3-0 because Burnley already saving themselves for the following week.
Yeah, when they've got to play the bottom of the league teams, yeah, they'll be up for that, won't they? 2-0 Everton, yeah, that's fair enough. Adam, what are you thinking, Everton, Burnley? Are Burnley going to save themselves for the week after?
Probably 2-0 Everton.
2-0 Everton, yeah, I think that seems to be. I think we might be getting a full house here of home wins. You never know. Neil, what are you thinking, Everton, Burnley?
You will indeed. I was going to say 3-0. I can't copy Melvin again, so I'll go 2-0.
2-0. Okay.
Sweet for the Toffees. Sweet for the Toffees. Eh?
Did you say 2-0 at Melvin or 3-0?
I said 3-0.
3-0.
I used to 3-0. Oh, okay. No problem. Ryan, what are you thinking?
3-1 Everton.
3-1 Everton. Yeah, I think we're going to get a full house of home victories here. I've gone 2-1 Everton. Burnley always give a count of themselves, don't they? But Everton should be too strong. Sam, what are you thinking, Everton, Burnley?
Yeah, 1-0 Everton.
1-0 Everton. Okay. Russ, Everton, Burnley?
2-0 Everton. I just can't see Burnley scoring at the moment. They just, year on year, they just never seem to get any better, do they? They're quite good defensively, but now I can't see anything but an Everton win.
Yeah, I think that seems to be quite. We'll add Tony to this one then. Tony, what are you thinking? Everton against Burnley. What is your score prediction? He's on mute. He's on mute. Tell him he's on mute.
3-1 Everton.
3-1 Everton. Okay, so that's a full house on Everton wins, actually. Wow, okay. Well, there's one game left, and it's the last one we're going to talk about. It's not the last game of the week, but it's one that we all focused on. The bottom two, a relegation 6-pointer at the Emirates. Arsenal against Norwich. One goal.
The battle for the bottom. That's right. The battle
just
for the
fantastic.
bottom.
Minus goal difference of 18 between the two of us added together. Brilliant start to the season for both clubs. Something's got to give. There's going to be points somewhere. You know, someone's going to end up in this game with at least a point on the board, or maybe both teams will. What are we thinking, Gary? Arsenal against Norwich, the big game of the week, relegation battle. What are we thinking?
Well, according to Adu, we're bringing back everybody, right? So we're getting our full squad. It's not going to look like we did in the last 3 matches. So we're going to come in really strong. I mean, I like the fact that White and Gabriel will be there. So that should mean that our defense should be really stout and they shouldn't get any chances. You know, Norwich isn't scoring much. Like you said, it scored 1. I want it to be 5-0. That was what I would want, because that would then show, you know what, the last 3 matches were just a mistake. That was some bad planning and bad luck on our part. I have a feeling it's going to go. We're going to build this one up, but I think it might end up just being a 1-0 win to Arsenal. I mean, I want it to be more, but
at least it's a win, Gary. We'll take a win. I'm sure we will at the moment with the way things are going, and a goal as well. That'd be nice when it's score a goal. Melvin, what are you thinking? Are we going to break our duck, or are Norwich going to come away with something?
We are going to break our duck 2-0.
2-0. Okay, 2-0 seems fair. And Adam, what are you thinking? Are we going to full house on Arsenal win? Actually, that'd be a change. First time this season.
I'm being a lot more positive. Yeah, I think 4-1.
4-1. Wow.
Yeah.
Where are these goals coming from? Where are the goals coming from? Yeah.
We'll concede, but we always concede. But I think if we get a couple, we'll get a couple more. I think the floodgates could open a little bit. Well, I hope so. Anyway. So.
Well, 4-1 would be nice. Be a good game to watch, won't it? Neil, what are you thinking? Are we going to win, or do you think Norwich are going to surprise us all?
If is the new boy going to be playing? Is he eligible to play? Our new right back.
I think so. Yeah.
I think so.
I think he's
playing.
Yeah, I can't see any reason why not.
That's good. Hopefully, Sammy will play. Maybe not, but you can wish. Given that, then I think we will get rid of our minus goal difference and win 10-0.
Brilliant. What a great game that would be. Can you imagine? That would be good, actually, wouldn't it? Get rid of the goal difference in one game rather than have to wait about 4 games like we'd normally have to take. So that would be good.
That's it. There you go.
That sounds good. Like Tim got you, his name is, he's going to score 4 of them, isn't he, on his debut at right back? He's going to steam forward, get 4 goals.
Of course he is.
It's going to be a good game. I'm looking forward to it now. Ryan, what are you thinking? Do you reckon 10-0 is a bit optimistic or not?
In normal times,
10-1.
no. But I'm going to go. I'm going to be optimistic. I'll be positive for once and say 4-0.
4-0. We beat Norwich 4-0 last time we played them at the Emirates in the league. Let's hope we can repeat that again. Sam, what are you thinking? Are we going to go full house for Arsenal victory, or is someone going to throw a spanner in the works?
I'm quite. Nobody's thinking about how. Nobody's looking at history at this fixture. What are Arsenal like after international breaks? With our manager who never picks bloody, you never know who he's going to pick, no matter who's fit or not. Our tactics are shit. That's not going to change against Norwich. That's not going to change. I mean, all of a sudden, are we going to start knowing how to fucking attack? No.
And you forget about breaking records. Look at James Johnson's record.
I want to ask everyone on this panel. I love the optimism. I'm an Arsenal fan. I want us to win. But I want to ask everyone on this panel, what has changed in 1 fucking week?
Neil said we're going to win 10-0, Sam. So make your prediction.
1 week.
2 weeks.
Neil thinks lots has changed. We're going to win 10-0, so obviously lots has changed. Eddie's come out and told us everything's changed, so we need to believe him.
Everything's changed.
We're going to have a full squad, Sam. We're going to have a full squad.
Let me tell you, even with a full squad, you never know who this manager's going to pick. We've got this new Tomiyasu at right back. He'll still probably go with Cedric. We've got. You'll still go with Kolasinac out left, probably. Even though
he won't.
There's no way. There's no Sam. Now you're going a little crazy.
He goes nuts. He's crazy.
Sam,
he went with Emil Smith-Rowe as a false 9 against Villarreal. The guy is certifiable. It should be in a blank cell.
Sam, we're playing Norwich. We're playing Norwich at home, right? Norwich are awful.
Richard, so are we.
No,
they've
we're
got
better
one
than
more goal
Norwich.
than us. They've scored a goal. We haven't.
It was a
and
penalty.
Their manager's going to be motivating them and asking them to get points as well. But anyway, this is the way I think it's going to go. I think it's going to be a tough game. I think we're going to scrape a win. I think it's going to be a squeaky bum game. It's going to be 1-1, and we're going to be squeaky bums, and we'll pull off a 2-1 win in the second half. So I reckon we'll win 2-1. But this 3-4-0 malarkey, bloody hell, crikey! I want to take those pills. Jesus Christ!
God forbid.
Norwich have been letting in more goals than we have. In fact, they have let in more goals than we have.
But we can't attack, Richard. Have you watched us play?
No, we can't attack, but against a defence
Yeah, so
that just
how
opens
do you
up.
score then? We can't attack. We played Brentford, remember?
We're going to score 10 goals because Neil said we are, and I believe him.
Anyway, I'll say what I think anyway. So
No, you might be right. You're probably going to be more right than anybody else, Sam, to be perfectly honest with you. You'll probably be more right than most of us. I've gone 2-0 actually, just because I think it'll be a tough game. I think we'll get a goal, and then I think Norwich will try and get an equaliser, and we'll pick them off on the break later on and get the second. And that's what I think. How I think it will go. Tony, come on, be a little bit more positive than Sam was. Come on, we want to have a 10-0.
Nope, I'm going to go exactly as Sam did, 2-1.
Okay, well, at least it's a win. We will. Oh no, Russ is back. Come on in, Russ. What are you going for? I know you're going to say about 8-0. I know you are. Can you hear us, Russ? You still there?
What's happening there? What happened there?
I think his headphones have broke. The prospect of saying Arsenal are going to win has got too much for Russ.
It's the biggest lounge I've ever seen, Russ.
Are you back, Russ? Can you hear us? Are you back?
Hello.
Hello.
Russ.
Hello
You need
there.
to
Yeah,
predict
sorry
some-
about it. Yeah, I was just like thinking like Sam actually, because
Oh my
I
God! Not another one.
I was trying to think of how to win a game without actually scoring a goal. So I don't know. I think we'll win 2-0.
Hey!
Positivity.
Sam's the only one on that island. We are not visiting you on that island.
Come on, guys, use your brains. Come on.
Hey, I gave us a 1-0 win. So
At least we all predicted an Arsenal win for that game.
Yeah,
which
we
is quite
got to
amazing.
win against Norwich. We got to win. Come on, we got
Put
to
it this way:
win.
if we can't beat Norwich at home any time at any point, being Arsenal, then we need to pack up and do something else on a Saturday afternoon. Quite frankly, that's and everyone at the club needs to hang their heads in shame if we can't beat this Norwich team. However poor we are, and I agree with Sam, we are poor. We don't know we're going to score goals, but this Norwich team are awful. They can't defend. They can't score goals. They're dreadful.
But Richard, I recall we had a watch along here at the beginning of last season. We put our first game against Fulham. It went very well. Do you remember what you said? You remember what you said after that game, Richard?
I do remember what I said.
Would you like to say it again for everyone on the panel?
No.
So after the Fulham game, the first game of the season, we said we're gonna win the league. We're going to win the league.
I believed in Arteta back then. I believed in some of the players.
Richard,
I believed that Willian was going to be good.
Richard, I'm only joking with you, mate. But the thing is, you know what? That first game, we did look a lot better than I think everyone thought we did that first game. So I can see where the sentiment was coming from. Unfortunately, things just changed rapidly, didn't they? Unfortunately.
They did, and unfortunately, we haven't really gotten back, have we? So, I mean, I do want to be a little bit more optimistic. I'll say about things. Certainly for this weekend, if we can't beat Norwich, I think we need to give up and pack up playing football. But we have all gone for an Arsenal win, which is the main thing, and let's hope that that we do. So that was the Arsenal Clinic. A few more guests in this week, which was nice to get a few different opinions on things. People coming in and out throughout the show, but obviously Melvin and Adam lasted throughout as well as usual, the normal panel. So we will be back over on my channel next week, next Tuesday, looking back on the Norwich game, the 10-0 victory. We have a lot to talk about, obviously, from that game next week as well, and all the other stuff as well. And we've gone past 24 hours, have we? Wow, we've achieved it. All them.
Well done, guys.
Well done, Ryan. Well done, everyone. Well done, Tony.
24 hours, fantastic effort that is from Ryan. Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic. And so let's hope that we can get a bit more money coming through as well for the cause, which is what it's all been about. And that's what we need to try and do as well. So click on that link below and donate. Ryan's put a lot of effort into this to get it all together and to keep going for as long as he has done as well. It's amazing effort. And obviously all the guests as well that's come in and out throughout the last 24 hours. Lots of people have been in and out a couple of times, and some people have been in a bit longer as well. So a good effort from everyone, I say, but Ryan for putting it all together, fantastic. And let's hope that that Tony can get the money that he needs as well, which on the back of it, which is what it's all about. And
can we do Auld Lang Syne now? Auld Lang Syne.
Maybe we should do. Yeah. Gary don't know what we're talking about, does he?
What, Tony? Tony, go like, what's
wrong with your arms? What's going on?
Yeah. But anyway, no, but it's been great. It's been. I mean, I've been on a couple of shows and everyone's been in and out. It's been great. Everyone getting involved. So I will hand back over to Ryan, obviously, to round it all off after the marathon. But well done, everyone, and click on there and donate some money as well.
Yeah, thanks for that. And again, literally, thanks to everyone. It's not just me. Obviously, Gary helped as well massively, especially that last the last knockings of the hours building up to last night. Obviously, he put the spreadsheet together. He reached out to make sure everyone was on board, as in time slot wise, and it allowed me to have a 2-hour power nap as well. They took over for a couple of hours, and then I came back somewhat refreshed. And again, the guys were at Melvin this morning.
Have 3 coffees right after the.
Yeah, 3 fucking coffees. Jesus Christ, what was I thinking? I did regret it in the end, but anyway, that's another story. But yeah, as I said, Melvin popped on. He got up this morning. Stan popped up. Macho Livio popped up at one point to say hi to Tony. Steve popped on twice throughout the stream. Again, I mean, Mike with his quiz, Glenn, there's so many. Literally, I don't know if you guys
there's been loads of people,
yeah. Literally, if you guys hadn't been able to find the time, I don't know how I've been able to do this 24 fucking hours. Jesus Christ! So it's a massive thank you to you guys as well, and literally everyone that's donated. We literally just checked. We're at $2,015 raised.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Nice start. Good start.
Brilliant stuff.
We'll keep going, Tony. We'll keep going, mate. All right.
We'll keep pushing.
Double what I had anyway.
I've had a few ideas the last few hours. Obviously, I've had to keep to try and get that 10K mark. So I'm going to reach out to the others so if we can do more of these sort of things, but it's more between all our channels and all that, and get more of an audience and all that, and see if we can do it ASAP. Because
we'll get there. We will get there.
And lastly, another reason why I did this is because I'm sick to death of our fan base being divided and being shown up for being an absolute numpties. That some people, not all of us, but we all get targeted with that same brush. I want to say that there's a massive part of this fan base that still have that class, still look out for one another, and will do the right thing. And it's the last 24 hours have proved that. Not just the people you guys have come on, people in the chat, the people that donated, and the people that have not even done all that, but also they've retweeted, they've done their part to try and promote this as well on their own individual channels and everything. So yeah, thankfully I can go and get some sleep now.
Sleep anyway. Ryan needs some sleep. Ryan needs some well-deserved sleep.
But yeah, guys, where can people? I'm going to say this again. Where can people find it? Obviously, most of that's on the screen as well. We'll start with obviously Richard. We'll start with you, Richard. Obviously, what you've got coming up on your channel as well this week.
There's quite a bit coming up. I'll be doing I don't know if I can do a watch along of the women on Thursday because of other stuff going on, but I might do some stuff on that game. Obviously, I'll be doing a preview of the Norwich game and watch along of the Norwich game and women's game on Sunday. I can't do a live watch along because I'm doing a Great North Run, but I will try and do some coverage of that as well at some point. So yeah, there's loads of stuff. Obviously, Arsenal women's stuff, Arsenal men's stuff, match previews, everything else on there. And of course, next Tuesday we'll be doing the Tuesday clinic back over on my channel again, similar to what we've just done with the usual panel as well. So yeah, that's all coming up over there. So yeah, please come over there. But I say make sure that before you do any of that you do donate to the link down below as well, because that's what this is all about.
That's in the chat. Whose channel are we going on next? Who was mad enough to help? Basically.
Yeah.
Whoever don't mind having a nice long waking day, no sleep for over 24 hours. Whoever's up for that? Yeah, probably me again. Probably. Adam's gone. Big up to Adam. Gary, what about yourself? Obviously, as I said, you helped massively in the last few hours putting this together as well.
Yeah, thanks Ryan for organizing it. I think it's definitely for a good cause. Tony's he's a good lad. He needs a little bit of help, and that's what we do, and that's what that's what it was all about. We talk about the Arsenal, and this is kind of the Arsenal, right? This is what it's all about. We talk about the Arsenal, some things, these types of things. So it's good to see it work. I mean, we, like you said, we doubled the money that he had in just a day. So this thing will end here. We'll continue to push it out there, and maybe we'll do another event again. But yeah, we'll always be there. Thank you to everybody in the chat. I have my own channel. Haven't pushed anything out recently, but I will as we move along through the season. Currently do a couple of shows. I have a show actually tonight on the Red Cannon, the Extra Time podcast. We've got Sam will be there with me. Maybe Matt will be, unless he's out on location. And I think we'll have Tanner coming in from the Bearded Gunner coming on tonight. So we'll talk about some things. Hopefully something new that we haven't talked about over the last 24 hours. But we'll see what we can come up with.
Well, something to happen. It's Arsenal. Something to happen.
Then I'm also on Arsenal Fan Circle a couple times a week, in addition to just jumping on wherever I'm allowed. So thank you for that. And
Gary, you just did this 24 hours so you can find more Arsenal podcasts.
There you go. There you go. All right. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Neil, what about yourself? Obviously, you've popped on. Obviously, you've been in the chat a lot. Obviously, not just today, but obviously in other streams we've done in podcasts. So where can we find you and what about your podcast?
Yeah, I mean, I'm part of Purely Arsenal podcast, which is run by Jack, and normally have James. You all know James, LL Cool James on there. So we're just waiting to get podding again. We do tend to do this. We'll have like a run, and then all of a sudden we'll have a break from it all. But it's all down to people's timings, etc., and whatnot. But part of the Purely Arsenal podcast, you can find us on all the main channels, and we don't do too much to plug it, as James has just put there in the comment. But I guess we take this opportunity now. So yes, Purely Arsenal FP podcast. There you go, and that's me.
You even got recognition from James as well afterwards.
I should be honoured. God, for him to give me recognition, that's a very rare thing. Can you screenshot that, please, Ryan, and send it to me? I'll frame it.
I'll send it over to you.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
We'll blow it up and everything.
Yeah, please, yeah. I can have it as my backdrop next time, yeah?
Yeah. Sam, what about yourself?
Yeah, I'm a bit like Gary, really. On here and there on different podcasts. I don't have my own channel, but I am with Gary regularly on a Monday night, UK time, on Scott's channel, the Red Cannon. So everyone check that out; it'd be great. And I'm also on your channels now and again, Ryan. I'll probably be more on here together with you for different stuff as the season gets back on again. And yeah, I'm also doing some stuff with Scott on the Red Cannon, and I'm sometimes on Thursday nights with Gary and Tony here on the Arsenal Fan Circle, the American lads doing their stuff, which is good. Yeah, just want to say thanks to everyone who's taken part. It's been really, really great, amazing. Everyone can take part like this and do this. It's really good. This is just a start. I think it's been a good start, very encouraging. And I think we just need to keep it going, try and figure out different ways of keep pushing it, because Tony deserves it, and we want to help him. And yeah, just want to say thanks, Ryan, for having me on and everything. And it's great to see you guys here, or everyone here on the panels. Really nice to see you guys, and everyone else has taken part. It's been some really funny, entertaining stuff throughout the 24 hours. So yeah, just want to say once more, thanks again, and let's see what we can do next time.
What about 24-hour watch-alongs? Non-Arsenal related.
Just go for all the world. We'll start with the New Zealand League, and then we'll work our way.
That's a good game. That looks good. I don't know, but hey, fuck it. Boom.
Continent by continent.
Yeah. Oh dear. Melvin, what about yourself? Where can we find you?
On
if you want to be found.
Handle. Other than that, I'm a guest on a few channels. This being one. Your one, Ryan, on Richards as well, over and over again, and on Andrews from Dull Square to Where. Thanks. It was hard work, but we all enjoyed it. Very, very good. Good, great calls. Yeah. Well, nice to meet you, Tony. Good luck, mate. We'll see you again, no doubt.
Put yourself on mute one sec.
Checking the dogs.
All right.
You're unmuting, Tony.
You're
mute,
I've got
Tony.
to wait. I've got.
Hello. Sorry.
No worries. And obviously, yeah, as we're best till last. The reason we're all here, Tony. What about you? And where can people find you?
Pretty much on Arsenal fan circle. I hop on here with you sometimes, and on with Andrew every so often. But mainly on Thursdays and Sundays with Ray on Arsenal fan circle.
Yeah. Okay. And yeah, with that, I'm done. I'm out of here. I need to get some food and get some sleep. Others need to.
Well done. Well
we
done.
all do.
Well, everyone, I'll see you all soon.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys. Great stuff, guys. Good 24 hours.
Yeah.
Bye.
Well
and literally nothing now. I'll give it a couple of days of rest to come back on Thursday. Nice to be first for the women's second leg Champions League tie. Even though we've got about 3-0 or 4-0 up already.
3-0,
against Slavia Prague. Do that because again, I enjoy watching football. What to do an Arsenal watch on which I enjoy for fuck's sake. Because come Saturday, I won't be enjoying it. Trust me, no matter what I think. And then obviously, come back, and then Friday do the preview podcast with Steve and hopefully the other two that actually bother to turn up this week. You can tell I'm not. I had no sleep because I'm not getting snappy at certain people that let me down all the time. And then watching along on Saturday, 3 o'clock kickoffs, about 2:30 we'll go live, go for the teams and select off Arteta probably because he's doing something stupid as per usual. And then Sunday, they have a podcast going through the process of what's gone wrong this week, basically in the opera that is Arsenal FC.
You'll be celebrating a 10-0 win on that podcast, mate.
if we win 10-0, you're coming back on.
All right, I'll come on for that.
And tell us.
Everyone's doing the Melvin.
And you can tell us the lottery numbers as well while you're at it.
I'll try.
Yeah.
I might want to keep it to myself, you know.
But yeah, again, massive thanks to everyone, you guys, and everyone that took part, and everyone in the chat. I mean, the literal how hectic it's been constant from the start of the streams, every single one to the very end, and I can't thank you enough. And again, the guys and Tony, we can't thank you enough. So we actually appreciate it. And yeah, see you in a few days, and recuperate and rejuvenated basically. Until then, as always, up the Arsenal. Come on,
Arsenal.
Come on.